Delegates, please switch your cameras on. I've received a few messages from a couple of people saying that they have poor internet connectivity. That's okay, but the rest of you, please keep your cameras on at all times. And once again, I'm repeating, I see a few people who haven't renamed themselves accordingly. So it's supposed to be your name and your portfolio and then your delegate number. So please rename yourselves accordingly. You have to have your first name there as well. Japan Delegate 2, please add your first name to the name.
The name is important, like personal name is important, ma'am.
All right, delegates, we'll be starting in 1 minute. I still see a lot of cameras off. Please switch your cameras on, everybody. Those of you who have sent us messages saying that you're unable to switch your cameras on for some reason, that's okay. But those of you who haven't, please switch them on. All right, so all right, delegates, we're starting now. Greetings, everybody. Welcome to the first ever edition of the Coloquio Model Global Summit 2020. This conference is being held in collaboration with GyanRashmi Training and Advisory, whose founder, Ms Rashmi Sharma, is here with us. She will also be serving as our chief guest for the day. Mrs. Rashmi Sharma, a former school principal, is a seasoned educationist with over 25 years of experience. She is a certified NLP master practitioner, a mindfulness teacher, a leadership, behavioral, and life coach, a CBSE master trainer, and resource person for over 10 years. Mrs. Sharma is also a British Council trainer for spoken English, along with being a certified trainer of the National Skill Development Agency of the Government of India. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, and I welcome all of you. It's a really honor to be here to support you. It was just a pleasure and great good fortune for myself that I was there to support you. And really, I was so overwhelmed by the idea when you people approached me. And it was such a wonderful thing to come up with the young students, young minds, to not only sharing their knowledge, but encouraging all other students to provide an opportunity to be a part of such a wonderful gathering here, learn, share. And it will be a great experience. I'm sure that for all of the participants who are there today, who are taking part into that, and I am really confident that they have already taken a great learning training from all of the you guys, who total team who is behind this whole idea and organizing each and every thing there for the sake of the students, their fellow people who are there. And I hope you all a good fortune, all the best for your event today. May each and every person feels it like one of a kind of experience for their life. All the participants, delegates who are there, the whole of the team here who is organizing this, all the students, my blessings are always with you, for each and every person who is present here today. May this event becomes a cherishing memory for and a treasure for each of one of you. Thank you so much for inviting me here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We will now continue. Um, let me now introduce to you the 6 students hosting the event who will be serving as the executive board of the conference today. I am Ishani Purohit from Welham Girls School, the founder and chairperson. Our second chairperson today is Advay Sapra from the Doon School. Our Anjali Agarwal from Welham Girls School is the head logistics director. And the deputy chairpersons with us are Archit Oberoi from the Doon School, Saksham Makin from the Doon School again, and Aditya Swami from Sri Ram Centennial School. The entire conference will be held within the duration of one day, that is today. We hope that you have an enriching experience where you learn more about the world we live in and use the principles of teamwork and collaboration as you make your way through the conference. We hope this becomes as important an experience for you as it is for all of us, and that we all get to learn a lot throughout the day. We will now move on to the first conference session, in which we will be discussing 2 groups, Group A and Group B. Although the SDGs are all interconnected, it is not possible to debate all 17 simultaneously. Hence, we had predefined them, each containing similar goals to allow ease of discussion. The 2 goals today, Group A and B. Group A entails 3 goals, namely Goal 1, no poverty, Goal 8, decent work and economic growth, and Goal 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And Group B entails 2 goals, namely Goal 5, gender equality, and Goal 8, reduced inequalities. Let us now move on to the roll call. Anjali, I request you to take over, please.
Thank you, Shani. Delegates, each name will be called out twice, and if there's no response, you will be marked absent. If in any case, due to any reason, you are unable to answer when your portfolio is called out, please message me, that is the logistics director, via personal Zoom chat, and your presence will be noted. Please do not disrupt the proceedings of roll call. I shall now be beginning with roll call. USA 1. USA 1 will USA 2 Sanskriti, USA 2, USA 3, USA 3, Vietnam 1,
Present.
Vietnam 2, Vietnam 2, Vietnam 3, Vietnam 3, Arab League 1, Arab League 1, Arab League 2, Arab League 2, Arab League 3,
Present, ma'am.
all right, delegate. Sweden 1,
Present.
Sweden 2,
Present.
Sweden 3,
Present.
French Republic 1, French Republic 2,
Present.
French Republic 3, G33 1, G33 2, G33 3, Australia 1, Australia 1, Australia 2,
Present, ma'am.
all right. Australia 3,
Present.
Nepal 1, Nepal 2, Nepal 3, World Bank 1,
Present, ma'am.
World Bank 2, World Bank 3,
World Bank is present.
thank you, delegate. World Bank 3, South Africa 1,
Present.
South Africa 2,
Present.
South Africa 3,
Present.
Uruguay 1,
Present.
Uruguay 2,
Present.
Uruguay 3,
Present.
People's Republic of China 1, China 2,
Present.
is this China 1 or China 2?
Ma'am, China 1 is present.
China 2,
Present.
China 3,
Present.
UNESCO 1, UNESCO 2, UNESCO 3, UNICEF 1, UNICEF 2, UNICEF 3,
Present.
Germany 1, Germany 1, Germany 2, Germany 3,
Present.
this is Germany 3.
Present. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, delegate. UAE 1,
Present.
United Arab Emirates 2,
Present.
UAE 3, African Union 1,
Present, ma'am.
African Union 2,
Present, ma'am.
African Union 3,
Present, ma'am.
Bangladesh 1,
Present.
Bangladesh 2, noted delegate, Bangladesh 3, all right, delegate noted, thank you. Argentine Republic 1, Argentine Republic 1, Argentine Republic 2.
Present.
Is this Argentine Republic 1 or 2?
2.
All right, delegate, thank you. Argentine Republic 3. Kingdom of Thailand 1.
Present.
Kingdom of Thailand 2.
Present.
Kingdom of Thailand 3. ASEAN 1.
Present, ma'am.
ASEAN 2.
Present.
ASEAN 3.
Present.
Federative Republic of Brazil 1.
Present.
2. Brazil 2. Brazil 3.
Present.
Morocco 1.
Present.
Morocco 2.
Present.
Morocco. Okay. Thank you, delegate. Morocco 3. Morocco 3.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, delegate.
This is Delegate 2 of Vietnam, Sanvi, present.
All right, delegate, noted. But however, delegates from now on, if I've skipped your name, do note that at the end of roll call, I will quickly run past the names that did not respond. So please respond then.
Excuse me.
Yes, delegate. Philippines 1. Philippines 1. Philippines 2. Philippines 3. India 1.
Present, ma'am.
India 2.
Present, ma'am.
Noted, delegate. India 3.
Delegate, please mute yourself if you're not speaking for the roll call.
Cambodia 1.
Present, ma'am.
Cambodia 2. Cambodia 2.
Present.
Cambodia 3.
Present.
IMF 1.
Ma'am.
IMF 2. IMF 2. IMF 3.
Present.
European Union 1.
Present.
European Union 2. European Union 3.
Present.
Singapore 1. Singapore 2.
Present, ma'am.
Singapore 3.
Present, ma'am.
Chile 1.
Present.
Chile 2. Chile 3.
Present.
Sorry to interrupt. European Union 2 is present.
Delegate, I will be taking roll call again after this, just to go over the names that did not respond. Please respond then. Thank you.
Okay.
Egypt 1. Egypt 2.
Ma'am, present.
Egypt 3.
Egypt 1 present.
All right,
Egypt
delegate.
1 present.
All right, noted. Egypt 3.
Present.
Italian Republic 1. Italian Republic 2.
Present.
Italian Republic 3. Russian Federation 1. Russian Federation 2. Russian Federation 3. Delegates, I'm going to take a brief pause here and ask all the delegates prior and after that if any of your teammates are not here, then please call them right now before the roll call ends so that they can be here for the second roll call. Otherwise, their marking will be penalized.
Ma'am, I got my response, but 3 of the members are here, ma'am.
I hope they respond in my second roll call then, delegate. Spain 1.
Present.
Spain 2.
Present.
Spain 3. Spain 3.
Present.
Thank you, delegate. WHO 1.
Present.
WHO 2.
Present. Spain.
Noted, delegate. WHO 2.
Spain 1, Spain 2, Spain 2.
WHO 3.
Present.
United Kingdom 1.
Present.
UK 2.
Present.
UK 3.
Present.
Japan 1.
Present.
Japan 2.
Present.
Japan 3.
Present.
Canada 1. Canada. Is that Canada 1? Canada 2.
Present.
Canada 3.
Present.
ILO 1.
Present.
ILO 2.
Present.
ILO 3.
Present.
Indonesia 1.
Present, ma'am.
Indonesia 2. Indonesia 3.
Present, ma'am.
All right, delegate, with this we come to the end of the first roll call. However, I will be going through names which did not respond to me in the first time. So if you have any teammates who have not come, please ask them to join immediately. USA 1. USA 2.
Present.
Is this USA 2?
Present.
USA 3. Vietnam 2. Vietnam 2. Vietnam 3.
Present.
Okay. Vietnam 3.
Present.
All right. Arab League 1. Arab League 2.
Present.
French Republic 1. French Republic 3. G33 1. G33 2. G33 3. Australia 1.
Present, ma'am.
Australia 2. Nepal 1. Nepal 2. Nepal 3.
Present.
World Bank 3. UNESCO 1. UNESCO 2.
UNESCO 1 is present.
UNESCO 3. Is that UNESCO 3?
Present, ma'am.
UNICEF 1. UNICEF 2.
3 is present.
Present, ma'am. Present, ma'am. UNICEF 1 present.
All right, delegate noted. UNICEF 2.
Present, ma'am. Present, ma'am.
Germany 1. Kavita, Germany 2, Kavita.
Present.
Thank you, delegate. Argentine Republic 1. Argentine Republic 3. Philippines 1. Philippines 2. Philippines 3. India 3. IMF 2. European Union 2.
Present.
Singapore 1. Chile 2. Italy 1. Italy 3. Russia 1. Russia 2. Russia 3.
Excuse me, ma'am. This is Italy 1. Present.
Yes, delegate. Okay, all right, delegate. Thank you, delegate.
India 3 present. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, delegate. I'm not done with roll call yet. Please address your queries after I'm done.
Okay, ma'am.
Indonesia 2.
Ms present. I'm present.
Indonesia 3. Indonesia 3. With that, we come to the end of the second and final roll call for this session. Yes, delegates, any queries? Anyone who wants me to update?
Ma'am, please note that Thailand 3 is present.
All right, delegate noted.
Ma'am, India 3 is also present.
All right, delegate noted.
Ma'am, the French Republic 1 is also present.
All right, delegate.
This Indonesia 3. I'm present.
Okay, delegate, thank you. Ishani, you may now take over.
Ma'am, People's Republic of Bangladesh 2 is also present.
All right, delegate noted. Delegates, please raise your please mark your attendance otherwise in the chat box now. Ishani will be taking over.
All right, thank
will
you
be
so
taking
much. Okay, so first off, before we start with the session delegates, I see you are still not, named correctly. So please go ahead and do that. Also, there are more than 100 participants in this meeting and 70 of them have their cameras off. So delegates, unless you have a good reason, please switch your cameras on at all times, not just when you're speaking. Also, Anjali, have you marked the presence of Nepal 1?
Yes, I have.
Okay, yes. So delegate, whoever was asking me, she has. Okay. Delegates, cameras on. There are still 57 people with their cameras off. Unless you have some major technical issues, otherwise that's okay. But please, otherwise, keep your cameras on. All right. Okay, so meanwhile, while we're continuing, the rest of the executive board, can you please start messaging personally all the delegates whose names are not correct?
Delegates, also, if you're unable to rename yourselves, please let me know because I have the ability to rename you if you're unable to do so yourself, in case you've joined from your phone.
Okay, so we will now be starting. I still see 46 people without their cameras on, but okay. All right, delegates, now that the roll call is over, before we begin, please keep the following rules in mind. These were also mentioned in the guidelines given on our website. If you wish to be recognized by the chair for the speaking list or to raise a point, please use the virtual Zoom raise hand feature. Do not interrupt any other speaker during his or her speech. You will be penalized if you do so. Please do not speak out of turn and if you're not recognized. Delegates are to remain muted unless they're asked to speak. Cameras are to be switched on at all times, especially while speaking. Please ensure that you are named correctly according to the given format. Aditya, please put in the format in the Zoom chat right now. If you are unable to rename yourselves, please message the logistics director, that is Anjali, personally, and she will do it for you. Please refrain from using personal pronouns to the maximum as we told in the training session. Delegates are requested to adhere to the parliamentary procedure strictly. This had also been explained during the training session. Individual speaker time is 60 seconds. This time is non-transferable between team members. Exceeding the time limit may lead to penalization. This is at the discretion of the executive board. If you get disconnected at any time during the conference, you can just join back and we will let you in. In case of any problems that you face and you are unable to tell us in the meeting, you can always write an email to us. Please note that only the delegates who are present in at least 3 out of the 4 committee sessions and roll calls will be accredited with a participation certificate. So please ensure that you are there. And with that, I believe we are ready to commence the first committee session. We are now in formal proceedings. Those who wish to speak, please raise your hands and keep lowering them after I recognize you. I will only be recognizing 5 people at a time, okay? So don't worry if I didn't take your name. We will be recognizing those who have to. All right. So those who wish to speak in the first committee for groups A and B. Group A first. Please raise your hand.
Shani,
Okay.
what's the time limit? 60 seconds, right?
60 seconds, yes. So we have Arab League 3. ASEAN 1. Delegates, those who I have named, please lower your hands, okay? Arab League 3, please lower your hand. ASEAN 1, please lower your hand. Okay. Then we'll have Thailand 1. Bhakti, that is. We will then have Sanjana 3.
What's the portfolio?
Oh, I'm so sorry. IMF 3.
That's all right.
Yeah. And we will then have Canada 1. I believe that is Sayana. All right, so these are the first 5 speakers. Delegates, please lower your hands if I've named you right now. Okay. Delegates, please remain muted. Okay, Arab League 3. Anytime you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates and respected guests, good time, good morning, and salam alaikum. With the theme of sustainable development in the air, it is only fitting to address you all in multitude of languages that sustainable development is a peace policy of the future. The delegate of Arab League thinks that in order to eradicate poverty, we have to improve in of sustainable lifestyle, entrepreneurial opportunities, and productive resources. We also must progressively develop social protection systems to support those who cannot support themselves. Villages should get more attention than cities, and adequate importance to traditional sector must be seen as a priority. An investment isn't an investment if it destroys our planet. The number of skilled labor should be increased by promoting their training at a low cost. Providing proper and reachable education will result in multiple innovations, research, infrastructure, and implement of the society. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. You have 14 seconds left. Would you like to entertain a question?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Any delegates who wishing to ask a question to the delegate of Arab League 3, please raise your hands now. Okay, we will be taking delegate.
Shani, 1 second. I think these people raised their hands for the
speakers. Okay.
speakers, so just wait for a minute, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. So, delegate of Japan too, are you wishing to ask a question? Okay. No questions? All
No,
right.
Chair, that is what I mistake.
Okay. Delegate of Arab League, would you like to entertain a question from the executive board?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Delegate, my question to you is that what are the steps that your country has taken to implement these? Just a brief description. What are the steps taken by your country to implement the goals in Group A, the first one?
Chair, please can you repeat your question?
My question is, what are the steps taken by the Arab League, not the country, as the Arab League, the countries in the Arab League, to implement these? What has the Arab League done to help these?
Thank you, Chair. In the past, the state government has implemented many such portfolios. For example, the Millennium League, which empowers the poor students the free education in poor villages and rural sector, etc.
Okay,
So
thank you.
there are many portfolios, but the main important portfolio is the past 5 years.
Great,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you so much, Delegate. That was wonderful. We are now moving on to the delegate of ASEAN 1. I cannot see. Delegate of ASEAN, are you
Yes,
ready?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So anytime you're ready, we'll start.
I'm ready. On the honorable chair, and members of the parliament. A very good morning of you. I'm representing the ASEAN. An estimated figure shows that near about 130 million people were lifted up from the extreme poverty in the ASEAN region.
I think there's some connection
Yeah,
problem.
there's some connection issue. Okay, delegate of ASEAN, that's all right. We'll put you at the end, all right, after the speech of Canada 1. We will now move on to this. Yeah, that's all right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Delegate of Thailand 1, you are now up.
Okay, yes. The
Anytime you're ready.
okay, ready, I'm ready.
All right. Once you start speaking, we'll start the timer.
Okay. The delegate of Thailand 1 is very thankful for giving chance to the talking about Group A. According to the poverty rate between 2015 and 18, it is observed that the poverty rate increased in Thailand. But as you look through and compare the rate from other countries, this sounds pretty good. But the government of Thailand still needs to focus on how could they reduce poverty in country. World Bank of Thailand is working on it to become their country poverty free. Talking through the decent work and economic growth, it is observed that many people in Thailand were unemployed. In order to meet the economic growth, and government of Thailand is expanding the labor force, which would also solve the problem of poverty. Investment, infrastructure, and innovation are the one thing that are crucial for economic growth and development as well. Half over the Thailand's population living in cities, so huge need for renewable energy and transport system is needed. So it is important to do technical, logically progress and investing in scientific researches and innovations. Government of Thailand is working to provide the good internet facilities and also working through some important projects.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
delegate.
you. Yes.
Since you have yielded your time, I believe we won't be taking any questions. Moving on to the delegate of IMF 3.
Yes, Chair. Greetings, delegates and the Chair. The delegate of IMF 3 would like to give a speech on the goals mentioned in Group A. The economic development of the world is directly dependent on the economic development of various countries, which is further dependent on its people. 8.6% of the world's population lives below the poverty line, and this can be estimated to around 736 million people. This number needs to be reduced to zero. Unemployment is one of the most common reasons for a high rate of poverty. IMF can fund countries to create more job opportunities and employment. This would narrow the gap between the rich and the poor and reduces the poverty rate. Employment needs to be safe and decent in order to maintain human dignity. IMF can foster innovation by providing funds and organizing free camps for children. IMF can also promote industrialization and fund infrastructural development. By this, I conclude. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Delegate. Are there any questions, any points of information on the floor for the delegate of IMF 3? Delegates, I suggest you do ask questions because it will help you. It has some part. Okay. Delegate of Brazil 1, please go ahead.
Yeah. Delegate of Brazil had a question with the delegate of IMF. So, what steps your country had taken to improve the no poverty?
IMF is basically an organization, and IMF has funded programs in various countries to develop infrastructure and foster innovation. And this has led to this has led to the reduction of poverty rate in countries.
Okay, but what results of it?
Delegate, you can't speak again. You have to ask for a plea to follow up. So, all right. So, delegate of Brazil who asked the question, do you want a plea to follow up?
Can you please repeat?
You can't speak again. Like once you ask your question, delegates, everybody, please note, you can't speak once again. So if you ask your question and the delegate answers, and if you're still not satisfied, you may ask the executive board, you may plead to follow up. We explained this. It's there in the points of in the parliamentary procedures. You can't speak again, all right, without permission.
Okay.
So if you're not satisfied, would you like to plead a follow up?
No, ma'am.
No, all right. So delegate of IMF, thank you. Delegate of Brazil, thank you. Moving on to our next speaker. Delegate of Canada, 1. Oh, also, just a second before you begin. I'm sorry. Delegates, I'm receiving a few questions in the chat. You may raise your hand and raise points of parliamentary inquiry. We will not be able to answer in chat because we have to listen to the speeches. So just ask us in between speeches. So like right now, okay? But just raise your hands and we'll recognize you if you have any queries or any parliamentary inquiries. All right. So delegate of Canada, you may now begin.
Good morning, bonjour to the respected General Assembly. Delegate of Canada, thankful for giving this opportunity to address this assembly. Delegate of Canada 1 wants to talk about the industry, innovation and infrastructure of Canada, which provides the basic physical structure and essential for growth of the business. In Canada, as well, need to invest for the industrial and infrastructure and innovation to improve public transport system, expand the availability of affordable housing, and prepare for the impact of the climate. Canada has now established some organizations known as Emergency Business Accounts, CEBA, Emergency Canada Wage Subsidy, ECWS, etc., to improve the progress in the sectors of industry, infrastructure, and innovation. The problem that Canadians are facing in the rapid appreciation is the value of the Canadian dollar. Emergency cost is increasing, competition from emergency economies, the availability of skilled labor, and regulatory environment. First, following the thank you.
All right, thank you, delegate. Since you exhausted your time, we won't be taking any questions. Delegate, I'm getting more queries in the chat section. Please don't do that. Please raise your hands and we will recognize you. But meanwhile, I'll just answer this one. For speaking in a group, you should raise your hand once I ask to recognize you. So whenever I say delegates wishing to speak for this group, then you please raise your hand. Other questions that I got, yes, delegates, you will get 1 minute to speak for group A only. We will be recognizing again after we finish with group A to talk about group B. All right. Okay, moving on. Can I just speak on one goal? Yeah, I mean, if you have planned it out that way with your group, sure. Delegates, please don't send me messages. I will not be able to reply. Okay, delegate of UAE1, you are now recognized. To what point do you raise?
Ma'am, the delegate of UAE1 has a point of parliamentary. In the group A, the team has divided the work that the delegate one is taking the no poverty, and the other two has divided other two members are divided other two groups. So we explain the speech that we divided, or you said.
Delegates, it's okay. No. It's okay. We will understand. Don't worry. If it's divided and if each team member is talking about one.
Excuse and ma'am, we speech one goal in 1 minute, or in one group in 1 minute.
Delegate, if your team has decided that you will each talk about just one goal, then you can talk about one goal in that 1 minute, provided that the other two will talk about their own goals in the 1 minute that they get. If not, then you will have to cover all three goals, which is that entire group, in that 1 minute. But it depends on how your team has decided it.
Okay.
Okay, I hope that answers your question. Okay.
Yes.
So now we had a delegate of ASEAN 1 left. Okay, before that, delegate of ILO 1, please go ahead with your question.
This delegate of ILO has a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
Ma'am, as per the training session, the private chat between the delegates was supposed to be on, and I don't think it is enabled.
Okay.
Tani, can I answer that for you?
Yes, please go ahead.
Delegate, if you wish to convey anything to another delegate, you have to send it via me, and I will convey it to the delegate you wish to ask.
Okay, thank you.
Also, delegate, please note that's a point of personal privilege, not a parliamentary inquiry. Okay, yeah, that's all right. It's okay. All right. So moving on, delegate of ASEAN 1, are you with us? Delegate of ASEAN 1. This is your last call, delegate. Please, if you're facing any issues, do text either of us, the 6 of us. Okay, delegate of ASEAN 1, we will now move past you. Okay, delegates wishing to speak for Group A in this, please raise your hands. Okay, so we will be taking World Bank 1, UAE 2. Delegates, please keep lowering your hands as I recognize you.
Ishani, who was the second one you recognized?
UAE 2. Thailand 2.
Excuse me.
Yes, delegate, please raise a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, UAE 1 has explained the no poverty point. Goal of no poverty.
Yes, delegate, I said UAE 2. All right, ILO 3. So I will just be repeating just for right now. The first one is World Bank 1, then UAE 2, then Thailand 2, then ILO 3, and then we will take South Africa 1.
Excuse me.
Yes, delegate.
Delegate of UAE1 as point of parliamentary said the delegate of UAE1 said that you take delegate of UAE2. There is the no power. The goal is explained. The delegate of UAE1. There is not 2.
Delegate, we're talking about the group as a whole. So I believe that. Okay, so you're saying that the order gets disrupted? Is that your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, that has been taken into consideration. That's okay, delegates. And even if you talk about the 3 different goals, wait,
Entrepreneurship
are you
is a key
speaking?
driver of economic growth.
Sorry, delegate. Delegate of South Africa 3, do you have anything to say?
Delegate 3 of South Africa apologizes, wasn't aware about the mic being on.
All right, that's okay, delegate. Please take care. All right, fine. I understand your concern, UAE. We will take UAE 1 first. All right. Delegates, please mute yourselves if you're not speaking. Can you identify who's speaking? I can't see.
Yeah, I'm muted.
Yeah. All right. So just to clarify, we have World Bank 1 first, then UAE 1 then Thailand 2. After which we will be taking ILO.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, delegate.
Sorry to interrupt, but as we have decided, I will be speaking UAE2.
No, delegate, we changed that now. We'll be going in order. We will be taking UAE 1 this time. You may be recognized the next time, okay? Don't worry, delegates. All of you will get a turn to speak, with just the order. All right? Okay. So, delegate of World Bank 1.
Yes, ma'am.
It's yours whenever you're ready.
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
I'm so sorry, just a second. Delegate of ILO 3, do you have a question? Do you have a point? What point do you raise?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
If the delegate speech is going more than 1 minute, so are we supposed to inform the committee that please reset the time as per it?
No, delegate, you cannot continue. You will not be allowed to go, but you will allow, if you exceed the time, you can finish your statement, and above 10 seconds we will start penalizing. I believe it was you who wrote the email, and I said the same thing, that it's at the discretion of the chair, so don't worry.
Thank you.
Yeah, the timer won't be changed. It will remain 1 minute for everybody. All right, delegate to World Bank, please take the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, can I start?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good morning. Today, the Delegate 1 of the World Bank is going to be speaking on infrastructure and innovation. This is the goal 9 of sustainable development. Investment in infrastructure and innovation are crucial drivers of economic growth and development. World Bank is strongly committed to industry, innovation and infrastructure and contribute directly to achieving sustainable development. The group is committed to accelerating its investment in renewable energy, digitization and electric mobility to promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization. World Bank wants to develop the infrastructure of the world. It wants to develop quality, reliable, sustainable and resilient infrastructure, including regional and trans-border infrastructure to support the economic development and human well-being with a focus on affordable and equitable access for all, and promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization. By this, it will increase the access of small-scale industrial and other enterprises in developing countries, and at last, it will facilitate the sustainable and resilient infrastructure development in developing countries and least developed countries. Thank you.
All right, delegate, thank you so much. You exhausted your time, so we will not be taking any questions for you. Thank you so much. Delegate of UAE 1. Delegate of UAE 1. Delegate of UAE 1, last call for you. Otherwise, we'll...
Yes.
All right, delegate of UAE.
Yes, delegate of UAE 1 explained the goal 1, no poverty. In the UAE, there is almost 19.5% poverty because 19.5% poverty rate on the basis of less than income of 22 dirham a day. In administration, also increase the job opportunities for the citizens. In that way, there is no official data about the poverty in the country released by the government. Government thought that this should raise some questions. In the UAE, poverty is seen in the living condition of their working class. Migrants come to Dubai looking for work and send visitors back to the Philippines. There is a job in the UAE. There is jobs in the education and in tourism, etc. for the local citizens.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. Before we continue, I would like to point out, those of you who are speaking, please keep your cameras on. It is not just for, formality. It actually matters because we have a few things lined up. Your marks depend on that. So please keep your cameras on, otherwise you will lose out. And I'd explain.
Excuse me, my network problem, so I keep my camera off.
Okay, Delegate, did you inform any of the executive board members earlier? I will just go to the chats. Okay, yeah, all right. All right, delegates, please take care whenever you're speaking, especially when you're speaking, please keep your camera on because there are marks associated with that. I am telling you now. All right. And delegates, please listen to whatever we're saying. There is a reason behind it. Okay. Moving on, since you've exhausted your time, you have 1 second left. Okay. So are there any questions for the delegate of UAE 1? I see 4 hands up. Is this because you have questions or points that you wish to raise to? All right, delegate of Japan 1, you are now recognized.
The delegate of Japan 1 has a point of parliamentary inquiry.
All right, delegate, go ahead.
After the speech, if the delegate wants to partner with any other country for implementing any law or something like that, can the time exceed for that? Because after the speech, if the speech is within 1 minute, and after that, if the delegate wants to ask any country to partner for something, so can time be exceeded for that?
Delegate, that is not suggested. This aspect can be done via text. So if you wish to send another country, particularly any message, you may send that message to Anjali, the logistics director, and she will forward it to the country you wish to communicate with. All right, because the speeches are to be addressed to the entire dais, so that to all of us as a whole. If you wish to communicate with 1 or 2 individuals, then you have to send private messages. Those will be sent to Anjali, who will forward them to the country. Okay.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Delegate, please don't speak out of turn if I haven't recognized you. Okay, delegate of ILO 1, go.
Delegate of ILO has a point of information.
All right, so we'll wait for you. For which country? The one who just spoke, right? UAE 1, right?
UAE 1.
All right. Delegate of Arab League 3. Delegate of Arab League 3.
The delegate of Arab League 3 has a point of order.
Yes, delegate, go ahead.
The delegate of UAE 1 just mentioned that there is no official poverty line mentioned by the government. But it's not so. The government has mentioned an official poverty line by the UAE Times that the poverty line is 80 dirham, that is $22 a day.
All right, delegate, thank you so much. I request you to please send the source of that, whatever article or whatever you read that, to either of the 3 deputy chairpersons, and we will look into that. All right.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes. Delegate of Indonesia 1.
Delegate of Indonesia 1 has a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate, go ahead.
Is the introduction in the start of the speech compulsory?
What introduction? Your introduction?
Yes.
No, not at all. No. That's totally on you.
I would like to plead to follow up.
Yes, delegate.
Does the introduction carry any marks?
No.
Thank you.
The content of your speech is the only thing that has marks. All right. Delegate of Canada, to what point do you raise? Delegate 1 of Canada.
Delegate of Canada 1 want to ask the delegate of UAE 1 that what all achievement did UAE have?
Wait. Delegate. Do you have a point? Do you have a question? No, wait.
Yes.
Wait, okay, so
Yes.
you have a POI. All right, wait. Then, okay, so those of you who I've recognized, please keep lowering your hands. Delegate 1 World Bank, to what point do you rise?
Ma'am, Delegate 1 of World Bank has a point of parliamentary that would you consider like the Group C and Group D and Group E for the speeches, ma'am? Or just you will be finishing with Group A and B?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
No, actually, we are doing the sustainable development goals. As you will be just considering Group A and B, or just you will be taking all the groups.
No, delegate. We have 4 committee sessions.
एक सौ बारह
Please
ही है।
mute yourselves. Whoever's not. Okay. Yeah. So, delegate, we will be taking all 5 groups. We have 4 committee sessions for this reason. Right now, we're just talking about Group A. After we finish this, we will be taking Group D. Okay. But right now, it's only Group A. But we will be taking all 5. Don't worry. Okay. All 5 will be considered. Delegate of Thailand 1, to what point do you rise? Okay. Before that, delegates, whoever I've recognized, please keep lowering your hands.
Yes, delegate of Thailand 1 having the point of personal privilege that at the time of my speaking, my network problem is there, so I didn't on my camera. So it is marking on any negative marking.
Delegate, we will look into that. Don't worry. I believe you sent it. Did you send a message to any of the executive board members?
Yes.
All right.
I sent a message to the logistic director.
Anjali, if you could just confirm, let them know. All right. Delegate, don't worry. We'll look into that. Delegates, if any of you have issues with your network and are unable to switch your cameras on during your speech, please inform us prior to your speech, before your speech, and we will take the necessary actions. Don't worry. Delegate of ASEAN 1, to what point do you rise?
No, ma'am, not about a question. I am about my speech.
Yes, delegate. Is that a parliamentary inquiry?
No, ma'am, not parliamentary inquiry. Because of network issue, I'm disconnecting again and again. So I am asking you about my speech.
Ishani, this is ASEAN 1.
Oh, all right. We'll take you after. We'll take you after that. After South Africa 1, we will take you then. Okay.
Okay, ma'am, no problem.
Yes. Please lower your hand. Okay, the rest of you, we will be taking after the speech. Delegate of ILO 1, you are now recognized to ask your question for the delegate of UAE 1.
Ishani, 1 second. Delegates, just note that if Ishani has if your chairperson has recognized one delegate for a POI, any other delegate who wishes to ask a POI should lower the hand, since we will be entertaining only one POI per speech. Thank you. Delegate of ILO, please go ahead and ask your question.
Delegate of ILO has a question for delegate of UAE. The per capita income is just 2.4 of UAE. So what are the measures taken by UAE government?
I not recognize. Please repeat once again the question.
The per capita income of UAE is just 2.4%. So what are the measures the government is taking?
The government increased the job opportunities.
All right, delegate of ILO 1, are you satisfied with that answer?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, delegate.
Ma'am, can I answer of him?
Who is this speaking?
Ma'am, UAE 2.
No, delegate, you can't answer for him. But okay, yeah, you can't answer for him. Sorry. So delegate of ILO 1, are you satisfied with the answer?
Need to follow up.
Yes, chair. Yes, delegate, accepted.
Go ahead, ILO.
Miss, I was not satisfied with the answer.
Yes, you can ask again. You can continue. Delegate of ILO, your plea to follow up has been accepted. You may ask or whatever you want to. Like, if you want to follow up, you can.
Miss, I want a brief answer of the question, like which I asked.
All right, delegate of ILO, delegate of UAE, please do the needful. All right, I believe the delegate of UAE is not there, so it's okay. Delegate of ILO, your question has been noted. Don't worry. Okay, moving on. We'll take delegate of Thailand 2. Delegate of Thailand 2. Last call for the delegate of Thailand 2. All right, delegate, moving on. We will now take the delegate of ILO 3.
Starting with SDG 1, no poverty. In Bangladesh, children are working on tea stands, construction sites, farms, etc. An ILO project in Bangladesh has succeeded in removing 2,000 children from child labor. Child labor continues to be a major concern towards the attainment of SDG 16. And ILO earnestly hopes that as Bangladesh, other nations will also take widespread initiatives. And alike countries, NGOs, and international organizations will come forward in assisting us not only financially but also in the actual performance of the field level. Moving on SDG 8, the ILO's Ship to Shore Rights project has supported the Thai government in implementing changes and improving seafoods and fishing industries. Now talking about SDG 9, ILO has called for a human in command approach where machines remain machines and people control it over these machines as technological advances, artificial intelligence, and robotic and automation will help in creating jobs. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegate. You still have 1 second left. So are there any points of information on the floor? Any questions? I see a few hands up. Are these questions or points of parliamentary inquiries? Okay, before that, I'm going to lower everybody's hands. Anjali, could you do that? Can you lower all hands? All right. Now that no hands are up, those who have an Arab League 3, UAE 1, please don't raise your hands before I ask you to. All right. Those of you who have any points of information, any question for the delegate of ILO 3, raise your hands now. All right. Delegate of World Bank 2, you are now recognized. We will only be taking 1 question, so the rest of you can lower your hands. Delegate of World
The
Bank.
delegate of World Bank 2 would like to ask a point of interest to the delegate of ILO, that what are the steps which are actually taken to reduce to improve the employment opportunities, not only in Bangladesh, but outside of Bangladesh? Could you please elaborate on that?
Yes, honorable delegate, outside the Bangladesh, there are many countries like India, then all South Asian countries, they have been recognized as a less developed or developing countries where this employment section is carried out every year or every month, or we can say that means ILO can say that they can be recognized every month because they have an overview check that are they going to their basis, means like are this child labor are reducing, are this poverty level are reducing, so they keep on checking over there that is this on the that the that the mission is on the track or not.
The delegate of World Bank 2 would like to have a plea to follow up.
Denied delegate. I think she answered satisfactorily. Okay. Moving on to the next speaker is the delegate of South Africa 1. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, respected Executive Board, teachers, and fellow delegates. Economic development is key defining feature of a country. It is an interplay of different factors like education, employment, technology. Though the economy of South Africa was second largest in the African peninsula, the pandemic has affected it immensely. In long term, we need a new social compact which ensures that the economic damage from COVID-19 is not borne disproportionately by the poor. Such a compact will have to address policies that raise income of the poor through labor market and fiscal measures. Also, increasing the minimum wages for youth employment, increasing polytechnic education, refining interventions depending on workers' skills and education level, supporting retraining of workers, especially in hard-hit sectors. Importantly, immediate application of South African Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, which was proposed on 15th October 2020, which is geared towards ensuring that beyond not just returning the economy to its pre-COVID-19 levels, but adding more GDP growth and jobs.
All right, delegates, since you have exhausted your time, we won't be taking any POIs. Moving on to the delegate of ASEAN 1.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you are.
Ma'am, can I put my video off?
Why, delegate?
If you permit.
All right.
I will try, but if I disconnect, so then.
No, it's okay. You can put your camera off, delegate. It's okay.
Okay, I will. Okay.
Whatever's comfortable with you.
First of all, honorable chair. Okay. Put my honorable chairperson, and the members of the parliament. First of all, very good morning to all of you. I am representing the ASEAN, which is an organization with the collaboration of 10 countries. So, about goal 1, an estimated figure shows that near about 132 million people were lifted out from the extreme poverty problem. So, our economic growth,
Stop the time. I can't hear the delegate.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, delegate, you may now pick up from where you left off. Anjali, is it possible for you to put it back in 34 seconds? That's when he got disconnected. No. This is 33 minutes, 25 seconds. All right. Okay, delegate of ASEAN, you may continue.
Should I start, ma'am?
Yes, please continue from where you left off.
According to the studies which are held during 2018 to 19, they shows that the economy of the ASEAN region is broadly robust at 5.1%, which is really good rate. We are trying to do our best for providing employment and labor to the migrant people, so which could further help us to overtake the problems which are related to poverty, malnutrition, etc. Our organization also rapidly progressing in the field of infrastructure and innovation. So collectively, we are
Delegate,
studying more and more
concluding
about the
remarks.
things that how we could. Yes, ma'am. Can you repeat?
Delegate, your time is over, so please say your final statement and end your speech. Otherwise, you will be marked negatively.
All right, delegates, I believe there is some technical issues. So since ASEAN did deliver the speech, we will now move on. Okay. So I'll just like to clarify, the delegate of ASEAN, if you can hear me, we will not be taking your speech again. If in case there is something you would like the executive board to know, you can send a message to Anjali and we will look into it. If you want to send your speech in, the remaining, you can just send it to us and we will have a look at that. Okay, moving on, since ASEAN 1 is done. Thailand 2. Okay, before that, let's take parliamentary inquiries. Delegate of Thailand 3.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, I'm the delegate of Thailand, and my teammate missed the chance of speaking. Thailand too.
Yes, delegate.
So should I speak?
I'm there.
So should I speak?
We'll take delegate of Thailand 2 after this. Delegate. Don't worry, delegate. Okay.
Ma'am, I'm there. Thailand 2 is there.
Yes, delegate, I know. Okay. Delegate of UAE 1, to what point do you rise?
Delegate of UAE 1 is point of parliamentary. If our team is speech on one goal in 1 minute, so the team members are get chance to complete this group and all groups.
Delegate, could you repeat your question? I'm not sure if I understand.
Our team is speech is one goal in 1 minute, so the team members are get time to speak all goals.
Delegate, I believe I explained this in the training session. You will each have 1 minute to speak for each group. If in case the three of you have divided the group into one goal per participant, per team member, that is okay. So in that case, you will get 1 minute goal individually. Please mute yourselves, delegates, whoever has not. Okay. Yes. So you will just have 1 minute. Now it is up to you whether you want to talk about all three goals or whether you want to talk about just one. All right. All right, delegate. Moving on. Delegate of Brazil 1, to what point do you rise?
Yes, delegate of Brazil 1 has a question that, ma'am, can we talk about the goal that we want as a topic?
Can we talk about the goal that we want as our topic? What do you mean?
You had suggested about the goal that we have to take no poverty, but we have to take just another goal that we want. So can we?
Delegate, right now you may talk about any of the three goals in group A, because right now we are talking about only group A. Okay. And like, it depends, as I've repeatedly said. If your team has divided the three goals 1-1 each, then you may just talk about one goal, whichever one you've decided, and if not, then you have to speak about all three, ideally. Hope that answers your question. Okay, so seeing no more POIs, questions, parliamentary inquiries, I'm sorry. Delegate of Thailand 2, you are now recognized for your speech. Please go ahead. I see 84 non-video participants. May I know why that is? I have received barely 4 messages saying that you have poor internet connectivity. So please, delegates.
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, delegate, who is this?
Ma'am, this is Thailand too. Before I start my speech, I have just a point of personal privilege that am I audible to all?
Yes, delegate, you're audible. Okay, so those of you who have your cameras off, delegates, please switch them on. There are 83 non-video participants right now.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Delegate, you are not recognized right now. All right. Okay, Delegate of African Union 2, go ahead.
Ma'am, I have turned my camera on, but it's still in participant page. It is not shown that my camera is on.
Delegate, we can see you. Don't worry. We can see you.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
We can see you. Please lower your hand. Yeah. Okay. United Arab Emirates 2. Have you given your speech? No. Please try to switch it on during your speech, otherwise it's okay. Indonesia 2. Okay.
Are you recognizing people for the speech?
No. I'm just noting down the people whose videos won't be on. All right, delegate of Thailand 2, you may now continue with your speech. Please go
Yes,
ahead.
ma'am. Good morning to all the executive board as well as my competitors. I am going to talk, delegate of Thailand 2 is going to talk on no poverty, what about the poverty in Thailand. Today, poverty in all its forms remains one of the greatest challenges that are facing humanity. The current poverty rate of Thailand is approximately 9.85%. Thailand has successfully reduced poverty over the past 3 decades from 65% to just less than 10% from the year 1988 to year 2018. However, over the past few years, household incomes and consumption growth have stalled nationwide, due to which there are decline among households. In the year 2016, 5.81 million people lived in poverty. Today, to meet Thailand's aspiration of achieving high income status, Thai households need better protection from income shocks such as ill health, job loss, natural disaster. It will be equally important to support the creation of more productive and higher paying jobs. Thank you.
All right, delegate, thank you so much. I see you have exhausted your time, so we will not be entertaining any questions. Okay, so we've gone over all the delegates who were recognized. Before that, are there any points of parliamentary inquiry? Delegate of Vietnam 2, to what point do you raise?
Actually, I have raised hand for my speech.
Delegate, we will recognize you when we are taking more speakers. So please don't send messages. I think one of you sent me a message saying I have to give a speech. So please don't do that. We will recognize you in due time. Don't worry. All right. Okay, so now we will. Delegate of Nepal 1, you have not spoken, right? Okay, so you may be excused for 2 minutes. Don't worry. You can join back when you're feeling better. All right. Moving on. Okay, so we will now be taking more speakers. Okay, there are a lot of delegates whose hands are up. Is this because you want to be recognized for speaking, or is it because points of parliamentary inquiry?
For speaking, ma'am.
Okay.
For speaking, ma'am.
Please don't do that, delegates. Please don't do that. Please lower all of your hands if you wish to be recognized. If you have a parliamentary inquiry, only then should you keep your hand up right now.
Sure.
I see 5 hands up. Delegates, are these inquiries? Okay, delegate of Canada 1, to what point do you rise?
Delegate of Canada wants to ask the delegate of Thailand that what all achievements did
Delegate, you had a question. Delegate, you cannot ask a question. I haven't recognized your question. Please lower your hand. All right. So now, those of you wishing to speak, please raise your hand. All right. We will now be recognizing. World Bank 2, then Spain 2, then Cambodia 2, then Indonesia 1, and Morocco 1.
Could you repeat the order once?
World Bank. Okay, before that, delegates, please lower your hands. Everybody, please lower your hands. You will be recognized, delegates, don't worry. Okay, and another announcement. For the time being, POIs are suspended. So even if you don't finish all of that, all of your time, the 60 seconds, we will not be entertaining any POIs for right now, any questions. Okay. So the order: World Bank 2, Spain 2, Cambodia 2, Indonesia 1, and Morocco 1. All right, delegates, we will now start with the speech of World Bank 2.
Just want to ask before starting, am I audible?
Yes, delegate, you are. Please go ahead.
So, greetings everyone. Today, the second delegate of the World Bank would like to discuss about decent work and economic growth. So far, the bank has made many efforts like financing small-scale industries and providing easy-to-access loans to economically weaker countries. But even after multiple strategies, there's a wide scope for improvement. In order to accomplish the 2030 agenda, the bank has come up with a few plans that would like to share with the world today. First of many solutions is to promote youth employment in African regions where youth unemployment rate is at about 60%. This can be done by financing African countries so that they can provide advanced vocational courses and create more jobs in the government sector. Industrial and agricultural employment should also be raised across the world. And this can be done by promoting agricultural industries financially so that their products can help increase the agricultural output. And to increase the employment in agricultural sector, the bank is willing to give loans to weaker agro-based economies like India and the Philippines. And we also have it in mind to promote industrial growth by partnering with large MNCs like the Mitsubishi Group and Samsung Industries to increase markets and business in underdeveloped countries. That's all for now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, delegate. That was wonderful. Moving on to the delegate of Spain 2.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, delegate, you are.
I would like to speak now.
Yes, delegate.
Poverty is one of the major issues and unemployment is the cause of vicious cycle of poverty. Spain has worked out with many policies to reduce poverty and improve a lot. But still, 26% of people and 29.5% of children were at risk of poverty in 2018. And COVID-19 pandemic has pushed many people back to poverty. So to combat poverty, unemployment should be reduced. And in turn, it will also develop the economic growth. Most important, we need to increase job opportunities by introducing new industries, businesses, and construction of roads and transports. This will provide job opportunities to many people as well as increase economic growth and make cities sustainable and innovative. Because still unemployment is increasing in Spain for more than 14% and youth unemployment at 30.5%. Jobs like constructing new buildings, roads, etc., can provide more and more jobs to people.
All right, delegate, thank you so much. Delegate of Cambodia 2, you are now recognized.
Yes, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, delegate, you are audible. Anytime you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. Greetings to all from Delegate 2 of the Kingdom of Cambodia. I'm speaking about Group A. Poverty is where people live below 1.90 US dollars a day. There were 736 people who were living in poverty in 2015, and they lack food, drinking water, and sanitation. As the population of Cambodia lives in cities with the lack of infrastructure, the problems faced will be inevitable. Government started in restoration of natural resources. For example, the restoration of Tonle Sap Lake. This action will help citizens and will be effective against poverty. Serious actions against child labor, forced labor, child trafficking, and etc. will encourage and the encouragement of job creation and entrepreneurship major effect in decent work and economical growth of the country.
All right, delegate, is that it?
Believe he's facing poor network.
Yes. All right, delegate, if I'm audible, you can send in the rest of your speech to the logistics director and we will consider it. Don't worry.
My
Delegate, you may switch off your camera if you like. I believe you're facing some issues. Delegate, you're not audible. I'm sorry, I'm not able to understand.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, can I continue?
Yes, we can. Delegate, if you wish to complete, you may go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
And if you're facing some internet issues, you can send in the rest of your speech to the executive board.
Yeah, just students, I will complete my speech.
Delegate, your voice is cracking, so I suggest.
Yeah, the government, as the Cambodian government is also working on financial. Yeah. Okay. So.
Delegate, your voice is cracking a lot.
You want me to
you can
do the last?
Whatever is no. Whatever if your speech is left, you may send that to the executive board and to Anjali, the logistics director, and we will consider it. Don't worry. Okay. All right. Moving on. Don't worry, delegate. It's all right. It's okay. Moving on, we will now take the delegate of Indonesia 1.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, delegate. I am unable to see you. So, where are you?
Ma'am, my camera is.
Can anybody else see the delegate?
Ishani's camera is on. I am able to see him.
All right, great. Okay. So please continue, delegate. You are now recognized.
Out of the total population in Indonesia, 26.42 million people live under the poverty line, and due to this COVID-19 crisis, more 5 to 8 million people became unemployed and poor. We made many efforts to end poverty, such as creating many decent job opportunities, supporting pay equity, raising the minimum wages, giving more opportunities to people to complete their education, and raising the country's economy. By such efforts, we have successfully reduced the number of unemployed people from 11 million to 7 million and have reduced the poverty level from 17.75% to 10.7%. Also, one particular subject that has been hampering Indonesia's economy and social development is the lack of quality and quantity of infrastructures. We have ratcheting up in infrastructures, spending to upgrade roads, ports, water facilities, etc. Technological process is also key to finding lasting solutions to both economic and environmental challenges. Promoting sustainable industries and investing in scientific research and innovation are all efforts Indonesia has been taking. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, delegate. We will now be moving on to our next speaker, Morocco 1. Please identify yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
First of all, Delegate of Morocco wants to introduce the poverty, unemployment, and the economy of the country. Since last decade, Morocco had made a significant progress in reducing the poverty and unemployment, but rural poverty is still a major problem. Economy is also stable, but with COVID-19 pandemic, unemployment and poverty gradually rose in the second quarter of 2020, and the GDP contracted to 4 to 5%. Although the industries are showing strong growth and infrastructure of Morocco is one of the best in the North Africa, but this is not sufficient. The major actions and decisions need to be taken for the implementation of these SDGs to Morocco. Investment in the industrial sector should be there. Camping should be start with the goal of more and more sustainable industries. Also, the youth should be encouraged to discover new technological innovations based on sustainable industries and agriculture. Policies for new job creations and entrepreneurship should be made, and citizens should be encouraged for manufacturing at small scale. This can increase the job opportunities, and also the government should work on building human capital by eradication of illiteracy, and also the minimum wages of the daily workers should be raised. This can definitely end up the poverty and unemployment, and can build a strong economy. Also, the country will step forward towards the 2030 agenda of SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. That was great. We will now be recognizing more speakers. Those of you wishing to speak, please raise your hands now. I see a couple repeated hands. So if I've already recognized you, please keep your hands down. Okay. So Delegate of Chile 3. Delegate of IMF 1. Delegates, please mute yourselves if you're not speaking. All right. Delegate of European Union 1. South Africa 2. And Delegate of Brazil 2. All right, that's it for now. Delegates, please lower your hands. I see 12 hands raised. Please lower your hands. All right. 5 hands raised. Delegates, do you wish to rise to appoint a parliamentary inquiry? Okay, Delegate of World Bank 2, you are now recognized.
Just, I had a point of parliamentary inquiry. Will questions be entertained during these speeches?
No, Delegate. Points of information are suspended right now. Information is suspended right now. No questions right now.
Thank you.
Okay. In case anybody wishes to raise a point of order or something, you can do that, but no questions. Okay. Yes. Moving on. So now, Delegate of Chile 3, please take.
Chair, am I audible?
Yes, Delegate.
Okay. Good morning, all. This is Delegate of Chile 3 going to speak about no poverty in Chile. Chile is a narrow country with a population of 1.87 crores. It has an average population density. It has poverty of 14.4%, which is good. But its real problem is the increasing difference between the rich and poor. The reason in income inequality is that people receive income with a lot of differences. Though there is not much poverty in Chile, this problem has to be solved, and one way for it is through increasing the number of taxes on bigger companies bigger businessmen, entrepreneurs, etc. This money has to be distributed among the poor, and subsidies have to be given. Also, private companies and sectors keep high costs of these products, which can't be afford, which poor people can't afford. This has to be taken care of by the government. Chilean government has raised funds for against hunger and poverty. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Since there are no POIs, we will be moving on. Delegate of IMF 1, you are now recognized.
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, Delegate.
Namaste everyone, and namaste to the chair and all the delegates present here. This is the delegate of IMF speaking. A vital precondition for the success of SDGs is to boost growth, especially in low-income countries. The IMF focuses on building a growth-enhancing and poverty-reducing fiscal space for investments in health, education, infrastructure, and agricultural production, as well as policies to encourage economic diversification. Because of the disruptions brought on the technological change, it also discusses policies to resolve problems associated with future of work. In the scope of youth unemployment, the cause of so much distraction throughout the world, this is particularly significant. IMF is also in the process of assessing its social investment approach, a critical tool for poverty eradication and social sustainable development. Social security, for instance, is one of the foundations of the IMF-supported Argentinian reform program. Thank you.
All right, Delegate, thank you so much. Moving on to the next speaker is the Delegate of European Union 1.
Yes, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, Delegate, but before that, I see 2 hands raised. Delegates, Delegate of Egypt, you are not recognized. To what point do you rise? Okay, was that by mistake? All right. Delegates, please ensure that you don't raise your hands unnecessarily. Delegate of EU1, please go ahead.
Yes, Chair. Good morning, one and all present here. The Delegate 1 of European Union would like to talk about the Sustainable Development Goal 1, that is no poverty. Poverty is a curse to the society. The European Union policies towards poverty eradication aims at all strata of society. The European Union Pillar of Social Right had been launched to ensure proper education, employment, training, household disposable income, pension, etc. Poverty eradication cannot be only looked and executed in isolation. Hence, there should be an integrated approach, that is, providing proper education, especially to people who cannot afford it. Then, coming to aspirational skill development, where we should support an individual in the field of their interest, and then providing proper and equal employability and having a well-planned old age pensions. These few steps will help the European Union achieve the no poverty goal eventually.
Thank you, Delegate. Okay, so before we continue, I see some delegates are sending me messages saying, please recognize me, I want to speak. Delegates, we will recognize you. Don't worry, okay? Okay, Delegate of European Union 1 is done. Delegate of South Africa 2, you are now recognized.
Good morning, respected Executive Board, teachers, and fellow delegates. The unemployment problem in South Africa is not a recent phenomenon. Net employment has been stagnant or falling since the early 1980s, and COVID-19 has made it even worse. Due to this, millions of South Africans remain poor, unemployed, and hungry. These in turn have serious repercussions onto the economy. Therefore, the delegation proposes that increased investment in the paid care jobs can help generate employment as well as contribute significantly to human development. Surveys from ITUC have showed how investment in paid care jobs can provide women with financial independence. Moreover, investing in small and medium enterprises can help improve the employment condition among the youth as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. That was great. Moving on to our last speaker for this recognition, Brazil 2.
Yes, sure, ma'am. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, Delegate, but you're not visible to me. So can the rest of the Executive Board see the Delegate?
So, ma'am, I'm facing actually a network issue, so...
Okay, Brazil 2 this is, right? Oh, yes, you informed me. Okay.
Yeah. So, shall I start?
Yes, Delegate, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so a very beautiful good morning to everyone. So, I am of Delegate Brazil. So, Delegate of Brazil believes that there was quite amount of poverty in Brazil related to food, money, home, health, etc. Now also there is poverty, but there is in less amount due to substantial development of goals, which are also taken by Brazil country by seeing future of 2030 agenda. So already some of steps taken, that one of them was Bolsa Familia program is a conditional cash transfer program aims to give aid to poorest of population. Program aims to ensure that youth of Brazil are educated so they might allowing upcoming generation to enter formal labor force and break cycle of poverty. This is amazing that this program not only touch our issues of poverty but also education, health and gender equality. It is clear that motive of this program is to help people climb out of poverty. But now due to COVID-19 pandemic, delegate of Brazil believes that more of countries is going to affect poverty. So from now only we must take actions because from now only people get started losing their jobs and not able to get food. Brazil believes that they can overcome through poverty because previously we were in very bad poverty. So I conclude here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Delegate. That was great. My laptop's just causing an issue. Just a second. All right. Moving on. I will now be recognizing more speakers. Please raise your hand, those who wish to speak. Okay. Delegate of African Union 2.
Yeah.
Japan 1. Okay, delegates, as I keep taking your names, please keep lowering your hands. Thailand 3. ASEAN 2. Australia 3. That's it. All the delegates, please lower your hands. Delegates, please lower your hands if you don't wish to, if you... All right, we'll continue. African Union 2, you are now recognized.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I would like to speak about industry, innovation and infrastructure, which is goal 9. Accelerating Africa's infrastructure development is important to connect African people, countries, and economics, as well as to help drive social, cultural, and economic development. And this requires the upgrading support of science laboratories and the establishment of world-class SPI infrastructure. Also developing the private sector and strengthening the productive capacity of the informal sector to ensure a more active contribution to industrialization. It helps in growth and more productive work as to develop infrastructure also. A human infrastructure. Also, a human capital must be trained and is required in sufficient amount. That also developing the service sector is also vital for growth as it can generate employment. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Japan 1, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Chair.
Just a second before that.
Am I audible?
Yes, Delegate, hold on. Delegates, those of you who are messaging me, please don't. This will actually lead you to not be recognized. Okay, so because of time constraints, I will now be recognizing 3 more speakers. Okay, and then we will move on to Group B. If you were unable to speak, please, before you raise your hands, let me complete. If you were unable to speak in Group A, it's okay. It won't affect your marking because we planned it that way. And I will recognize you in Group B. So in all, everybody will have a chance to speak at least once. Okay, don't worry. Okay, so after Australia 3, we will be taking... Okay, now whoever wishes to speak, please raise your hands. Okay, we'll be taking delegate.
Vietnam.
Delegate, I told you already, please don't do this. We will not recognize you. Please maintain order. Delegate of Uruguay, I am unable to see your number, but Hiba Sajjad, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. What's your number, delegate? What delegate are you?
Delegate 2.
All right. Thank you. Two. South Africa 3. And India 2. That's it. Yes, delegate, somebody had to say something. Okay, the rest of you, please lower your hands. Delegates, those of you who are sending me messages, we will recognize you. Don't worry. This is just the first half of the first session. We will recognize you. Don't worry. Please don't say please because it won't affect. In fact, it will turn out negatively. Okay? Don't worry. We will recognize you. I won't name the delegate, but please don't worry, delegate. We will. Okay. So delegate of Japan 1, you are now recognized once again.
Okay. OECD is 50, that is coming higher than the developed countries.
Delegate, you're not audible. All right, so I'm sorry, but we can't wait. So yes, delegate, you are audible, but your voice is it's cracking. Please say something. I request you to say something. Okay, delegate, I'm sorry, but due to connectivity issues, we won't be able to take you. So delegate of Thailand, Thailand 3, you are now recognized. In place of the delegate of Japan 1,
yes, ma'am.
We will take UAE 2 after India 2. Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
so
ma'am.
delegate of Thailand.
Ma'am, should I start?
Yes, delegate of Thailand 3. Go ahead.
Good morning to all. I'm talking about the decent work and economic growth in Thailand. Recently, the Royal Government of Thailand announced their country's first decent work program in between 2019 to 2021. They are launching this work with the happiness of century of partnership between Thailand and ILO, International Labour Organization. The MOU of Thailand was signed by the Minister of Labour and Employment. In the decent work program, Government of Thailand promote and gave a rising power to the growth of decent work and economic and productive employment, and also provide highly protection to the vulnerable workers. The economy of Thailand had get a growth of 3.8% in the GDP of 2019. According to the government of Thailand, this country gets surplus of 7.5% every year in its GDP. The gross product of Thailand had 39.2% GDP in the total GDP of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Moving on to the delegate of ASEAN 2.
Ma'am, may I audible? Chair?
Yes, delegate, you are audible.
Delegate 2 of ASEAN is delegate 2 of ASEAN is thankful to give a chance to speak about the Group A of Sustainable Development Goals. Poverty is a main issue in our society, and people people didn't get jobs, and this is why they didn't get their lives sustainable and food also. And about 400 million people worldwide is lost their jobs in 2020 by COVID-19 crisis. And also because of COVID-19, the tourism and infrastructure innovations is a stop. We will ASEAN will collaborate with ILO, International Labour Organization, and give job opportunities, and also United Nations World Tourism Organization will provide job opportunities, innovations, infrastructure, and also okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, delegate. Moving on to the next speaker, Australia 3.
And am I audible?
Yes, delegate, you are.
Greetings to everyone present here. I am Delegate 3 of the Commonwealth of Australia. So I am willing to speak about the Group A that consists of SDG 1, 8 and 9. The Commonwealth of Australia has taken various steps for the implementation of the SDG 1, such as they have started campaigns like the National Disability Insurance Schemes, and also has set up organizations like the Thriving Communities Partnership for the achievement in the implementation of SDG 1. It also helps in the fulfillment of SDG 8 and 9, as it provides work and also provide modern essential services for the people that they need. It also helps in increasing the economic growth of the country, as the national income of the country also rises. As the economy of the country rises, the demand of the people also rises. To fulfill this demand of the people, more industries had been set up and more infrastructure facilities has been implemented in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. We will now move on. This was what? This was Australia, right? We'll now move on to Uruguay 2. Please take over.
Good morning. Delegate 2 of Uruguay wishes to speak on Goal 8, which is decent work and economic growth. The economy of Uruguay is characterized by an export-oriented agricultural sector and a well-educated workforce, along with high levels of social spending. After averaging growth of 5% annually during 1996 to 98, Uruguay's economy suffered a major downturn in 1999 to 2002, stemming largely from the spillover effects of the economic problems of its large neighbors. Economic growth and recent reforms have reduced poverty and inequality in Uruguay, overcoming the effects of recent economic crisis. Despite these improvements, inequality remains high in several areas of Uruguay. To increase the economic growth, it is necessary to make the country more technologically advanced. Education and employment is also key. And according to Focus Economics, economy is contracting 4.2% in 2020. In 2021, it is seen expanding 3.9%. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, delegate. South Africa 3. You are now recognized. Please go ahead.
The best way to predict your future is to create it. Honorable Executive Board, teachers, and fellow delegates, entrepreneurship is a key driver of economic growth along with employment generation. South Africa is an entrepreneur leader and has made progress to overcome structural factors and produce one of the most successful enterprises on the continent. The government has been actively engaged in incorporating more of the population into formal economy. Although well-founded, the South African entrepreneurial ecosystem has erected pillars like minimal innovation, education, lack of professional networks, and improper financing, which really hurdles the startups. The delegation proposes that we need targeted and coordinated policies to tackle these bottlenecks. We need training programs that trains individuals without current employment options into existing firms, and to legitimize a pathway of formal entrepreneurship in the informal sector. The government can cooperate with Global Vision International, which partners with Solution Space, a business incubator that provides new business owners with space and access to business students and thought leaders from around the world. We believe the countries can achieve great growth through entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you so much, delegate. That was great. We now have the delegate of India 2.
Good morning to everyone and the executive board. Poverty is a huge problem in India. Various anti-poverty policies are introduced by the government of India to remove poverty from our country. There is decline in poverty ratios in India from about 45% in 1993 to 1994 to 37.2% in 2004 to 5. The proportion of people below poverty line further came down to about 22% in 2011 to 2012. If the trend continues, people below poverty line may come down to less than 20% in next few years. Although the percentage of people living under poverty declined in the earlier 2 decades, 1973 to 1993, the poverty number of poor declined from 4,407 million in 2004 to 5.
Okay, Delegate, thank you so much. That was great. Now we'll take our last speaker for this group, Delegate of UAE 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Please take, it's your turn now. Please take the floor.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Respected Parliamentary Exam Board. I am the delegate to the United Arab Emirates. So let's start the discussion. Group A, Goal 1, no poverty. The poverty rate in the UAE is 19.5%. The poverty line is $80,022. The federal law number 13 of 1972 and its amendments by the law number 2 in 2001 was issued by the Minister of Community Development. MOCD is the first law to provide social benefits to the members of the community to ensure and sustain the high quality of living for all the UAE citizens. Goal 8, decent work and economic growth. In line with the Goal 8, one of the 6 national priorities of the UAE's National Agenda 2021 is transitioning to a knowledge-based economy. Goal 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. In line with the Vision 2021 of the UAE to be among the top 10 countries in the world by the Golden Jubilee of the Union in 2021, the country has taken many steps and strides to promote and encourage innovation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. And with that, we have concluded the discussions for Group A. Once again, I see 83 non-video participants, 84 now, delegates. Please switch your videos on. I shouldn't have to tell you repeatedly. I see a few hands up. Is this because you wish to be recognized, or is this because you have points of parliamentary inquiry?
We wish to be recognized.
Then, delegates, we're not recognizing any more speakers for Group A. We will now be talking about Group B. So, Advait, I request you to please take over.
All right, delegates. Okay. So, Anjali, do you have the thing ready?
Yeah, sure. You can start recognizing.
All right. So, Brazil 1, followed by Chile 1, IMF 1, Arab League 3, African Union 2,
Let us do
and
5 at a time, I think. We have 5 for now, so let's start. Yeah.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Brazil 1.
Hello everybody and good morning. This is Delegate of Brazil 1, and first I would like to thank Chair to give me a chance. So I'll like to talk about gender equality. So the country is illustrating when it comes to providing education and health rights for the men and women. Brazil continues to have a large gender gaps within the workforce and government representation. In Brazil, women are less valued in their jobs, face more discrimination difficulties in accessing the labor market and in professional growth, and are subjected to labor legislation that implies inequality. Additionally, public policies are not yet very effective to reducing inequality and expanding opportunities, particularly for low income women. Despite having the same educational level, Brazilian women earn 25% less than men. Only 16% of executive directors in financial services are women, and 11% of the elected candidates in 2014 federal election were women. Society is trapped in suboptimal equilibrium, is which the talented of women being leveraged to its full potential. Thank you.
Delegates, please lower your hands. And since there's no time left since the first delegate did not leave any time, we shall not entertain any POIs. Chile 1, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'll start. This is the delegate of Chile 1. Want to talk about reduced inequalities and gender equality. Chile remains the most unequal country of the whole Latin America. A 2018 study shows that the income of rich is 13.6 times more than the poor. Gender inequality persists in countries like Chile too, where women have very low rates of employment. The poor and middle class started riots recently, even during the pandemic, on the high taxes and high rates of household bills and receiving of low pensions. The people say that the Chilean government has done nothing to reduce these inequalities. Though women are educated, they get less opportunities to work. But when it comes to women's legal rights and economic opportunities, Chile performs better than the global average. The Chilean government has to reduce bills, taxes on middle class and poor, increase the increase the minimum wages. The Chilean government has to make up programs to give job opportunities to women and strengthen the laws against sexual harassment of women so that the women don't fear complaints.
Thank you, delegate. We shall now move on to IMF 1. Delegate, are you ready?
Yes. As for the IMF's mandate, inclusion matters. This goes back to the founding charter of the IMF, which emphasizes the importance of ensuring high job levels, which is a crucial driver of social inclusion. More recently, research shows that the lower and less sustainable economic growth and greater financial uncertainty are correlated with high levels of income inequality. Similarly, evidence shows that reducing gender equality increases economic efficiency, prosperity. IMF policy guidance now represents both inequality and gender equality whenever and wherever they are considered necessary for the economic stability and inclusive development. So, by spending on health, education, and social security and maintaining the progressivity of tax systems, the IMF has been exploring how fiscal policy can be deployed to minimize inequality. It focuses on the efforts to improve the economic participation of women, especially through the decision of tax and spending policies, a practice known as gender budgeting. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Arab League 3, are you ready?
Yes. Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. Ending all discrimination against women and girls is not only a basic human right, but it is crucial for sustainable future. It is a moral and ethical imperative. Since 2000, UNDP, together with UN partners and the rest of the global community, has made gender equality central, and we have seen some remarkable successes. More girls are now in school compared to 15 years ago, and most regions have reached gender parity in primary education. Women now make up to 41% of paid workers outside of agriculture, compared to 35% in 1990s. There are still gross inequalities in access to paid employment in some regions and significant gaps between men and women in the labor market, including sexual violence and exploitation. The unequal division of unpaid care and domestic work and discrimination in public decision making all remain huge barriers. We need to ensure universal access to sexual and reproductive health and affording women equal rights to economic resources such as land and property. We must also encourage more women leaders across all regions, which will apparently help us strengthen policies and legislation. That's all for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, delegate. Before we continue, are there any queries?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Delegate of World Bank 2, I'd request you not to write directly to me. If you wish to speak, you should raise your hand and speak in the committee. Delegate of World Bank 2, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would like to point out a point of order in the speech of Delegate of Chile. They said that the most unequal country in Latin America is Chile, but in actuality, it is Brazil. And I have sent you the link. You can cross-check my point. Thank you.
All right, Delegate, thank you. AU2, you may now speak.
Yes, thank you. I would like to speak about gender equality. In an era where economic, social, and cultural boundaries are all dissolved, the issue regarding the human rights forms a fundamental principle. As we are approaching new era and developing every day, the need to ensure the equality between men and women has increased. There has been a recognizable growth in how the leadership roles of women may be educational or outside like agriculture sector in parliament's development is reflecting. Taking this a consideration, the African Union has developed a gender policy that focuses on breaking the gaps between men and women and is particularly addresses of gender equality and policies provide framework which will accelerate the realization of gender equality, non-discrimination and fundamental rights to both men and women. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. I would request delegates who have not spoken as much to please raise their hands for the next time we recognize speakers. Are there any points? Delegates, are you raising your hand for the speeches, or do you have a point to rise to?
For speeches.
For speeches.
Speeches.
For speeches.
For speeches.
Please refrain from doing that until I ask you to. All right, since there are no points on the floor, I recognize Egypt too. Followed by ASEAN 3. Japan 1. RSA 1. And Canada 3. Egypt 2, whenever you're ready. Delegates,
Yes, I
please
am
raise your
ready.
hand.
May I have permission to?
1 second. Advay, Uruguay 2 and RSA 3 have not spoken yet.
When were they recognized?
They were recognized by you in the first set.
I did not recognize them in the first set.
All right, then I'll remove those names. So yeah, okay.
Delegates, please lower your hands. Egypt 2, whenever you're ready.
Yes, I am ready. The delegate of Egypt too would like to present on Group B, which consists of two goals: reduce inequalities and gender equality. Egypt is always have superstitions on men and women, more of women, which women are more of housewives and house chores. However, Egypt government has taken action to help women in this matter. Women have been given a few seats and limited seats in the parliament. Women have also women and men labor have also ratios has been increased. Women have also women superstitions are also trying to be
trying to be removed by the existing government. The existing government has taken a, 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 a partnership with the UN to achieve these two goals. During the coronavirus time, the rich have become poor and the poor have reached to a level of extreme poverty. Egypt, however, all the activities to help evacuate this have been paused.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Brazil 1, what point do you rise to? Delegate of Brazil 1.
Yeah, I have a question that if we
What point do you rise to, Delegate?
given this speech already one time, so can I have a
Delegate of,
question about
who was this? Delegate of
Brazil
ASEAN
one,
3, Delegate
delegate
of
of
ASEAN 3,
Brazil
whenever
one.
you're ready. Delegate of Brazil 1, you are not recognized.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Here is the delegate of ASEAN 3. Good morning to all executives bodies. Executives, I would like to start with the Group B. A gender equality is maintained in all countries by our organization by calculating state-wise male and female ratio and promotes female choice survival for the better future by strict act. But in some parts of Philippines, the gender equality exists, but we are trying to not exist by the. That's why we have launched the Act Gender Equality Act for Women's Rights. This achieves the protection of protection arrival of women, while the inequality is also maintained by our organization. Otherwise, this we have the good relationship with other countries or organization. Thanks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points of information?
No, so
Delegate of Canada.
Delegate of Canada want to ask to Delegate of ASEAN 3 that what all organization or steps that have been taken for the rights of women. Can you explain in brief?
okay, I will explain. We have launched the Gender Equality Act for women's rights. This is the protection of survival of women. So, it's done.
Delegate of ASEAN 3.
Yes, sir, it's done.
All right. Japan 1, whenever you're ready.
Yes, Chair. There is a gender wage gap of 24.5% in Japan, that is the second largest in the world. Mostly women are non-regular workers experiencing no increasing pay and no job security. They take maternity and childbearing breaks and then have less chance of regular employment. Women in Japan get less pensions because they are usually non-regular or part-time workers and they cannot save money for retirement with less salary. Female representation in the parliament is just 10%, and Japan has never had a female head of a state. Gender equality is a basic human right, and to protect it, more women can participate in politics and can be a role model for others. Companies can provide women with incentives like maternity leaves, menstrual leaves, and create a women friendly environment. The government can encourage women and equip them with the necessary skills to fill up fast growing roles like artificial intelligence and engineering. Reduction or no school fee and daycare facilities can help women to go out and work. Women can surely have equal pensions if they have more chances of regular employment. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of RSA 1.
For the first time in African history, women now make up half of the government's cabinet. Throughout our political evolution, NGOs have played a vital role in supporting and contributing to gender equality, along with countries' development. But they are not able to utilize their full potential due to many challenges. mainly funding constraints. To increase the efficiency, the delegation proposes NGOs to work with schools or healthcare centers directly rather than through the state. This allows a more transparent approach to engagement with civil society. For greater financial stability in the long term, NGOs need to diversify their funding base and work towards a mixed model of income generation. Introducing standards such as social return on investment would go a long way towards increasing levels of trust and cooperation and ensuring accountability and fewer amounts of funding wasted. Therefore, by improving NGOs, more women could come ahead in political field, education, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Canada, you are now recognized.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Reduce inequalities. We are in the most prosperous and unequal time in the human history. Despite the abundance of wealth around the world, the vast majority of people are included from this prosperity. In 2017, billionaires around the world increased in their wealth by 762 billion, an amount that could have ended entire global poverty 7 times over. In Canada, the income of the bottom 90% increased by only 2% from 1982 to 2010, while those in the top 10% saw their income increase by 75%. Those facing marginalization are in turn excluded from economic and income generation opportunities, making minorities and vulnerable population more likely to live in poverty. Reducing inequalities and sharing in our prosperity will create happier, healthier, and safer life world for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Commonwealth of Australia too. What point do you rise to? Delegate of Australia. All right then. So we shall now break. So now we shall divide you into breakout rooms for a break. There is a break from 11:30 a.m. to 11:45. Please do not leave the session, and you can switch off your cameras and mute your mics. And but please do not leave the session. We shall meet again at 11:45 sharp. Yes, Delegate Vairovan.
Delegate of Canada would like to ask a point of parliamentary inquiries that after the break there would be the.
You have to be recognized yet.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Yeah, go on.
Okay. Delegate of Canada has a question of point of parliamentary inquiries that after the break, the same group will be discussing.
Yeah, so once we meet again at 11:45, we shall continue the discussion on Group B, and then move on to Group C and D once we're finished with this group.
Thank you.
We shall now move on to the break. I will not recognize any further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, delegates, I see right now that there are a lot of non-video participants, which is okay since we're in the break. But during the session, please make sure that they're on. Right now, you can switch them off and mute yourselves. Okay. We will be dividing you in. No, wait, okay.
कि आप क्या चेंज करोगे क्या ग्रुप होना ने कहा हम इसी पे बने रहेंगे।
किसका माइक ऑन करा?
मैं इधर तो बंद
Delegates, please start switching your cameras on. We will begin formal proceedings in another 2 minutes.
Welcome back, delegates. We are now in formal proceedings. I would request all of you to turn your cameras on if you can. The second session has now begun, and we will be continuing discussion on Group B before moving on to Group C and D.
Okay, can you just a second of that. Delegates, there are 77 non-video participants in this meeting. Please switch your cameras on. I've already informed all of you that there are marks associated with this, so please switch your cameras on. Those of you who sent me messages saying that you cannot, it's okay. But the rest of you, please switch your cameras on. 62 people without your cameras on. Guys, please switch your videos on. There are still 57 people without their videos on. Please switch your videos on. Okay, delegates, moving on. Okay, Aditya, back to you.
Okay. So I request Anjali to take the roll call, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Advai. I'll just take roll call. Just give me a second. All right. USA 1, USA 2, USA 3, Vietnam 1, Vietnam 2,
Present.
Vietnam 3, Arab League
Ma'am,
1.
Vietnam.
Noted, delegate. Thank you. Arab League 1, Arab League 2,
Present.
Arab League 3,
Present, Chair.
Ma'am, Vietnam 1 present.
Delegate, please repeat.
Vietnam 1 present.
All right, delegate. Thank you. Sweden 1,
Present.
Sweden 2,
Present.
Sweden 3,
Present.
French Republic 1, French Republic 2, French Republic 3, G33 1, G33 2, G33 3, Australia 1,
Present.
Australia 2,
Present.
Australia 3,
Present.
Nepal 1, Nepal 2, Nepal 3, World Bank 1,
Present, ma'am.
World Bank 2,
Present, Chair.
World Bank 3,
Present, ma'am.
South Africa 1,
Present.
South Africa 2,
Present.
South Africa 3,
Present.
Uruguay 1,
Present.
Uruguay 2,
Present.
Uruguay 3,
Present.
China 1, China 1, China 2, China 3, UNESCO 1,
Present, ma'am.
UNESCO 2, UNESCO 3, okay, UNESCO 2 noted, UNESCO 3, UNICEF 1,
Present, ma'am.
UNICEF 2,
Present, ma'am.
UNICEF 3,
Present, ma'am.
Germany 1,
Present, ma'am.
Germany 2,
Present, ma'am.
Present, ma'am.
um, Germany 3,
Present, ma'am.
UAE 1, UAE
Present,
1,
ma'am. Present, ma'am.
thank you, UAE 2,
Present, ma'am.
UAE 3,
Present, ma'am.
noted delegate, African Union 1,
Present, ma'am.
African Union 2,
Present, ma'am.
African Union 3,
Present, ma'am.
Bangladesh 1,
Present.
Bangladesh 2,
Present.
Bangladesh 3,
Present.
Argentine Republic 1, Argentine Republic 2,
Present.
Argentine Republic 3, Thailand 1,
Present, logistic.
Thailand 2,
Present, ma'am.
Thailand 3, Thailand 3,
Excuse me, ma'am.
yes, delegate.
Ma'am, actually, she messaged me to take her in. She is in waiting room, so please let her in.
That would be looked into, delegate. Thank you. ASEAN 1,
Present, ma'am.
ASEAN 2,
Present.
ASEAN 3, ASEAN 3, Brazil 1,
Present.
Brazil 2,
Present.
Brazil 3,
Present.
Morocco 1,
Present.
Morocco 2,
Present.
Morocco 3, Philippines 1, Philippines 2, Philippines 3, India 1,
Present.
India 2,
Present.
India 3,
Present.
Cambodia 1,
Present.
Cambodia 2,
Present.
Cambodia 3,
Present.
IMF 1,
Present.
IMF 2, IMF 2, IMF 3,
Present.
European Union 1, European Union 1, noted delegate, European Union 2,
Present.
European Union 3,
Present.
Singapore 1, Singapore 2,
Present.
Singapore 3,
Present.
Chile 1,
Present.
Chile 2, Chile 2. Chile 3.
Present.
Egypt 1.
Present.
Egypt 2.
Present.
Egypt 3.
Present.
Italian Republic 1.
Present.
Italian Republic 2.
Present.
Italian Republic 3. Russian Federation 1. Russian Federation 2. Russian Federation 3. All right. Spain 1.
Present.
Spain 2.
Present.
Spain 3. WHO 1.
Present.
WHO 2.
Present.
WHO 3.
Present.
UK 1.
Present.
UK 2.
Present.
UK 3.
Present.
Japan 1.
Present.
Japan 2.
Present.
Japan 3.
Present.
Canada 1. Canada 1. Canada 2.
Present.
Canada 3.
Present.
ILO 1.
Present.
ILO 2.
Present.
ILO 3.
Present.
Indonesia 1.
Present.
Indonesia 2.
Present.
Indonesia 3.
Present, ma'am.
All right, delegate. Now I'll just quickly go over the names that did not respond. USA 1. USA 2. USA 3. Vietnam 3. Arab League 1. French Republic 1, 2 or 3.
French Republic 2 is present.
All right. G33. Any members from G33 here? Nepal 1. Nepal 2. Nepal 3.
Nepal 1 is present.
All right, delegate. One second. Then we have China. Any members from China here?
China 2 is present.
All right.
People's Republic of China 3 present.
All right, delegate. Thank you. UNESCO 3. Argentine Republic 1. Argentine Republic 3. Thailand 3. ASEAN 3. Morocco 3. Any members from the Republic of Philippines? IMF 2. Singapore 1. Chile 2. Russian Federation, any members? Spain 3. Canada 1.
Present.
Okay, Canada 1. Thank you, delegate. If any delegate could not unmute themselves, please send me your attendance via chat. Otherwise, Advai, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Anjali. Delegate of Vietnam 2, what point do you rise to? Delegate of Vietnam 2. If you do not have a query, I'd request you to lower your hand, please. Delegate of Thailand 2. Delegate of Japan 1, what point do you rise to?
The delegate of Japan has a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Go ahead.
If a delegate has given speeches or a speech in Group A or Group B, then in the coming sessions, can they raise their hands to give a speech, or only those who have not given any speech are supposed to?
No, delegate. You have to speak in every group, so you're not limited just to speak about one group. You have to speak in all groups.
Okay, thank you,
But
Chair.
within your team, you can decide who's speaking or who's doing what. That is totally up to you.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
But and apart from that, I would encourage people to speak, especially those who haven't spoken yet. So, delegates, please raise your hands for speeches. Once I ask for them. Once I ask. Please. Thank you. Delegate of Bangladesh 1, what point do you rise to?
I want to speak.
Delegates, we haven't started the speech part yet, so I would request you to lower your hands if you do not have a point to rise to.
Okay.
Delegate of Egypt 2.
Delegate of Egypt too has a point of parliamentary. If a delegate has finished both of his speeches, like if he has finished Group A and B, can he leave the meeting, or he has to stay until the whole
No
program
delegates.
is in?
No delegate. You have to stay till the end, and you have to speak in all the groups, not just 2 of them. There are 5 groups, and you have to speak in all of them.
Okay.
Delegate of Chile 1.
Delegate wants a point of personal privilege.
Go
I
ahead.
actually have another meeting from 4 to 6, and so I want to leave a little earlier.
Can I
do
answer that?
I've even sent a mail.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Delegate, we didn't receive a mail from your teachers. We just have an approved request from one of the delegates, not you. So I believe that if you can ask your principal to write an email right now, then we will look into it. What school are you from?
Kautilya Vidyalaya.
Yeah, so please ask your teacher to send us an email approving and requesting for this, and then we will look into it.
I would request Arya Saraf to rename themselves as their portfolio.
Sure, sir. Before that, I want to say something. Please note that
What
Thailand
point
3
you
is
raised to delegate?
present.
What point do you raise to delegate?
I raised that. Please note that Thailand 3 is present.
All right, delegate. I would request you to rename yourself now. Anjali, delegate of Thailand 3 is present.
Also, delegates, I think 67 non-video participants. Please switch your cameras on, delegates. I've been saying this repeatedly, and it doesn't speak well for the committee that this is not happening. Okay, Advait, go on.
All right. So I would request the delegates to raise hand for speeches now. Anjali, are you ready?
I'll be doing that for this
okay.
thing. So I'll just share my screen. Can you see it? All right.
Yes.
Couldn't make this one. Delegates, please mute yourselves.
Okay, so I recognize the delegate of Cambodia 1. Delegate of United Kingdom apologies delegate, but is Krishna delegate number 1, 2, or 3?
2.
All right, so UK 2. Then I recognize the delegate of Singapore 2. followed by the delegate of Uruguay 2. Ishani, that's four delegates, right?
Yes, this is 4.
Okay, so then the last delegate for this round would be the delegate of the European Union 2.
All right. So we will now begin.
Delegate of Cambodia 1, whenever you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready. Good morning to one and all present here. Since I'm speaking about Group B, gender equality, it's goal number 5. The problem, as we know in Cambodia, it has a culture of very unequal power relations between men and women, and there's a lot of gender-based violence in common. And women go through many gender-based violence, physical violence by the age of 15 itself, starting from the age of 15. So the solutions that people in Cambodia have come up with is in the institutional reforms through effective policy development and implementation, behavioral change through media mobilization and youth engagement, promotion of women in decision making, and they've encouraged women in politics as they've given women role in government too. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Do we have any points of information? Delegates, I can see a lot of raised hands. If this is not for a point of information, I would request you to lower them. All right, delegate of Argentina 2, do you have a point of information?
No, sir.
All right, delegate of Arab League 3, do you have a point of information?
Yes, sir.
Delegates, please lower your hands if you do not have a point of information.
Yes, sir.
Go on, delegate.
The delegate has a point of information. The delegate of Arab League 3 has a point of information to delegate of Cambodia 1 that in what ways will you adopt to promote women into politics?
We encourage women into politics as most of the time, if we see men are given a lot of opportunities. They've started women training in politics, the NGO Silka. It's helped women encouraged in politics. That's why women are, going into politics now in Cambodia.
All right, delegate, thank you. Delegate of ILO 1, do you have a point of information?
No, sir. It was by mistake.
All right. Okay, so delegate of UK 2, whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, sir. I have raised my hand for a point of interest.
Yes, delegate. I have not recognized you because we have addressed one point of information.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so Adre, where are you?
Yeah, so delegate of UK 2, whenever they're ready.
Honorable Chair and respected delegates, the women in UK make 51% of the population of the UK, but women are only 29% of MPs, 25% of judges, and only 24% of FTSE 100 directors. This is a very big inequality of the basis of gender. In 2019, the gender pay gap was 17.3% in the UK, which means that on average, women were paid approximately 83 pounds for every €1 men were paid. Data from the annual survey of arts and earnings shows that the size of pay gap between men and women depends on a number of factors. Despite successive prime ministers pledging to take decisive action to tackle the gender imbalances in the politics and wider British societies, the UK has dropped from the 15th most equal nation in the world to 21st. There should be at least 33% of the reserved vacancies in the both government and private sectors. Women should be giving leading leading roles in the politics. They should have equal pensions as the men. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Um, yes, delegate of the Commonwealth of Australia. All right, delegate of Japan 1. What point do you rise to?
The delegate of Japan has a point of information.
Go on, delegate.
What are the possible solutions that the delegate of UK would suggest, or what is the steps taken by government in UK? Because that was not said right now. Hello.
Delegate, a point of information has to be a question. So what is your question to the delegate?
Yeah, the delegate of Japan is asking the question that what are the possible solutions that the delegate of UK is providing? Possible solutions.
Delegate of UK?
Yes, can I answer?
Yes.
So there should be at least 33% of reserved vacancies in both the government and private sectors, and women should given the leading roles in political activities, and government should encourage the women, and the government should encourage education among the women, so
All right,
as they will be educated.
That will be all. Thank you. Delegate of Singapore 2, whenever you're ready.
Yes, Chair. Do we want to go back to Singapore, where daughters stayed at home and sons went to school, where men could legally take several wives, where married women could not own the controlled personal property? Let me hear a resounding no. Singapore has made huge leaps when it comes to gender equality. Predominantly thanks to Women's Charter, the Women's Charter was passed in 1961 to advocate girls' and women's rights in Singapore and promote equality in marriage, an event described as momentous in Singapore's history because it significantly protected and advanced women's rights. In 3 of the 5 indicators, Singapore has high or extremely high gender inequality, leadership positions, legal protection, and political representation. Hardly surprising when you look at the facts. 52% of Singapore's companies have less than 20% of women in leadership roles. The World Bank Women Business and Law Database noted that Singapore currently does not have laws mandating
Delegate, I would request
and
you to
non-description.
finish your speech.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Uruguay 2, whenever you're ready.
Gender equality and social dialogue are both fundamental values and cross-cutting issues for the International Labour Organization. In 2009, the International Labour Conference concluded its discussion on gender equality at the heart of decent work by reaffirming that social dialogue and tripartism are essential policy tools to advance gender equality in the world of work. In both rural and urban areas of the country, women make up a large proportion of the workforce. In fact, Uruguayan women have the highest participation rate in labor industry in all of Latin America. Still, there is an enormous discrepancy in wages between men and women, with Uruguayan women making less than 60% of men's income on average. It is very clear that there is a gender inequality in the country. Inequalities only lead to breaking of unity among people, which can ultimately affect the economy and development of a country. This could be fixed by giving equal job opportunities to both men and women and considering both the genders equal in all areas. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Argentina 2, what point do you rise to?
The delegate of Argentina 2 has a point of information.
No, delegate, we are not entertaining point of information for this speech. Thank you. Delegate of EU 2.
Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Okay. To reduce inequality, we must understand its causes and consequences, which can be complex and deeply rooted in social, economic, political, and environmental systems and resources. Our approach is therefore multifold. We support actions to empower women and create opportunities for youth and disadvantaged communities, increase economic inclusion and create decent work and higher incomes, enhance social services and ensure access to social protection, facilitate safe migration and mobility and tackle irregular migration, foster pro-poor fiscal policies, and develop fair and transparent tax systems, encourage domestic resource mobilization, and stimulate public and private sector development. Our impact: supporting inclusive growth, social protection, and progressive tax systems. 1.5 million migrants forcibly displaced people or individuals from host communities were protected or assisted. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Do we have any points of information? All right. Do we have any? Yes, delegate of Thailand one. What point do you rise to?
The delegate of Thailand one having the point of information to the EU2
Go on, delegate.
that what are the opportunities that the government is giving for Europe.
I'm sorry, I'm facing net issues here. The voice is breaking. So, could you repeat?
Okay, no problem. What are the opportunities are giving your state to the people of your country?
Actually, mine is not a state. It's a European Union, which is like a organization. So, yeah, I think I've explained clearly. I'm not actually. I'm not able to like.
It's all right, delegate. Thank you. Does any other delegate rise to any point? All right then. I would request you to. Yes, delegate of the UK. What point do you rise to?
The delegate of UK has a point of information about the speech of EU2.
We will not recognize another point of information. Thank you. I would request delegates to raise hands for the next round of speeches, please. The delegate of Sweden won. Followed by the delegate of RSA 2. I would request Abhishek Mahajan to rename himself, please. Followed by the delegate of UK. Again, with apologies. Which delegate are you, Hrushikesh? Apologies if I
Delegate 3.
wrong. UK 3. Followed by the Kingdom of Spain 2. And lastly, the Republic of India. Which delegate are you? Delegate 1, 2, or 3?
1.
All right. So India 1. Sweden, whenever you're ready.
Yes. Shall I start?
Yes, delegate, whenever you're ready.
So Delegate 1 of Sweden wants to talk about Group B. In 2006, Riksdag established a political goal that women and men both have the same status and powers, and in society their own lives have same powers. In 2016, the Swedish government passed a 10-year national strategy to stop the men's violence against the women. Sweden has a legislation to counter the discrimination and to support the national minorities. Sweden has come a long way in making sure that the women and men are treated equally in the workplace. Gender discrimination in workplace has been illegal since 1980. The Swedish discrimination from 2009 demands that employers or the women actively promote equality between men and women, but also take measures against harassment.
Sweden comes in top 10 countries, having the fourth rank in closing the gender gap as we enter into a new decade. That was all about Group B. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. I see a lot of hands raised in the participants list. I would request you to lower your hand if it's not if you don't have a point to raise to. Furthermore, I believe that there are 73 people with their cameras off. I would request you to turn your cameras on unless you have informed either me or Ishani about you having internet issues. Delegate of delegate of RSA 2, whenever you're ready.
Ending all discrimination against women and girls is not only a basic human right, but it is crucial for a sustainable development. There are large inequalities in South Africa where women are denied the same work rights as men. These include gender-based violence and exploitation, unequal division of labor, discrimination of public places, and many more. Between 25 to 40% of the South African women have experienced some kind of physical violence. South Africa has the legislation, but not enough action is taken. Therefore, the delegation proposes that taking strict action against issues related to gender-based violence and raising public awareness by initiating campaigns can help. Also, taking strict action against companies or institutions that do not ensure equal payment between men and women can help ensure gender equality as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Do we have any points of information on the floor? Delegate of Arab League 3. Delegate of Arab League 3.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Women in South Africa have had enough of the fluffy companions and high teas. The delegate of Arab League 3 wants to know what exactly is being done to address the issues that affect women gender.
Could the delegate of Arab League please repeat the question?
Sure, delegate. Women in South Africa have had enough of the fluffy companions and high teas. The delegate of Arab League 3 wants to know what exactly is being done to address the issues that affect women, regardless of race, gender, religion, or success.
Thank you. The Maputo Protocol is something that was initiated by the heads of this government. This particular protocol focuses on ensuring gender equality by providing roles in the political association and while taking initiatives against harmful traditional practices, which include child marriage and FGMs. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you, Delegate.
Delegate of UAE 1, do you what point do you rise to?
For speech.
We are not taking any points for speech right now. I mean, yeah, thank you. Delegate of UK 3, whenever you're ready.
Inequalities are two major problem in UK. The major cause of inequality is that laws are made, but implementation and amendment is not effective. So I think that UK needs a strong judicial system so that the laws the government has made are implemented successfully on the ground. The laws such as Universal Adult Franchise, Equal Pay Act, Equality Act 2006 and 2010 are to be amended successfully and implemented on the ground so that violation of these acts is not done. If inequalities are reduced, then the peace is automatically increased because if inequalities are there, then of course there will be protests and civil wars and etc. As we see in America, due to race discrimination, it had a lot of protests. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Spain 2, you now have the floor.
Yes, sir. Can I start?
Yes, sure.
Spain has established its leadership in fighting gender discrimination in the social, political, and economical spheres. But still, to achieve a target, it needs to improve more and follow the implementation strictly. Government should provide equal opportunities to women in every sector. If they are discriminated by someone, they must be punished publicly. In vulnerable societies, to change the minds of people about women and to empower them, some awareness programs should be taken. In Spain, most of the inequalities within the country is due to the income inequalities, and COVID-19 pandemic has deepened this. The solution to this problem is reduce unemployment, increase productivity, and improve economic output. For this, education should be pulled up. Women can be encouraged to participate into non-traditional jobs such as driving, hospitality, mobile phone fixing, etc., and can become independent and empower them. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Arab League 3, what point do you rise to?
I'm sorry, Chair, I forgot to raise
All
low
right,
down my
all right, Delegate, no problem. Delegate of ILO 1, what point do you rise to?
Point of information.
No, Delegate, we are not entertaining points of information for this speech. Delegate of India 1, you now have the floor.
Okay, sir. Gender inequalities and their social causes impact India's sex ratio, women's health over their lifetimes, their educational attainment, and economic conditions. Gender inequality in India is a multifaceted issue that concerns men and women. Some argue that various gender equality indices plan men at a disadvantage. However, when India's population is examined as a whole, women are at a disadvantage in several important ways. Although the Constitution of India grants men and women equal rights, but gender disparities still remain. Government of India has taken several measures, interventions, and strengthened institutional mechanism towards the empowerment of women and for elimination of gender gaps and inequality. Uh, Government of India implemented new schemes and programs. One of them is support to training and employment program for
I
women,
would
that
request you
is
to conclude your speech,
STEP.
Delegate.
Yes, sir.
I would request you to conclude your give concluding remarks for your speech now.
Sorry, sir.
I would request you to conclude your speech now. You have crossed the time limit.
Okay, sir.
All right, thank you. Yes, Delegate of Egypt 2, what point do you rise to? Delegate of Egypt 2.
Delegate of Egypt too wishes to be recognized for speech, not any question.
Please raise your hand only when I ask for hands to be raised for the speech. Yes, Delegate of ILO 1.
So I have a point of information.
Go on, Delegate.
Delegate of India.
Yes.
Delegate of India, there are various sexual harassment cases which has been reported daily in India. So what are the measures and what are the provisions made to stop all this?
Sorry, could you please repeat?
As the sexual harassment cases are rising in India, what are the provisions or measures government of India is doing to stop all this?
Yes, the government of India has launched a scheme or program, that is Janani Suraksha Yojana, which deals with all these harassment cases.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Yes, Delegate of RSA 3, what point do you rise to?
Delegate of RSA 3 raise a point of parliament, raise a point of information, but
No, Delegate, we will not entertain that. Thank you. All right, so you will have one last round of speeches for Group B. So I would now request you to raise your hands for the concluding speeches for Group B. All right. So The delegate of Nepal 3. Followed by the delegate of Canada, followed by Canada 1. Followed by RSA 3. Then Silent 2. Followed by the UAE 2. I would request the delegates to lower their hands now. Thank you. Nepal 3, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon to one and all. Today, more than 8.1 million Nepalis live in poverty. Women and girls are more likely to be poor despite the significant contribution they make to the economy, especially to unpaid care and household work. More than one-third of Nepalese children under 5 years are stunted and 10% suffer from wasting due to acute malnutrition. Without a concerted effort to inequality and pursue policies that benefit many rather than the richest few, the poorest and the most marginalized Nepalis will continue to be excluded from the progress. In conclusion, to build a more equal country that leaves nobody behind, Nepal must act now to put the right policies in place and enable citizens and social movements to advocate for progressive change and hold decision makers to account. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Canada 1, you now have the floor.
Good morning, bonza to the respected Honorable General Assembly and fellow delegates. Today, the Delegate of Canada would like to talk about the gender equality and reduce inequality in Canada, which is a major problem in Canada. As just gender equality is more in population that gender equality is a very problem in Canada that today world is facing it. Today, women and men both are in the causes of gender equality. So, Canada has taken an organization known as Labor Liberation Organization, which is the more important for girls and women rights. It is given also for the backward classes. For the solution of this problem is not to be a individual citizen, but to be a country is better. By telling this much, I am ending my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Since I cannot see any points of information, all right, delegate of Japan 1, what point do you rise to?
The delegate of Japan is a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Go on, delegate.
After the speeches of any delegate, if time is left, then only will the other delegates be allowed to ask points of information, or like any time?
Yes, delegate. Only if the speeches are done and there is some time left, I will entertain points of information. But apart from that, it is up to the chair's discretion.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I am the delegate of World Bank. I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Go on, delegate. Also, I would request you to raise your hand before speaking. But
Okay.
go on.
Actually, my teammates have not finished their Group B speeches. Will they be continuing the speeches for Group B?
No, delegate. This is the last round for Group B. We shall move on to Group C after this. We cannot recognize everybody in the committee, and therefore we have to make do with
There will
what.
be no marks deducted, right, for this?
No, they won't.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Delegate of Morocco 1, what point do you rise to?
I have point of parliamentary inquiry.
Go on, delegate.
No delegate of Morocco had gave speech on group 2. So can we give speech? Anyone of delegate of Morocco?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Means we have two delegates in the portfolio Morocco, and we both are have not given the speech of group 2. So can we give speech on group 2, group B?
No, delegate. So if you haven't been recognized, we will recognize you later. We cannot as I said earlier, we cannot recognize everybody, and so we don't worry, we will recognize you eventually. But yeah. Yes, delegate of UAE 1, what point do you rise to?
I have a point of parliamentary inquiry
Go on,
that
delegate.
The student, the delegates that speech on in group A, that same delegates of speech in group B, or you choose another because of some names is repeating, so some are not get chance.
So it is up to the chair's discretion, and as for me, I am choosing delegates at random. I am not choosing any delegates in specific. I see all the hands that are raised, and then I'm choosing delegates from that. So if you do not, that is exactly why I said that if you haven't spoken earlier, I would request you to raise your hands when I ask you to when I ask for the speeches.
Okay.
Yes, delegate of Argentina too.
The delegate of Argentina too has a point of information.
No delegate. Delegate of Egypt too.
Delegate of Region 2 has a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Go on,
Now,
delegate.
before this round, when the group
You
A
gave.
round,
I had given 10 KD to you. Yes, sir. So this is balance money.
can you hear me?
Yes, delegate.
If this round is over, by
Let's keep
chance,
for you.
if you have
One
not.
second, delegate. 1 second, delegate. I would request all participants to please mute themselves if they haven't been recognized or they aren't the ones speaking. Thank you. Yes, delegate.
If now the group A round was over, can I present again in group C round, or is it not allowed?
Yes, of course you can. There is no limitation that you can only present in one round. You were supposed to speak in all. Yes, delegate of UK, what point do you rise to?
Yeah, Chair. I raise a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Go on, delegate.
If we not got chance in group A, then is there any means because you chair did not recognize me? Are we supposed to get?
Delegate, you aren't audible.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes, delegate, go on.
Yeah, Chair. I have a point of parliamentary inquiry that
Yes,
I have not got chance in group A. So if I not got chance in future of one of the group, then am I getting the marks only of those speeches I have speak?
Yes, delegate, you will only be marked for the speeches you've given. Which is why I am suggesting that all of you speak as much as you can. So raise your hands as often as you can. And it's not just the speeches that you can speak in. You can ask points of information as well. So I would recommend delegates to do that. Yes, delegate of ILO 1, what point do you rise to?
The point of parliamentary inquiry.
Go on, delegate.
So the problem is some of us have divided the groups as per our convenience because all the 17 goals, understanding them and speaking about them is not that easy. So
Yes,
that is why we have divided them among ourselves. So because of this, one of our teammate is not getting chance to speak.
All right.
So because in group A also he didn't get, and in now also if he didn't get, so it will be a problem.
I mean, we can't really do anything about that because, as I said earlier, I can't give everybody a chance to speak. I am trying my best to give as many people as I can. So if you feel that the delegate can speak in some other group, that would be great. But apart from that, I can't really do anything about it.
Advai, can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Delegates, we've been receiving a lot of questions regarding who is being recognized for speeches and who is not. Okay, so to talk about what the delegate of ILO asked right now, I believe it was you. Oh no, whoever asked. I'm sorry. Okay, you. It's okay if you're not able to cover all the content because your other team members are not recognized. It does not affect your marking. Okay, we've planned it in such a way. So don't worry that because another member was not recognized, you weren't able to cover all 17 goals because you divided them amongst yourself. That's okay. We understand that, which is okay, and it won't affect your marks. We are trying to recognize as many people as possible. I understand that there are some repetitions, but there are reasons behind that, so don't worry. Okay, we're looking at the marking scheme and we're trying to give equal opportunities to everybody. It may not come off as that, but it is being done like that. Now, the next time that either of us recognize, I request all those delegates who have spoken once, even once, please don't raise your hands, be it spoken in group A or group B or anything. Okay, so please don't raise your hands. Only the ones who have not spoken at all, even once in the entire conference till now, only those delegates are requested to speak, to raise their hands to speak in this. This is group B going on, right?
So group B, we have our, this is the last round for group B. So
okay, yeah. So now for group C, the next time the next time Adva recognizes speakers, please don't raise your hands if you've already spoken once in the entire session. Okay. So delegates, and as far as the dividing content is concerned, don't worry about that. We have taken care of that. Your marking will not be affected if you're not able to cover because you were not recognized. Okay. Yes. Focus on your content and we will deal with the rest.
Delegate of RSA 3, you now have the floor.
According to the Small Business Institute, small, medium, and micro-sized enterprises contribute 98.5% to the African economy, delivering only 28% of all jobs. It is safe to assume that it plays a vital role in closing the gaps of inequality. But the Department of Small Business Development was tasked with coordination and red tape reduction and data collection, but hasn't worked efficiently enough due to lack of policy harmony, creating more red tape. And also, the fiscal policy has really effectively worked to reduce inequalities, but due to high debt levels, that has been inefficient as well. The delegation proposes that there is a need for an improved understanding of business dynamics of small and firms, the diversity, characteristics, needs, and constraints. Large corporates must be encouraged to support and buy shares in SMEs, and the education of local SMEs in international business will give access to foreign funding and investors. There must also be a better business conducive environment and a market competition in order for them to flourish and reduce the inequality gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Morocco 1, what point do you rise to?
For speech.
Please raise your hand for speeches only once I've asked for them and not before. Only once I've asked for them and not before, please. I haven't asked for the speeches yet, so because we still have a few to go. Delegate of Silent 2, you now have the floor.
Yes. Yes. The social and economic changes in the Thailand in the past decades have important implications for the quality as well as the quantity of the labor. The economic and also the non-economic roles of women in the Thailand can be traced back several hundred years in the Thai history. Thailand was 69th in the global rank of UNDP Gender Inequality Index (GII) in 2011 out of the 146 countries. Education, which is the one of the major contributors that affect the labor market gender disparately in Thailand. Women in Thailand were among the first women in Asia who were granted to right vote in 1932. Thailand provides many opportunities for women such as economic, non-economic, political, etc. The government of Thailand is taking several measures to enhance gender equality and women's empowerment. Most
All right. Delegate of UAE 2, you now have the floor.
people are engendering school curriculum, implementing gender responsibility.
Delegate of Silent 2. I believe there are some internet issues. Delegate of UAE 2.
Yes.
Delegate of UAE 2, you now have the floor.
Can I explain delegate of UE1?
Delegate of
Should I
UAE
start the
2,
speech?
Delegate of UAE 2 now has the floor. Everybody, I would request everybody else to please mute themselves. Thank you. Yes, Delegate, go on.
Yes, thank you for the chance. Group B, goal for gender equality. The UAP education at the cornerstone of Vision 2021. The Ministry of Education MOE and its strategic partners have developed a strong strategy to harness the national human capital's full potential by maximizing participation in high quality education, encouraging entrepreneurship, and nurturing public and private sector leaders. Goal 10, reduce inequalities. Reducing social inequality and ensuring social integration is key to achieving stability and harmony in society and is part of UAE's pledge on leaving no one behind. Inclusion of vulnerable categories like people of determination, senior citizens, widows, divorcees, and families in distress are at the heart of UAE's social policies and strategies. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Uh, Delegate of ILO 3, what point do you rise to?
Point of information.
Go on, Delegate.
Honorable Delegate of UAE2, what is UAE trying to do to reduce gender equality?
Yes. The Ministry of Education and the strategic partners of the UAE have developed a strong strategy to harness the national human capital's full potential, and they are trying to maximize the participation in high quality education for everybody, and they are encouraging entrepreneurship and nurturing public and private sector leaders.
Please rise to plead to follow up.
Go on, Delegate.
Need to follow up.
Thank you. Honorable Delegate, you just repeated the same of your speech, but just wanted you to explain, elaborate it out of your speech.
Yeah, I also understand, but the Minister of Education and also many strategic partners, they have combined, and together they have come to so that every girl and every boy, they both can become common, and and they maximize the participation of everybody in high quality education, and they don't leave anyone behind.
All right, thank you, Delegate. So with that, we conclude the Group B. What point do you rise to, Delegate of UAE 1?
For the speech.
Delegate, please raise your hand only once I ask for it and not before. Delegate of Arab League, what point do you rise to?
I want the delegate of Arab League 3 wants to raise a point of information.
No, Delegate. Delegate of World Bank 2?
Delegate of World Bank would also like to ask a point of information.
No, Delegate. I shall not entertain any more points of information for the speech. Thank you. Delegate of Japan 2, what point do you rise to?
Yes, Chair. Actually, we are raising hands, but you are not giving us the chance. So, will it have any impact on our marks?
As Shani explained earlier, we have derived a marking scheme to take that into account, so don't worry.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
I would request Tanishka Garkal to please rename themselves. All right, so we shall move into Group C now. Group C consists of 3 goals: Goal 13, climate action; Goal 14, life below water; and Goal 15, life on land. Uh, I would request delegates who have not spoken at all to please raise their hands, or any
Yes,
delegate who
sir.
has spoken, any
So,
delegate who has spoken
we are
before.
not. I will not speak, so I raise hand.
Before that, I have a point of personal privilege.
Just delegate, go on. Delegate
Uh,
aside.
uh, that last time when I given speech in Group B was I audible? Just I want to know that.
Sorry.
Uh, Now I given speech no Group B, so at that time was I audible? I want to know that.
Just delegate, you were. Just
Okay,
at the
thank
end,
you.
just at the end, we couldn't hear you, but your time was anyways up by then. So,
Okay, thank you.
uh,
Excuse me.
just delegate, what point do you rise to?
Uh, Please, I raise a hand for speech, and I ask that at which goals are coming into Group C.
Just delegate. I. All right, I'll repeat it. 1 second, please. So, Group C has Goal 13, climate action; Goal 14, life below water; and Goal 15, life on land.
Yes. Okay.
All right. So, I recognize the delegate of Argentina too, followed by the delegate of WHO too, followed by Bangladesh 1, followed by African Union 1, and Cambodia 3.
Excuse me.
Yes, delegate.
So you said that those who get chance don't raise hand, but some students get chance in two groups, on in group A, B, or in B. They also raise hand. So
All right, delegate. I am trying my best to incorporate as many people as I can. Delegate of Argentina too, you now have the floor. I would request all other delegates to please lower their hands now.
Okay. Firstly, good afternoon to all the delegates and the chair. Uh, the group, so I start my topic is the climate action. The group of Ministry of Environment has report in the middle of 2017 highlighting the main challenges in this area. According to the report, only 12% of the sewage water is treated before being released in the water bodies. Most of the cities do not have continuous monitoring of quality of air. Taking about the soil, about 106 million hectares are affected by the soil erosion. In Argentina, there is about 27.2 million hectares of native forest. Between 1998 and 2015, Argentina lost 4.1 million hectares of forest due to deforestation. The rate of air pollution in Argentina is 42.5%, dirty and untidy water is 58.09%, noise and light pollution is 52.50%, water pollution is 54.13%, and desertification to spend time in the city is 36.03%. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Uh, I would request all delegates who are not rising to any point to please lower their hands. Delegate of African Union 2, what point do you rise to? All right. Delegate of WHO 2, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The WHO's constitution states that its main objective is the attainment by all people of the highest possible health. It has contributed a lot to achieve the UN resolution called 2030 Agenda, which includes a collection of 17 sustainable development goals to make the world better and more sustainable for future. Currently, WHO has been developing global strategies to protect health from climate change. It is also working to highlight the win-win situation to improve public health by reducing indoor and outdoor air pollution. Restore responsibly managed forest combat desertification also helps in the protection of land on life. Reduction in the marine pollution, reducing ocean acidification, also strict actions must be taken for the factories and other companies if seen depositing the waste products in the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of RSA 3, what point do you rise to?
Apologies, I hadn't
All right, Delegate.
lowered my hand.
No problem, Delegate. Delegate of the UK, what point do you rise to?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
I cannot see the delegate number for both the delegates of the UK. So could you please rename yourself so the number is visible?
No, there's mention. The number is mentioned in my name.
Yes, but it's to. Could you put it at the start, please? Because yes, thank you. So Great Britain, delegate of Great Britain 3, what point do you rise to?
Where is the point of information?
No, delegate. Delegate of Bangladesh, you now have the floor. Bangladesh 1.
Yes.
You now have the floor.
Okay. Hello everyone. Delegate 1 of Bangladesh is starting decision. Goal 1, no poverty. World Bank says that extreme poverty in Bangladesh has fallen from 18.5% in 2010 to 13.8% in 2016. Goal 5, gender inequality. Gender equality has been improving a lot in Bangladesh due to Mr. Rahul Sai. Bangladesh has made remarkable progress in the last 20 years in improving the life of women and girls. Goal 14, life below water. Reduce marine pollution, protect and restore ecosystem are some actions to get a better life below water. And as much as 40% of the ocean is heavily affected by pollution in Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Are all of these hands for points of information?
Yes.
Delegate of Thailand 1, what point do you rise to?
Delegate of Thailand 1 having point of information to Cambodia 3.
Go on, delegate.
That he mentioned the goal 1, no poverty also, and goal 5 also he mentioned. But it is of a group C, which is consist of only goal 13, 14, and 15.
That would be a point of order, not a point of information. But yes, that was taken into consideration. Thank you. Delegate of RSA 1, what point do you rise to?
Point of information.
Go on, delegate.
Can the delegate address the issue of climate change in the country?
Delegate of Bangladesh.
Yes, sir. I am delegate 1 of Bangladesh.
Yes, could you please answer the question?
Sir, what is the question? Please repeat.
Can the delegate of Bangladesh address the issue of climate change in the country?
Yes, of course. Yes. Yes, the delegate.
All right, delegate. Delegate of African Union 1, you now have the floor.
Okay, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Okay. The delegate of African Union 1 has talking about the goal 14 life below water, the world's ocean, their temperature, chemistry, currents, and
Shani, could you pause the timer, please? Delegate of African Union 1, are you here?
yes, sorry for
We lost you in the
network
middle.
problem is there.
Shani, can you reset the timer to about 47 seconds?
Anjali is handling.
All right, okay. Thank you. Uh, Delegate of African Union 1, please continue from where you left off.
Can I? Okay, sir. Can I?
Yeah, please go on.
Okay, sir. Drive global system that make the earth habitat of humankind. How we manage this vital resource is essential for humanity as a whole and to counterbalance the effect of the climate change. Over 3 billion people depend on land, marine and coastal biodiversity for their livelihood. However, today we are seeing 30% of the world's fish stock overexploited, reaching below the level at which they can produce sustainable meals. Oceans also absorb about 30% of the carbon dioxide produced by humans, and we are seeing a 26% rise in ocean acidity since the beginning in the Industrial Revolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of ASEAN 2, what point do you rise to?
Delegate to of ASEAN, rise to point of information.
No, delegate, thank you. Delegate of Cambodia 3, you now have the floor.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Okay, so the third delegate of Cambodia would like to speak about life on land. There was a lot of deforestation activities and declination of percentage in forest recovery. Cambodia lost around 1.59 million hectares of tree cover between 2001 and 2014, and just 3% remained covered in the primary forest. This deforestation has led to the decline of wildlife habitat and the disappearance of tigers from the country, as well as the release of millions of tons of CO2, leading to global warming. The report says that Cambodia can best manage and protect its forest areas by accessing diverse funding sources, becoming less reliant on donor and government funding. In January 1999, the government issued a declaration giving DFW sole responsibility for the forest estate. Cambodia has made some gain recently, with the government granting official protection to large swaths of threatened forest in 2016, as well as declaring a new national park. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of UAE 1, what point do you rise to?
For speech.
Delegate, please lower your hand and only raise it once I ask for it. Once I ask for you to raise your hands for speeches. Could I request Bhumi Sharaz to please rename herself so her portfolio is at the beginning and her name is at the end, please, because I cannot see your portfolio.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Delegate of Argentina 2, what point do you rise to?
The point of information.
No, delegate, thank you. Delegate of Vietnam 2, what point do you rise to?
Sir, right to information.
No, delegate. We are not entertaining any points as of now. All right, so I would request the delegates to please raise their hands for speeches now. only I would request the delegates who haven't spoken at all to raise their hands.
Sir, Vietnam too haven't spoken till now.
Sir, delegate 3 of UAE also.
Delegates, you do
And
not.
the delegate
Delegates,
first step UAE also.
Delegates, please don't
delegates,
speak
please
out of
take the floor,
turn.
please. Thank you. Delegate of Vietnam too. Followed by World Bank 3. Followed by the delegate of Singapore. What delegate is this? What delegate of Singapore is this, please? Delegate of Singapore 3.
Okay, Advait, just before you go further.
Yeah.
Delegates, I see 34 participants who've raised their hands. However, I can see a lot of you who've already spoken. So please lower your hands if you've spoken even once in the entire conference, or we will not recognize you. Please remember that. Okay, there are repercussions to not listening to the instructions. So please lower your hands if you've spoken even once. And those of you who haven't, please go ahead, keep your hands up. I still see a few delegates whose hands are up. Delegates, we have a list of people who've spoken. Please don't think that we won't be able to see.
And also delegates, as you've been recognized, please lower your hands.
Yeah.
Delegate of Bangladesh too. Followed by Germany 1. Do we have a all right? So do we have a delegate of Philippines who who wishes to speak and hasn't spoken yet? Because I can still see a lot of hands up for people who have already spoken.
Delegates, if you don't lower your hands, if you've already spoken, we will start naming you individually. And I'm pretty sure you don't want that. And if you still don't lower your hands, we will cut marks because, as I said, there are repercussions to these things. You will lose out on marks. You will be marked negatively. Yes.
Sorry, Shani. Sorry for interrupting you.
No, go ahead if you want to say.
Advait, there is no Philippines in the meeting, so you
Alright,
can skip Philippines. Yeah.
Do we have a delegate of China who wishes to speak?
All three delegates of China present in the meeting. Please take initiative, guys.
Delegates of China. Delegates of Italy. Anjali, do we have delegates of Italy in the meeting?
Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Yes, there are 2 delegates of Italy and all 3 delegates of China. So you should take note of that.
All right. Do we have delegates of the USA?
No, we don't.
Delegates, please, if you have already spoken, please lower your hands, and if you haven't spoken, please raise them, because this going turn by turn is really gonna take a lot of time.
Okay, I'm going to start naming. Delegate 1 of World Bank, please lower your hand. You will not be recognized. You've spoken. All right, let me just go through the list. Dep chairs, please start going through the list and name all the people who've spoken once and their hands are up. Aditya, Archit, and Saksham, please do that.
Yeah, we're just checking.
Yeah, give us a second.
Delegates, those of you who we name will be marked negatively. So I strongly suggest you please lower your hands if you've spoken once.
Delegate of EU3 is recognized.
I think we've got like 6 names, so I think you can start again and then we can.
Could you please clarify what names have we recognized?
We
Vietnam
have,
has World Bank 3 spoken before?
Depchas, please have a look.
No, I haven't spoken.
World Bank 3 has not spoken.
All right, so World Bank 3, followed by Singapore 3, then Germany 2, sorry, Germany 1, Bangladesh 2, and EU 3. All right. Vietnam 2, you now have the floor.
Sir, am I audible?
Could you please repeat, delegate?
Sir, am I audible?
Your voice is cracking. We will recognize you in the end. I suggest that you fix your internet by then. We'll recognize you in the end of the round. World Bank 3, you now have the floor.
Yes. The world releases more than 6.4 million tons of waste every year into the oceans. This includes human waste, plastic waste, industrial and factory waste. And the results are extinction of marine creatures, mass death, sea level above the land level, and overall global pollution. Marine biodiversity is closely connected with ocean pollution and acidification. Therefore, World Bank aims to rapidly build up fish stocks. And in the past couple of years, it has been successful in doing so. By 2025, IBRD wants to reduce all kinds of marine pollution, particularly from all land-based activities. More than focusing on treating the ocean, IBRD should focus on how they can make people reduce their release of waste into the ocean. For these, a rule should be made more strict and followed by the people. IBRD can suggest laws such as overfishing should be reduced and treatment of industrial effluences should be made compulsory before disposal. Plastic waste, the reason for the death of innumerable amount of creatures, should be cleared every month, and a fine should be paid by the people that release plastic waste into the ocean. These are the possible ways the delegate of IBRD feels that life below water can be saved. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of WHO 1, what point do you rise to?
Hello, sir. This is
Sorry, it was my mistake.
All right, delegate. Delegate of Singapore. Delegate of Singapore 3, what point do you rise to? Delegate of Singapore 3, what point do you rise to? All right. Delegate of Singapore 3, you have the floor next. So, all right. So I think it's some internet connectivity issue.
Am I audible?
Is this the delegate of
Yes,
Singapore?
this is the delegate of
All right.
Singapore 3.
So did you have a point to rise to earlier?
No, I didn't get a chance to speak before.
You have been recognized in this round and you have the next speech.
Yes.
All right. Delegate of Silent 1, what point do you rise to?
I wishes to having a point of personal privilege.
Go on, delegate.
My net is going to over, so in case I will be disconnected, will you please let me in?
Yeah, sure, delegate. Just please ensure that your name is the same.
Yes. Thank you.
No problem, delegate. Delegate of UK 2, what point do you rise to?
Point of parliamentary inquiries.
Go on, delegate.
Is that like that? Whoever will speak more will get more marks in more groups?
All right, so we cannot reveal the marking scheme to you guys, but to the delegates, but it is being taken care of, and the amount you speak will affect it. But if you don't get to speak in a group, that will not lead you to get negative marks. We have devised a way of that not letting you that not affecting the way you are marked. So don't worry, if you don't get to speak in a group, you will still be marked. it will not lead to negative marking. Delegate of Singapore 3, you now have the floor. Delegate of Singapore 3.
Yes, am I
Excuse me,
audible?
sir.
Delegates, please do not speak out of turn.
I wanted to make a point of inquiry.
This is which delegate is this?
The delegate of Singapore 3, may I speak now?
Yes, delegate, go on. This is for your speech.
Yes.
Yes, delegate, go on.
Okay, so I'll be speaking on behalf of what has happened in Singapore. So that is STG
Sorry,
1314.
can I stop you for a moment there, please?
Yes.
Anjali, could you please reset the timer to 1 minute?
Yeah, sure. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
So, may I start?
Just give me a second. So sorry for this. Yeah.
Yes, delegate, you may go on.
Okay, so Sustainable Development Goal 13, 14, and 15. Well, in Singapore, they have been trying to make progress, but unfortunately, the progress rate of what is going on is not enough. Why Sustainable Development Goal 13 has a stagnant yet flowing input, the other goals have decreasing efforts put towards. So I would suggest that awareness be spread amongst the people, and then not many people know how exactly their actions are affecting. They have managed to they've managed to achieve most of it, they haven't been able to achieve these goals. So I suggest awareness programs, and then free sticker giveaways, which happen commonly to spread awareness. Those, and then uh, for drives, etc., can be useful to solve this. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of RSA 1, what point do you rise to?
Point of information.
Go on, delegate.
Can the delegate of Singapore please state the policies that the government has taken towards goals on climate change?
Delegate of Singapore. Delegate of Singapore, are you still with us? All right. Delegate of RSA 1, your point of information has been recognized. Thank you. Do we have the delegate of Vietnam 2 with us now?
Yes, sir.
All right, delegate, you now have the floor.
Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, delegate.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, delegate, go on.
Advai, which delegate is this?
Vietnam 2.
Okay, thank you. You may
Hey
start.
everyone, this is yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Hey everyone, this is Delegate 2 of Vietnam talking about climate change. Vietnam is the country which is most affected due to climate change. Negative changes are being shown, and winters increased faster than summers, and summers increased faster than coastal and island. Government reworked and framed the National Climate Change Strategy in 2010. Under this, they focused on coastal zones, agriculture, and water resources. They also planned some programs such as the Vietnam Low Emission Energy Program, which was from 2015 to 2020, Vietnam Forests and Deltas Program, which was from 2012 to 2021, USAID Green Animates from 2016 to 2020, Climate Resilient and Sustainable Urban Development Program, which was from 2015 to 2019. Even in the life on land, 80% of the human diet is produced by plant life. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of RSA 1, what point do you rise to?
Sorry, that was.
All right. Delegate of RSA 3, what point do you rise to?
Delegate of RSA 3 raises a point of order for the previous speech. Is that
All right,
possible?
go on. Could you specify which delegate speech is it?
Singapore.
Correct.
Singapore, I'm not. Singapore 3. The delegate of Singapore 3 mentioned that steps had been taken, but they had been not efficient enough, but hadn't given any reason. But based on some research, it's seen that they had levied the first carbon tax in Asia, levied at five Singaporean dollars per ton on the facilities that produce 25,000 tons of carbon dioxide or more than a year. And the rate could rise to about $15 Singaporean dollars a ton by 2030. Why wasn't this mentioned?
Could I request you to send the link for this point of order, please?
I will do. The delegate of South Africa 3 would do it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, delegate of Bangladesh 2.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, delegate. Go on.
So, delegate of Bangladesh 2 wants to represent my speech that life on land to save life on land and frustration and restore degraded forest. Bangladesh imports more and exports less to get higher global growth, leading to increased export spending. To achieve the goals, Bangladesh required the collaboration with the different countries which are in different sectors like European countries, France, UK, Sweden, etc. Bangladesh. Now I want to represent about quality education in Bangladesh. Bangladesh literacy rate is increasing day by day. In 2014, it was 65.14%, and in 2018, it is 73%. Is good. Then I want to say that partnership to achieve the goals. That partnership with neighboring countries is necessary to Bangladesh, and community approach is required to achieve the goals of Bangladesh. Then reduce inequality. Developing countries like Bangladesh or etc. inequality increase by 11% if we take into account the growth of population. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Great Britain 3, what point do you rise to?
Point of information.
No, delegate, that will not be recognized. Delegate of Arab League 3, what point do you rise to?
Point of information.
No, delegate, that will not be recognized.
Okay, sure.
Delegate of RSA 3, what point do you rise to?
Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
The delegate of Bangladesh 2 spoke about reducing inequalities.
Delegate, what point do you rise to? What point do you rise to?
Point of order.
All right, delegate.
The delegate of Bangladesh 2 spoke about reducing inequalities, whereas the group is mainly focused on climate change and the life on land and water and below water. Delegate would like to point it out.
That is taken in consideration. Thank you, delegate. The delegate of World Bank 2, what point do you rise to?
It's a point of order similar to what Delegate 3 of RSS said. Point of saying that education quality was added by a Delegate 2 of Bangladesh, which is belong to Group D, I believe.
All right, delegate. That is in order and noted. Thank you. Delegate of ASEAN 1, what point do you rise to? I'm sorry, delegate, you're not audible.
I raised a parliamentary inquiry.
Go on, delegate.
Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, delegate. Yes, delegate. Go on.
Sir, we have completed all the members in our group for speeches. So, what will for next?
I believe your voice is cracking. And I cannot fully understand what you're saying. So, could you please type this out in the chat to me, please? Thank you. Kingdom of Spain. Delegate of ASEAN 1, could you please send me this question over chat, over private Zoom chat, please? Thank you. Delegate of Spain 2, what point do you rise to?
Sir, it's a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Go on, delegate.
Sir, if any of our delegate is not speaking in any group, does it matters if we are not speaking in any group?
Delegate, as you've addressed this question multiple times before, we cannot reveal the marking scheme, but we have a way devised to take that into account, because we cannot let everybody speak in all the groups. So we are trying our best to make people who haven't spoken speak more often, and we will take that into consideration.
So if we not speak, it's okay.
Yes, delegate. Although I would suggest that you try as much as you can to speak, but that does not mean that you keep sending us private chats as to I haven't spoken.
Because I have
I
got
would like
already
to
chat,
add
so
on to
I
that.
said.
It
Yes,
is
go on.
Yeah, it is important that every delegate speaks at least once in order to be marked properly. So if you haven't spoken once throughout the entire summit, then please just raise your hand as much as possible and we will try to recognize you. This is why earlier also we were trying to get people to give speeches who have never been recognized before in this summit.
All right.
Okay,
Very
thank
much.
you.
Delegate of Germany 1 is now recognized.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Right, sir.
Go on, delegate. Yeah.
Uh, Hi, this is the delegate of Germany 1. I am talking about the climate action taken by the Germany. Talking about clean energy, Germany is known as the world highest user of renewable energy, starting from a mere 34% in 1990 today. Germany accounts for 42% of total renewable energy. The country had made laws on industry as to green gas neutral. The Climate Action Plan 2050 confirms and, and specifies the German government's ambitious climate target. Germany's long-term goal is to become extensively greenhouse gas neutral by 2050. The medium-term target is to cut greenhouse gas emission in Germany by at least 50% by the 2030 compared to 1990 levels. Uh, Rather than this, Germany had made many plans on account of the climate change from 2016 to 17. Germany's first major national climate law entered into force on 18 December 2019, 3 months after the coalition of Chancellor Angela Merkel's conservative CDU-CSU alliance and the Social Democratic Party especially aggregate as the extensive climate package. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Great Britain 3, what point do you rise to? Delegate of RSA 2, what point do you rise to?
Delegate of RSA 2 has a point of parliamentary inquiry, has
Go
a
on,
point of
delegate.
information, has a point of information.
No, delegate, that is not going to be recognized. Thank you. Delegate of ASEAN 2, what point do you rise to?
Delegate of ASEAN to rise to point of order.
All right, delegate, go on.
The delegate of Germany didn't mention that life below water in Germany, and how the government is recovering it.
All right, delegate, that is noted. Thank
So
you.
can I answer it?
No, delegate. Delegate of Great Britain 3, what point do you rise to? All right. Delegate of EU 3, you now have the floor.
Yes, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Life on land is very important as it is the foundation for our life in this planet. The 15th Sustainable Development Goal aims to protect natural habitats and prevents the loss of biodiversity. Together with the member countries, the EU is strengthening land governance with addressing the land degradation and desertification with the framework of the Convention to Combat Desertification. The EU provides nearly 80 million European dollars per year to save forests in the developing countries. They have developed an action plan SLEG2 that supports sustainable forest management. The European Union have also developed wildlife trade laws and action plans to fight illegal animal trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of RSA 2, what point do you rise to?
A point of information.
Go on, delegate.
Can the delegate of EU specify the action taken to preserve life underwater?
Delegate of EU. I would request the delegate of EU3 to please answer the point of information. All right, delegate of RSA2, your point of information has been recognized. Thank you. Delegate of Arab League 3, what point do you rise to?
Point of information.
Go on, delegate.
The delegate of Arab League 3 wants to ask the delegate of EU3 that can you please enlighten on how will you tackle and cut down the emission of gases to achieve the gas emission target of 2020?
Delegate of EU3, are you with us?
Yes, Honorable Delegate.
Is this the delegate of EU3?
Yes, Chair. Actually, our delegation have planned that I'm going to speak only one SPG in a speech. That is life on
Delegate,
land.
if you have been asked points of information, then you have to respond to those. That is considered part of your speech.
Yes, can you repeat your question?
All right, so in that case, could you answer delegate of RSA 2's question first, please? Delegate of
Yes.
RSA 2?
Yes, can you repeat your question?
Can the delegate of EU specify the steps that are taken to preserve life underwater?
Yeah, the European Union might have taken some action plans to conserve the life below water, as they have taken steps to conserve the life on land also.
Please to follow up.
Denied, delegate. The second question, please.
Can the delegate of EU3 please enlighten on how you would tackle and cut down the emission of gases to achieve the gas emission target of 2020?
Delegate of
Was I
EU.
audible, Chair?
Delegate of EU3.
Yes, I think the EU might have taken steps to growing more trees and cut down the and make regulated amount of
All right, thank you, delegate.
emission of gases.
All right, thank you, delegate. Delegate of ILO 3, what point do you rise to?
Point of information.
No, delegate, that will not be entertained. Thank you. Delegate of Vietnam 2, what point do you rise to?
Sir, right to
Delegate, your voice is cracking, so I am unable to hear you. Delegate of World Bank 2, what point do you rise to?
I rise to a point of information.
That is not in order, delegate. Thank you. Delegate of RSA 3, what point do you rise to? All right.
Delegate of RSA3 raises a point of information.
All right, that will not be recognized. Thank you. So now we will move on to the last round of speeches for Group C. I would only request people who have not spoken at all to raise their hands. Anybody who has spoken before and still raises their hands will be penalized. All right, so Arab League 2. Followed by UAE 1. Followed by IMF 3, followed by Japan 3, followed by could you please clarify what delegate of China is this? Megha?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Delegate, you're not audible.
Good afternoon, everybody.
China 3? Is
Good
that
afternoon, everybody.
delegate of China? What portfolio is your, what portfolio do you have? Is that, are you China 1, 2, or 3? Alright, so
Good. People's Republic of China 3.
all right, thank you. Followed by UNESCO 1. Anjali, do we have 5 people, right?
Got 6, Adva.
Arab League 2, UAE 1, IMF 3, Japan 3, China 3, UNESCO 1. Okay.
Excuse me, Chair.
Excuse me.
Please do not speak out of turn.
I have one that which group is going on?
Group C.
Okay.
I would request the delegate of UAE 1 not to speak out of turn.
Okay.
All right. So, delegate of Arab League 2, you now have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Delegate 2 of Arab League. It's an honor to speak in this beautiful session. Today, we are seeing unprecedented land degradation and the loss of arable land at 30 to 35 times the historical rates. Drought and desertification is also on the rise each year, amounting to loss of 12 million hectares and affecting poor communities globally. Of the 8,300 animal breeds known, 8% of extinct and 22% are at risk of extinction. About 80% of Arab region is made of dry land ecosystems, particularly fragile with covering risks from climate change. Threatening species in the region stand at over 1,000, with the majority being critically endangered. Of those, 24% are fish, 22% birds, and 20% mammals. Arab countries have made efforts to preserve their biodiversity, including um, I conclude. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of UAE 1, you now have the floor.
Yes. Group third, delegate of UAE1 has thanks to sir that we you get a chance. In the country, the climate change is expected to result in less precipitation, warmer weather, droughts, lower sea level, and more storms. The country engages listed issue among its priority or targets to maintain the country's sustainability and growth. To highlight this, the country renamed the Ministry of Environment and Water to Ministry of Climate Change and Environment. Life below water. The marine and coastal environment, the UAE is important for economic, social, and environmental reasons. The coast is populated, it is utilized by the various industries such as port operation, petrochemical industries, and many more. To respond to these competing demands, the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment (MOCAE) continuously works to improve protection of marine resources. Life on land. The UAE's major terrestrial habitat is a sandy desert that supports different amount of species, seasonal vegetation, and animals. In line with the UAE's Vision 2021, of the pursuing economic growth, which is preserving the environment. MOCA seeks to promote the sustainable use of vital resources through the adaptation of plan strategies and policies. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of IMF 3, you are now recognized.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Greetings, delegates and the Chair. The delegate of IMF3 would like to give a speech on the goals mentioned in Group C. Nature has provided us with so many resources and has protected us. The citizens should be responsible enough to take care of the nature in return. Many countries have experienced a sudden change of climate and delayed monsoons. This is because of deforestation. IMF can fund programs to plant 2 trees for every tree that is being cut. There is this app called Forest, which plants a tree for every task that is being completed, and the delegate of IMF3 feels that this is a really good initiative. The ocean resources need to be clean and safe too. This can be done when IMF funds marine cleanup programs which will help keep the ocean as well as the life in it secure. Conservation of biodiversity is also important, as each animal plays a vital role in the food chain, and this will help in maintaining the balance of the nature. Saving nature saves us. By this, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Yes, delegate of World Bank 2, what point do you rise to?
I rise to a point of information.
Go on, delegate.
Can the third delegate of IMF clarify on the strategies taken to reduce marine pollution?
Okay, so marine cleanup programs can be organized and they can be funded by IMF, and this will help clean the ocean resources.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Great Britain 3, what point do you rise to?
Point of information.
Go on, delegate.
Yeah, I would like to ask the IMF3 delegate that what does he propose, the delegate propose solutions for life on land?
Conservation of biodiversity by conserving the animals and plants on land, we will be able to create a sustainable environment for the future generations as well as for the present generations.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Japan 3, you now have the floor.
Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, delegate.
I am thankful to the delegate of Japan 3 is thankful to the chair. As Japan's climate changes and weather patterns are affected, there is an increase in the weather events such as storms, floods, and droughts, which will have a severe impact on Japan's economy. The life underwater and life on land are also suffering because of climatic conditions and pollution problems. Major pollution problems in Japan are manifested in the outbreaks of mercury and cadmium, poisoning in humans, and nationwide occurrences of large fish kills. But not only underwater, Japan has pollution problems on land also. Waste management problem leads to land degradation, death of organisms, loss of fertile land for agriculture, etc. Due to global warming and greenhouse gas emissions, the temperature of oceans rises, and the marine and affects the marine life and species. And by reducing gas emissions, we can reduce the global warming and the global warming. The industrial wastewater should be treated before it is getting released into the water. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of China 3, you now have the floor.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is delegate of people.
Just a second, China. Anjali, could you reset the timer? Before that, delegates, I see majority of you have your cameras on. Please switch them on. Off. Please switch them on. Delegates, I've said it repeatedly. Cameras need to stay on. You will lose out on your mark. I received a few requests saying that, cameras are off. I've received exactly 10 delegates who said, so please switch your cameras on. And delegates.
I have also received about 5.
Okay, that's all right. But 15 and out, and there are around 73, 74 people with their cameras off. Those of you who are sending messages to me, please note that the committee is not adjourned until the executive board adjourns it. So, yeah, okay. Please continue. Delegate of China, over to you.
Delegate of China 3, you now have the floor. Delegate of China 3. Delegate of China 3, are you with us?
Okay, we'll take her in
Yeah.
the end.
Delegate of UNESCO 1, you now have the floor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir. UNESCO strives to achieve all the goals of sustainable development suggested by the United Nations General Assembly in a collaboration with various global organizations and governments of different countries. UNESCO assists various governments in various countries for the preservation of buildings and monuments of historical and national importance. UNESCO is working to provide food and education to poor children. When the world is terrorized by the corona pandemic and the education of school children is stalled all over the world, at the time, UNESCO will have to make efforts to continue the education of these children by various means. UNESCO will have to conduct awareness campaigns to maintain the mental health of the school children along with their education. UNESCO will have to keep education policy at the center of its policies and will also have to make efforts to remove the inequalities and discrimination in education and promote the equality of opportunities.
All right. So, Delegate of China 3, are you with us?
Yes, sir. May I
I think there's some connection problem.
Yeah.
Why don't we take her after lunch, maybe?
Yes. If all right. So then, so we now break off for lunch till about till, we break off for lunch now till 2:30 sharp. I would request everybody to be back by 2:30, and please do not. Anjali, could you please mute?
Please mute everybody. Yeah.
You. So we shall now break for lunch till 2:30. I would request everybody to stay in the session. You can turn your cameras off and turn your mic off, but please do not leave the meeting. We and be back by 2:30 sharp. Thank you.
Hello.
Mute yourself, delegate.
Does anyone know when this will start again?
At 12:30 to 2:30, I guess.
Thanks.
Hello, hello, hello. Yeah.
Delegates will be starting shortly.
Yes, sir.
All right. So welcome back, delegates. We will have the roll call first, and then we will move on. Anjali, over to you.
Thank you, Advait. I'll just start.
Yeah. Anjali, just before you start, I would request all the delegates to please rename themselves properly, as was told before, and please turn your cameras on unless you have informed me or Ishani about internet problems.
Also, delegates, please lower your hands.
Delegates, there are 73 non-video participants, 74 now. Please switch your cameras on. We've been saying this repeatedly, delegates. 61. 63. Okay, the number should decrease, not increase. Delegates who have sent me the messages earlier, it's all right, but the rest of you, please switch them on. 56. We won't begin unless it reaches 45 at least. And your time will get wasted because you won't be allowed to, you won't get recognized, and then you won't get a chance to speak. Delegates, we're at 56 right now. Please switch your videos on. And I'm being very clear about this. You won't get recognized and you won't get a chance to speak. So please ask your friends, your team members, your schoolmates to switch their videos on if they're not. 50. 53. Why is this number increasing? 49. Delegates, there are still 49 members. 47. Come on. 49. Why is the number increasing, delegates? Please switch your videos on. We won't start. All right. And anytime when the number, goes above, we will not allow you to continue. So if you want to give your speeches and finish in time, please keep your videos on. All right. Advait, you can continue.
I'll just start with roll call then. Are any members of the USA team here? All right. Vietnam 1. Vietnam 2. Vietnam 3. Arab League 1.
Ma'am, Vietnam 2 is present.
All right.
Excuse me, ma'am, Vietnam 2 is present.
Noted,
Delegates,
thank you.
if your name has been crossed in the roll call and you haven't pointed out your presence, I would request you to send a private chat to Anjali instead of speaking out of turn, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Advait. Arab League 1. Arab League 2.
Present.
Arab League 3.
Present, Chair.
Sweden 1.
Present.
Sweden 2.
Present.
Sweden 3.
Present.
French Republic 1. French Republic 2. French Republic 3. French Republic 3. Are any members of G33 here? All right.
French Republic 2 is present.
All right. Noted, delegate. Australia 1.
Present.
Australia 2. Australia 2. Australia 3.
Present, ma'am.
Nepal 1.
Present.
Nepal 2. Nepal 2. Nepal
Present.
3. Nepal 3. World Bank 1.
Present.
World Bank 2. World Bank 2.
Present.
World Bank 3.
Present.
South Africa 1.
Present.
South Africa 2.
Present.
South Africa 3.
Present.
Uruguay 1.
Present.
Uruguay 2.
Present.
Uruguay 3.
Present.
China 1. China 2. China 3.
Present.
Delegate, could you state your portfolio? Is this China 1, 2, or 3?
Ma'am, China 1 is present.
Thank you, China 1.
Ma'am, China 2 is present.
All right. And is China 3 here? UNESCO 1.
Present, ma'am.
UNESCO 2.
Present, ma'am.
UNESCO 2. UNESCO 3. UNESCO 3. UNICEF 1. UNICEF 2.
Present, ma'am. मैंने बोला प्रेजेंट सुना ही नहीं बोलिए
UNICEF 3.
Present.
Germany 1.
Present.
Germany 2.
Bola.
Germany 2. Germany 3.
Present.
United Arab Emirates 1.
Present, ma'am.
United Arab Emirates 2.
Present, ma'am.
United Arab Emirates 3.
Present, ma'am.
Thank you, Delegate. African Union 1.
Present, ma'am.
African Union 2.
Present, ma'am.
African Union 3. African Union 3. Bangladesh 1.
Present.
Bangladesh 2.
Present.
Thank you, Delegate. Bangladesh 3.
Present.
Thank you, Delegate. Argentine Republic 1. Argentine Republic 2. Argentine Republic 3. Thailand 1.
Present.
Thailand 2.
Present.
Thailand 3.
Present.
ASEAN 1.
Present.
ASEAN 2.
Present.
ASEAN 3.
Present.
Thank you, Delegate. Brazil 1. Brazil 2.
Present, ma'am.
Brazil 3.
Present.
Is Brazil 1 here? All right. Morocco 1.
Present, ma'am.
Morocco 2. Morocco 3. Philippines 1. Philippines 2. Philippines 3. India 1. India 2.
Present.
India 2. Noted, Delegate. India 3.
Present.
Cambodia 1.
Present.
Cambodia 2.
Present.
Cambodia 3.
Cambodia 2.
Noted, Delegate. Cambodia 3.
Present.
IMF 1.
Present.
IMF 2. IMF 2. IMF 3.
Present.
European Union 1.
Present.
European Union 2. European Union 3.
Present.
Singapore 2. Singapore 3.
Present.
Chile 1. Chile 2.
Present. Chile 1.
All right. Chile 2. Chile 3.
Present.
Egypt 1. Egypt 2. Egypt 3.
Present.
Is this Egypt 2?
Yes.
Egypt 3. Italian Republic 1. Italian Republic 2.
Present.
Italian Republic 3. Russian Federation. Any delegates from the Russian Federation here? Spain 1.
Present.
Spain 2.
Present.
Spain 3. WHO 1.
Present.
WHO 2.
Present.
WHO 3. UK 1.
Present.
This is WHO 3 present.
All right, thank you. UK 1.
Present.
UK 2.
Present.
UK 3. Japan 1.
Present.
Japan 2.
Present.
Japan 3.
Present.
All right, thank you, delegates. Canada 1. Canada 2. Canada 3.
Present.
ILO 1. ILO 2.
Present, ma'am.
ILO 3.
Miss Isla 1 is also present.
Okay, thank you, delegate. Indonesia 1.
Present.
Indonesia 2.
Present.
Indonesia 3.
Present.
Thank you, delegates. I'll just quickly go over the names that that did not respond. So I'm assuming no one from the US delegation is still here. Vietnam 1 or 3.
Sorry, excuse me, ma'am. Sorry to disturb you.
Yes, delegate.
Brazil 1 is present.
Delegate, I'm going over the names that did not respond. Please take your name whenever I reach Brazil.
Ma'am, Vietnam 1 is present.
Vietnam 1 is here. Thank you. Arab League 1. All right. French Republic 3. Commonwealth of Australia 2. Nepal 3.
Present, ma'am.
Okay. This is Australia 2.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Nepal 3. Thank you, delegate.
Present.
Noted, delegate. UNESCO 3. Germany 2. African Union 3.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, African Union 3 is present, but I think she is not audible.
All right, delegate. Thank you for informing me. I have taken that.
Thank you, ma'am.
I understand, delegate. Argentine Republic. Are any delegates from the Argentine Republic here? Alright, delegates, I'm just going to mute you all. If you have anything, if you need to say anything, please unmute yourselves.
This is Delegate 1 of the World Bank. I have a parliamentary inquiry that as all
Delegate, roll call is going on right now. You may address your queries to the chair once roll call is done.
Delegate of Egypt present.
Delegate, I haven't reached Egypt yet. Brazil 1. I'm assuming you're here now.
Yeah, present.
Morocco 2 and 3.
Morocco to present.
Thank you, delegate. Morocco 3. Any delegate from the Philippines? All right. IMF 2. European Union 2. Singapore 2. Chile 2. Egypt 1. Egypt 3.
Egypt 1 is present.
Egypt 3 present.
All right. Thank you, delegate. Noted. Italian Republic 1.
Present, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, delegate. Italian Republic 3. Spain 1. Spain 3.
Spain 1 is present.
Thank you, delegate. UK 3. All right. Delegates, with that we come to the end of roll call. Delegates, just to inform you, this is the third roll call I'm taking, but I'd have to. I received a lot of roll calls very late, so and we have 2 more roll calls to go. So I hope you're more prompt in the next 2 roll calls. Please be ready to unmute and mute yourselves as soon as you're done, so I don't have to keep muting you all. So please be prompt for the next 2 roll calls. Thank you. Advaya, you may take over.
All right, so we had one speech left for the last round of Group C. So do we have China 3, delegate of China 3 with us? Anjali, did China 3 answer the roll call?
Let me check.
Okay.
Yes, she did.
China 3.
Am I audible to you?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. A country with the largest number of population and the 4th biggest country. We had be first for discover paper, compass, gunpowder, and medical instrument. Today we are permanent members of UNO, a country with the highest population where the total population, but the females were not treated well. Now we realize gender equal is most for the potential growth of a country. So lots of policies and laws are framed for improving the condition of males and females. Achieving sustainable development is possible when all the properly nourished and effective citizens. So China has made resort to reduce zero hunger. China made pulse education for 9 years to primary and 10 to 12 higher education. Proper, sustainable, safe is in another project. We are working on energy which is cheap, clean, and not to spoil environment. So solar panels are installed on the rooftops for the road is giving 8 years. We are the largest exporter and the second largest importer. Today, our education has increased 14%.
All right, thank you, delegate. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Delegate of ILO 3, what point do you rise to?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Go ahead.
We are discussing about Group C or Group D.
So that was the last speech for Group C, and now the Group C is over, and we will move on to Group D.
Respected Chair, one request. I have point of order for the last speech.
For China speech?
Yes.
All right.
The delegate was talking about Group D points. Hunger and sustainable.
That has been noted. Thank you, delegate.
Yes.
Delegate of Sweden 2, what point do you rise to?
Point of order. That delegate of China was speaking about goal A and goal B also. That is inequalities and all.
All right, that is noted, delegate. Thank you. Who all? I believe I believe there will be a lot more point of orders to the same point. So I mean, I'd request you to please lower your hands and just send me a chat if you were addressing the same point of order. Thank you. Delegate of UNESCO 3, what point do you rise to? Delegate of UNESCO 3. Delegate of RSA 1, what point do you rise to?
Can the delegate expand more on the climate action
What
done by
point do you
the
rise to?
Chinese?
Delegate, what point do you rise to? That is not in order. Thank you. All right. So with that, we conclude Group C and we move on to Group D, and Ishani will take over. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. So now we will be talking about Group D. This contains 3 goals, that namely Goal 7, which is affordable and clean energy. Goal 11, which is sustainable cities and communities. Goal 12, which is responsible consumption and production. We will now be recognizing 5 speakers. Please raise your hands, those of you who wish to speak. All right. Egypt 3.
Here.
Yes, you are now recognized. Then we'll be taking WHO 1. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. So after that, we will have Uruguay 3. After which we will have. Okay, delegates, those of you who've spoken, please lower your hands. And those of you who've been recognized, please lower your hands. You will not be recognized again, delegates, and we have the list. So to speed up the process, please lower your hands, those of you who have spoken. Okay, ILO 2. Is the delegate 2? Okay. So those of you who haven't spoken, do you not wish to speak? I don't see any other hands up. Delegates, those of you who have spoken, please don't raise your hands. This is only taking up committee time. Japan 2. How many were recognized, Anjali?
Sorry, 5.
I have? Okay. So
We can start with this set, I think.
yes, we'll start with the first one. All right. So the first speaker who I recognized was Egypt, I believe. You may now. Delegates, please lower your hands. Egypt 3, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here. Okay, I'll be starting right now. So good afternoon, everyone. So today I'm going to speak about Egypt's Vision 2030. It basically aims on 3 main pillars, and one of them includes environmental dimension. So vision on clean energy. The country has planned of using renewable sources 22% of increasement in using renewable sources until 2022, and 42% of increasing renewable resources until 3035. So thermal powers and nuclear stations have been established, and wind turbine and solar powers are being used. So now sustainable cities and communities, promoting population in new developed areas, encouraging the use of green and sustainable buildings and quality transportation is being established in Egypt to take care of all this. So now I'm gonna speak something about nuclear stations. Nuclear stations is where thermal power is conducted or converted into electricity. So I would like to thank everyone.
All right, delegate, thank you so much. WHO 1. Oh, also we have suspended POS for a bit. So please don't raise your hands for POS. WHO 1.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected chairperson and delegate members. This is Delegate 1 of WHO representing WHO. WHO has paid great attention to the World Development Goals. WHO believes that to make the planet a better place to live, we should eradicate the common problems from the root level. The need of affordable and clean energy is required, and WHO is helping in it by encouraging various institutions, countries, and itself researching in the field. More wider research programs in the recent year have been started by the WHO, as WHO believes that the future of the planet relies only in the affordable and clean energy. In the case of sustainable cities and communities, it has started the campaigns of reforestations, research works on sustainable energy, and regulating the uses of minerals and resource present which is exploited in some cities of the world. More work has been done to establish the greenery in some cities of the Southeast Asia, Africa, and efforts has been taken down to decrease the temperature of these cities. For the responsible consumption of energy and production, WHO has taken steps like limited use of resources and use of other alternative solutions rather than using the non-renewable resources. More investment has been made on the R&D sector, so other resources could be found in absence of the older ones. New rules and regulations have been laid for the limited consumption of resources. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegate. I see two hands up. Delegate of ASEAN 2, to what point do you raise?
I raise point of information.
No, delegate. Points of information are suspended for the time being. Delegate of UNESCO 3. Delegate of UNESCO 3. Do you wish to say something? All right, I'll just lower your hand then. Okay. Moving on. Okay, delegates, before we begin, there are 61 people with their cameras off. Please switch your cameras on. I will not repeat again and again. Okay. Delegates, please mute yourselves.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, delegate.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm a delegate of UNESCO 3.
Yes, delegate. To what point do you raise? Delegate, you're not audible. All right, we'll come back to you, those who have to say anything. Moving on to our next speaker, WHO 1.
I have spoken earlier. Now, WHO.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Delegate of Uruguay 3.
Good afternoon, chairpersons and delegates. I would like to make sure if I'm audible.
Yes, delegate, you are.
Okay, so talking about sustainable cities and communities, the future of the country is unpredictable at this point. Therefore, necessary measures to sustain the ever-increasing urban life is vital. With the combination of projects, the country can achieve an efficient and green city, changes to building ordinances, and increasing urban forest cover, green alleyways, green streets, sidewalks, and parks. Green cities need constant monitoring and maintenance. However, the delegate of Uruguay believes that with the cooperation of the people and necessary funds, the delegation of Uruguay will be possible to create a resilient and green city. Thank you.
All right, delegate, you have quite some time left. So, are there any points of information on the floor? Delegate of Great Britain 3, you are now recognized.
What are the proposed solutions Uruguay 3 would like to give for that?
As I have mentioned, we can increase green covers in cities and bring forth more biodegradable solutions. We will be able to bring a sustainable city.
All right, thank you, delegate. Moving on to our next speaker, ILO 2. Delegate of ILO 2.
Yes, Miss.
Yes, delegate.
This is Delegate 2 of ILO. I want you to know that we are looking at one of the best times in human history. Because of COVID-19, these goals are affected on a very large scale. Most of the countries in the world are not meeting their commitments to limit greenhouse emissions. The proportion of global population with access to electricity increased from 83% in 2010 to 90% in 2018. However, despite various obstacles and hurdles, our volunteers all around the world are taking this as an opportunity to come together in solidarity and turn the crisis into a catalyst to achieve UN Sustainable Development Goals. Since 2015, the world has seen the most rapid progress towards SDG 11. 1.3 billion tons of food is wasted every year, and 2 billion people go hungry and undernourished. We have great challenges and great opportunities coming up, and with your help, we will meet them and make this next decade the best decade in our history. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegate. Since you have only 5 seconds left, we won't be entertaining any POS. Moving on to our next speaker, Japan 2.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, delegate, you are. Please go ahead.
Yes. Japan is very poor in the terms of resources such as oil, natural gases, etc., with sustainability being one of the most common issues facing consumers and society today. The use of services and related products which respond to basic needs and bring a better life of quality. To provide affordable and clean energy, we should keep focus on that our citizens should use the state of electrical vehicles. We can improve we can ensure that each and every houses should have solar energies. Thank you.
All right, delegate, thank you so much. Since you have quite some time left, we will be entertaining one POI. Those who wishing to ask a POI. Delegate of Argentina 2, you are now recognized.
What are the problems? The delegate of Argentina 2 has a point of information. What are the problems faced by the Japan while implementing these SDGs?
Actually, Japan is so well developed in the terms of sustainable cities. So while implementing these laws, there is no problems.
All right, thank you, delegate. Please lower your hands, everybody. Also, those delegates who are messaging me saying that they've not gotten the chance to speak, please don't, because we have the list of who is not, and we know that you have spoken. All right. So, since we have exhausted the 5 delegates we recognized, delegates, please don't speak out of turn and please switch your videos on. There are 64 participants without their videos on. Anyway, delegates, those of you wishing to speak, please raise your hands now. Okay. Indonesia 3. Please lower your hands if I recognize you. Indonesia 3. Then we will take. Okay, before we continue, there are certain delegations who haven't spoken at all. So, delegation of China, is any delegate from your team who wishes to speak? Is China present in the meeting, Anjali? All right, so delegate of UNICEF 3 will go next after Indonesia. All right, after that, we will take. Okay, delegates who haven't spoken before, only those of you. Okay, then WHO 3. Nepal 1. Delegates, please mute yourselves. And then last one, we can have Brazil 3. All right. So I'll just repeat. Indonesia 3, then UNICEF 3, WHO 3, Nepal 1, and Brazil 3. Delegates, please mute yourselves. All right. Okay, so Delegate of Indonesia 3, you now have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Greetings to the Executive Committee and the delegates. Today, the delegate of Indonesia would like to discuss the SDG goal number 12, which is responsible consumption and production. Corporate social responsibility (CSR) is one of the tools used to achieve Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs). The purpose of this paper is to examine whether CSR activities in Indonesian companies support and align to the SDGs, especially in achieving the goal of responsible consumption and production. The data was collected from 453 annual reports and 44 sustainability reports of Indonesian listed companies from 2014 until 2016. The total data observation was from 585 reports. Content analysis was applied to examine the disclosure in both the annual and sustainability reports. Firstly, the analysis targeted sustainability reports. However, due to the limited number of sustainability reports, annual reports were also analyzed for the most recent year when that study was undertaken, which was in 2016. Thank you.
All right, Delegate, thank you so much. UNICEF 3.
Good afternoon, all of you. Today I am talking about responsible consumption and production. Current consumption and production trends continues to create toxin waste and reduce valuable natural resources. Children are the least responsible for environmental degradation, yet they will bear the greatest burden of its impact, mostly in the form of health and development issue. After the long time behavior change such as recycling and using less plastics, using green, blue, and red dustbins, making menus at the home from the kitchen waste items. This is why UNICEF engaged girls and boys to promote responsible behavior and set an example for their communities for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Since you have under 10 seconds left, we will not be entertaining any POS. Moving on to the next speaker, WHO 3.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, Delegate, you are.
Okay. This is Delegate 3 of WHO World Health Organization talking about the Group D of the SDGs. WHO World Health Organization has contributed in achieving clean and affordable energy by helping organizations such as International Energy Agency, IEA, and International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA. We believe, WHO believes that by holding campaigns for the awareness of the resources, WHO can ensure sustainable resource consumption and production. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Delegate. I believe you have 25 seconds left on the clock, right? Okay. So we will be entertaining one POI. Those of you wishing to ask a question, raise your hands now. Delegates, I suggest that those of you who haven't spoken also try to ask. Okay, delegate of ILO 3, you are now recognized.
Honorable Delegate, actually I want to, the delegate of ILO wants to know your perspective that is this SDGs related to each other?
Yeah, these SDGs are related to each other because sustainable development and other SDGs, they means interconnected because of one SDGs is achieved, then the other SDGs, some part of the other SDG is also attained. Means attaining one SDG will also help in attaining the second SDGs.
All right, thank you, delegate. Also, delegate of ILO 3, the one who asked the question, I request you to please repeat your question for the executive board.
Honorable Chair, will you please repeat? I have to explain, I have to repeat to whom?
Repeat the question we want to know.
Okay. I was asking, the delegate of ILO was asking the perspective of the delegate of WHO 3 that according to him, is this SDGs related to each other?
All right, okay, thank you. All right, moving on to our next speaker, Nepal 1. Delegate of Nepal 1.
Yes.
Yes, delegate, please.
Okay. Good morning. Nepal is one of 3 nations with best expansions in power access from 2006 to 2016, attributable to network associated and off-lattice renewable. Over the years, Nepali citizens utilized biomass, human labor, imported kerosene, and traditional water power mills to meet with their energy needs. In 2010, due to imbalance in electricity supply and demand, Nepal's electrification rate was only 35%, and this resulted in 12.5 million people without electricity and 76 dependent on fuel wood for cooking. The coronavirus crisis is mutating into a humanitarian and an economic crisis in which sectors, particularly energy, are severely affected. The consequences are unpredictable. Investing in solar, wind, and thermal power, improving the energy productivity is the need of the hour to facilitate the basic needs and also a secure economy for Nepal. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, delegate. Brazil 3, delegate of Brazil 3.
Yes.
Yeah, also before that, I see 3 hands up. Delegates, do you have parliamentary inquiries? Delegate of Arab League, okay, all right. Okay, delegate of Australia 2, do you have anything you want to ask?
Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Ma'am, I didn't got a chance to speak.
Yes, delegate, we will be recognizing more, don't worry. All right. Delegate of Brazil 3, please.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to talk about the responsible consumption and production in Brazil. As we all know about the economic growth and the sustainable development requires that we urgently reduce our ecological footprint by changing the way we produce and consume the goods and resources. The consumption can be expressed as how much of the something we have been used, or by buying something and using this thing is expressed as a consumption. In Brazil, there was so much production in day-to-day life, such as sugar, soybean, tobacco, coffee, and cotton and oranges. The factors of the production we can find like the natural source, then labors, capital, and the responsible production was has important we attach to the substances availability of the food. The consumption and the production have a considered impact on the environment is the most important. Responsibility in the good food source and the consume as well as is good health is also important. The sustainable consumption is so important. Thank you.
All right, delegate. Thank you so much. This was the delegate of Brazil 3, right? Okay, since you have less than very little time left, we will not be taking any other POI. Delegate of Arab League 3, why is your hand up? Delegate, please make sure that...
I had a point of information,
all
so I'll lower.
We won't be taking any POIs. All right. Okay, so now I'll be recognizing more speakers. Please raise your hands. Those of you who haven't spoken, please, only those are to raise your hands.
Ma'am, Bangladesh 3 is not spoken yet.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I also
I'm also UAE Delegate 3, ma'am.
Ma'am, African Union.
Anjali, can you please mute them?
Delegates, 1 second. There's been some technical issue. We'll start in another minute.
Delegates, please mute yourselves.
Ma'am, Bangladesh 3 is not selected yet.
Have you even spoken once, delegate?
No, ma'am.
All right, delegate, you have been recognized.
Ma'am, the delegate of African Union 3 didn't got
Delegate,
the
please
chance.
don't speak out of turn. We'll recognize you.
Okay, delegates, I've got 5 names for now, so we'll be beginning.
Yes.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Yes, delegate, you're audible.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all delegates present here. I, delegate of Spain, would like to tell you about some of the SDGs practiced in Spain. Spain ranks at 6th position in providing clean energy. Spain is very passionate about renewable energy. Spain will have 68% renewable power in 2030. Wind and solar power play a major role in Spanish future. It aims to generate a combined 51% of electricity in 2030 and 75% in 2050. In recent years, an increasing number of Spanish cities recognize the need for bold steps to comfort an emergency urban crisis. At least 15 million Spaniards are breathing in air that is EU considered polluted. Sustainable consumption and production is about promoting resources and energy, sustainable infrastructure, and providing access to basic services, green and decent jobs, and better quality of life. Spain had also developed a Spanish National Plan for Smart Cities. This includes mobilization of resources that would put species, employment, and sustain. Thank you.
Delegates, please lower your hands. We are not recognizing any more speakers right now. Delegate of Thailand 3, do you have a point of parliamentary inquiry? If not, then please lower your hand. Thank you, Delegate.
Since UAE 3 is not responding, I will move on to...
No, ma'am, I am here, ma'am. Ma'am, UAE 3.
All right,
Yes,
Delegate.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are, Delegate.
Okay, ma'am.
You have the floor
Yes,
for
ma'am.
1 minute.
Okay. Yes. First of all, good afternoon to all. Affordable and clean energy. The UAE is endowed with plentiful of oil reserves. However, it is not immune to the world's energy challenges, such as rising pollution, depletion of deposits, and increases in energy demand. These threats require great innovation, and the UAE has risen to the challenge. Goal level. Sustainable cities and communities. The Ministry of Infrastructure Development, MOID, has contributed to the urban development of the UAE through federal infrastructures projects such as government houses, buildings, in addition to developing a strong road network, linking all 7 Emirates to facilitate the commute of UAE citizens and residents. Goal 12. Responsible consumption and production. By virtue of Vision 2021, the UAE is striving to diversify its income resources to become a successful model of a green economy. In line with the nation's vision, the UAE Cabinet approved the Green Agenda 2030 as a framework to guide actions that support the transition. The framework is based on 5 strategic objectives as is supported by 12
Delegate, your time is up, please.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right, delegates, thank you so much. Okay, before we continue with the next speaker, I would like to request all of those who wish to be recognized to raise their hands. Only the people who haven't spoken, delegates.
Ma'am, Bangladesh 3 is not speaking yet.
We will not recognize you if you speak out of turn. Okay? All right. Now, just like whoever wishes to speak, just please keep your hands up. All right. Okay. And we will continue with the speeches. So I believe it is the delegate to Sweden who has to speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Access to energy is good in Sweden. Access to energy is good in Sweden. Sweden's environmental objective include reduce climate impact, clean air, and a good environment. Sweden has taken an initiative to lower carbon emissions so that it will save the climate of Sweden. According to the reports, 80% of the energy which is used in Sweden comes from renewable resources. A country like Sweden manages to combine a high energy consumption producing low carbon emissions. The cheapest and renewable sources of energy in Sweden comes from hydropower and bioenergy, which are generally used for electricity production and heating purposes. Sweden was the first country that initiated a carbon tax for carbon-intensive fuels like oil and natural gases. As a result, the country's dependence on fossil fuels got heavily cut down. In less than 1% of household waste ends up in trash dumps. Really, 49% of household waste is being recycled and 50% of garbage is combusted in power plants. There are 34 waste-to-energy power plants in Sweden. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegate. Moving on to the next speaker, Australia 2. Also, I see some of you haven't named yourselves correctly. Please do that. And those of you who haven't switched your cameras on, please do that as well. All right. So, Delegate of Australia.
Good afternoon to my respective chairpersons and fellow delegates. This is Delegate 2 of Commonwealth of Australia, and today I am here to discuss about the sustainable cities and communities. Australia is fortunate to possess plentiful and diverse energy resources, providing security for domestic consumption and creating investment and job opportunities to support a growing export market. The use of renewable resources continues to rise. Now it is providing around 16% of Australia's electricity. The Australian government is committed to ensuring access to affordable, reliable power. In 2015, Australian government's Energy Council announced a national energy productivity plan to improve Australia's energy productivity by the 40% by 2030. This plan brings together measures that will Australia's energy productivity and which helps consumer to reduce the sustainability Australia's greenhouse gas emission and boost Australia's competitiveness. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Moving on to our next speaker, Bangladesh 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Myself. Yeah, sorry. Here is some technical issue. Can I start repeat? Can I repeat?
Yes, Delegate, you may, whenever you're ready.
Affordable and clean energy between 2000 and 2016. The number of people with electricity increased 87%, and the number without electricity dipped to just below the 1 billion. Then, then I want to say about zero hunger. The world is not track to achieve zero hunger by 2030. If recent trends continue, the number of people affected by hunger will surpass 840 million by 2030. Then I want to speak about responsible consumption and production. Worldwide consumption and production, a driving force of global economy, rests on the use of the natural environment and resource in the way that continues to have destructive impact on plants. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Delegate. We will be taking. Okay, so I see that it's break time. And we can shut off our camera. Anjali, can you stop sharing? All right, so delegates, since it is break time now, we will break off for 20 minutes, 25 minutes. All right, all delegates are requested to be back by 4 o'clock sharp. Please do so. And you can once again switch off your cameras. 4 p.m. Indian time is 1:30 Kuwait time, I think. So please be back. Those of you who have your hands up, please lower them. All right. Okay.
Ma'am, I have a point of order.
Yes, Delegate.
Yes, as the delegate of Bangladesh also mentioned the zero hunger, which is not in the group D.
All right. That's been noted. Thank you for bringing.
Yes, Chair. Same point of order.
All right, Delegate. Thank you. You may now switch your cameras off once again. Please be back by 4 p.m. Indian time sharp. We will then continue.
Ma'am, before that, Delegate of Thailand 2 has a point of order.
Yes, Delegate.
A delegate of Bangladesh 3 talked about the zero hunger, but Group D doesn't consist zero hunger, so it was the
Delegate, that's been noted already. So don't worry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. You can now switch off your videos if you'd like.
Ma'am, at 4 we will have Group D discussion, right?
Yes, we will continue with a few more speakers for Group D.
Okay.
And then we'll go on to.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
At what time we join?
4 o'clock delegates, 4 p.m. Indian time, 1:30 Kuwait time.
Okay.
4 o'clock will be the last roll call.
Yes, delegate, that would be the last roll call.
Okay, okay.
Delegates, please start switching your cameras on. We will be starting proceedings in another 2 to 3 minutes.
All right, delegates, I hope all of you are back. Please switch on your videos. I shouldn't be telling you after every session, delegates. Please switch on your videos. Delegates, 57 people with their videos off. Please switch them on. And please rename yourselves, delegates. I believe some of you aren't named properly. All right. All right, delegates, we will now continue. Anjali, I request you to please share screen. No, wait, before that, roll call, please.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just take roll call. Give me a second. Delegates, while I'm setting up, I'd urge you to call all your teammates in case they haven't arrived so we can get through the process quicker since we have 2 more groups to cover. All right, I'm going to start. Vietnam 1. Vietnam 2. All right, delegates. Noted, delegate. Thank you. Vietnam 3. Arab League 1. Arab League 2. Arab League 3.
Present, Chair.
Thank you, delegate. Sweden 1.
Present.
Sweden 2. Sweden 3. France 1. France 2. France 3.
France 2 is present.
This is France 2. Okay, thank you. Australia 1. Australia 1.
Present.
Australia 2. Australia 3.
Present.
Australia 3. Okay, thank you, delegate. Nepal 1.
Present.
Nepal 2. Nepal 3.
Present.
Thank you, delegate. World Bank 1. World Bank 1. World Bank 2.
Sorry, World Bank 1 is present.
Thank you, delegate. Noted. World Bank 3.
Present.
South Africa 1.
Present.
South Africa 2.
Present.
South Africa 3.
Present.
Uruguay 1. Uruguay 1. Uruguay 2. Uruguay 3.
Present.
Thank you, delegate. China 1. China 2.
Present.
This is China 2.
Present. Yes, ma'am.
Is China 1 here?
Present, ma'am.
All right. China 3.
Present, ma'am.
UNESCO 1.
Present, ma'am.
UNESCO 2. UNESCO 3.
Present, ma'am.
UNICEF 1. UNICEF 2.
Present, ma'am.
UNICEF 3.
Present, ma'am.
Germany
Ma'am,
1.
Uruguay 2 is present.
All right, delegate. Germany 1. Germany 2. Germany 3. UAE 1.
Present.
UAE 2.
UAE
Present,
present.
Ma'am,
UAE
UAE 2 also present. Ma'am, UAE 2 present.
Noted, delegate. Please don't.
Yes. UAE also present.
Germany 3 is present, ma'am.
UAE 3.
Germany 3 is present, ma'am.
Please
Germany
note
3.
Germany 1 is present.
Delegates, please respond when I've taken your name, and if I have crossed, then note that I will be taking roll call again for the names that did not respond. So it would be appreciated if you don't speak out of turn. African Union 1.
Present, ma'am.
African Union 2.
Present, ma'am.
African Union 3.
Present, ma'am.
Bangladesh 1.
Present.
Bangladesh 2.
Present.
Bangladesh 3.
Present.
Bangladesh 3.
Present.
Argentine Republic 1. Argentine Republic 2.
Present.
Argentine Republic 3. Thailand 1.
Present.
Thailand 2.
Present.
Thailand 3. Thailand 3. ASEAN 1. ASEAN 1. ASEAN 2.
Present.
ASEAN 3.
Present.
Brazil 1.
Present.
Brazil 2.
Present.
Brazil 3.
Present.
Morocco 1.
Present.
Morocco 2. Morocco 3. Philippines, okay, not here. India 1.
Present.
India 2.
Present.
India 3.
Present.
Cambodia 1.
Present.
Cambodia 2. Cambodia 3. IMF 1.
Present.
Who is this delegate?
Cambodia 3.
Cambodia
Alright,
2 also
delegate.
present.
All right, delegate, please try speaking on time. It's all right now. IMF 1.
Present. IMF 1 present.
Noted, delegate. IMF 2. IMF 3. European Union 1.
Present.
European Union 2. European Union 2. European Union 3. European Union 3. Singapore 2. Singapore 2. Singapore 3.
Present.
Chile 1.
Ma'am, he told that he can't attend after 4.
All right, delegate, thank you. EB, please take note of that. Chile 2. Chile 3.
Present.
Thank you. Egypt 1.
Present.
Egypt. Okay, thank you, delegate. Egypt 2.
Present.
Egypt 3.
Present.
Thank you. Italy 1. Italy 1.
Egypt 2 present.
Noted, delegate. I know Egypt was present. Italy 1. Italy 1. Italy 2.
Present.
Italy 3. Spain 1. Spain 2.
Present.
Spain 3. WHO 1. WHO 2.
Present.
WHO 3. UK 1.
Present.
UK 2.
Present.
UK 3. Japan 1.
Present.
Japan 2.
Present.
Japan 2. Thank you, delegate. Tanishq, Japan 3.
Present.
Noted, delegate. Canada 1. Canada 2. Canada 2.
Present.
Canada 3.
Present.
ILO 1.
Present.
ILO 2. ILO 2. ILO 3. ILO 3. Indonesia 1.
Present.
Indonesia 2. Indonesia 3.
Present.
All right, delegate, I will be going through the whole list again. So please unmute yourselves and please be prompt because this is the final roll call. Vietnam 1 or 3. All right. Arab League 1, 2. All right. Sweden 3.
Present.
Sweden 2.
Present.
All right, delegate. French Republic 3. All right. Nepal 2.
Present.
Uruguay 1.
Present.
All right, delegate. UNESCO 2. Germany 2. Argentine Republic 1 or 3. Kingdom of Thailand 3. ASEAN 1. Is ASEAN 1 here? Morocco 2 or 3.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, delegate.
Ma'am, Kingdom of Thailand 3 is present, but she is not responding.
Okay, noted, delegate. Thank you.
And ma'am, also ASEAN 1 is also present.
Thank you, delegate. Morocco 2 or 3? Okay. Then we have IMF 2, IMF 3, European Union 2 or 3.
Anjali, just a second. IMF 2 had taken prior permission to be absent.
All right, noted. European Union 2 or 3, Singapore 2, Chile 1 or 2. One has informed, so that's okay. Italy 1 or 3, Spain 1 or 3, WHO 1 or 3, UK 2, ILO 2, ILO 3.
ILO 2 present.
ILO 3 present. Thank you, delegates. And Indonesia 2.
Present.
Yes, Indonesia is
Present.
present.
All right. With that, we come to the end of roll call. Ishani, please take over. Thank you.
All right, delegates. So firstly, we will be continuing. Somebody's on the waiting. All right, we'll be continuing with Group D. So those of you who wish to speak and have not spoken earlier, please raise your hands. Anjali, I request you to please share your screen.
Sure, I'll just do it.
All right. So we'll be taking delegates. Those of you who have spoken earlier, please don't raise your hands. You will not be recognized. Okay, so we will have China 2. Please keep acknowledging me. Yeah, so China 2. Then we will have okay, China 2, then Canada 2. Then we will have African Union 3. Then we will have who's this? China 1.
China 1?
Yeah, so we have both 2 and 2.
You have, okay. Since you've taken note of that, yeah, good.
All right. After that, we will take Italy 2.
We have 5 for now, Shani. We can start, I think.
Yeah, after Italy 2, yeah, all right. So the first one, China 2, you are now recognized. Delegates, please lower your hands.
Ma'am?
Yes, who is this?
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, delegate, please switch your video on. I believe you have connectivity, so you can keep your video off. You can keep your video off, delegate. But China 2, please.
And ecology has become a great economic development in China. Sustainable consumption and production economic
We can't hear him.
has been undertaken via various energy
Delegate of China 2, delegate.
and practices of SCP in China, including the adjustment of
Delegate, you are not clearly audible. We are going to
be able to mark you.
speak at the end. Right.
You may
The other
speak,
speak while you sort out your issues.
you may
Thank
speak
you.
to the end, delegate. We will now take Canada 2. Delegate of Canada 2.
Yes, ma'am. Delegate to Dominion of Canada wants to speak on sustainable cities and communities. Canada is committed to implementing the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals at home and abroad. As Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said in his address to the UN in September 2017, the SDGs are as meaningful in Canada as they are everywhere else in the world. Engagement and partnership of provincial, terrestrial, municipal, and indigenous government are integral for the effective implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Are integral 2030 agenda. While implementing the 2030, it's primarily the responsibility of national governments, partnership and coordination with provincial, terrestrial, municipal, and indigenous government are critical to ensuring that implementation is formed by local priorities and solution and make use of a whole of society approach. In Canada, many of the STDs fall within the jurisdiction of provincial, terrestrial, municipal, and indigenous government. In this context, their policies, plans, programs, capacities, and initiatives play an important role in linking the global agenda to local communities and their priorities emerging from the around the world. The policies of provides recommendation on how the government of Canada can best localize the 2030 agenda. Thank you.
All right. Delegate of Canada, we are done. Now we'll be taking Delegate of African Union 3.
Yes, ma'am. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. The delegate of African Union 3 wants to talk on affordable and clean energy. Nowadays, the electric energy is very important to the humans. Without energy, we cannot live because it is one of the basic needs. So between 2000 and 2016, the number of peoples with electricity increased from 78 to 87%. The African Union also help in this facilities of sustainable energy for all innovative implementation adopted by the Conference of Energy Minister of Africa CEMA in November 2010 facility and advocacy for the implementation of the African bioenergy policy framework and guidelines
All right, delegate, is that it?
And government in January 2013. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegate. Delegate of China 1.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
1 hour recognized.
Ma'am, the delegate of China wants to speak on affordable and clean energy.
Yes, delegate, you can go ahead.
China is the world's leading country in electricity production from renewable energy sources, with over durable the generation of the second-ranking country, the United States. By the ending of 2018, the country has a total capacity of 728 gigawatts of renewable power, mainly from hydroelectricity and wind power. China's renewable energy sector is growing faster than its fossil fuels and nuclear capacity. Although China currently has the world's largest installed capacity of hydro, solar, and wind power, its energy needs are so large that in 2015 renewable sources provide only 24% of its electricity generation, with most of the remainder provided by coal power plants. In 2017 renewable
All right, delegate. Moving on to the delegate of Italy 2.
So namaste everybody. In Italy has made a strong progress in 2013 by the National Energy Strategy for Affordable and Clean Energy. In Italy, the main electricity is produced by natural gas and hydroelectricity. Trento is the most sustainable city in the Italy for transportation, energy and environment. Italy, with respect to to responsible consumption and production for minimizing the toxic in the air, Italy has taken around 185 to 190 projects. So let's take our views again to support the Italy is affordable and clean energy are already available in Italy, but they can use another source like solar energy also to have more energy. For cities which are sustainable, we have to have access over all everything needs in the every part of the country. For having and getting basic needs, we have to start making small groups in the area so that we can look over problems and identify them, and we can concern it to the respective departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of China too.
Yes, ma'am.
You are now recognized to speak.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, Delegate, you are. Please go ahead, Delegate.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, Delegate, you are audible.
Okay. The rising problem of soil resource scarcity, environmental pollution, and ecological degradation has become a great contrast on economic development in China. Is the primary way to decouple economic development from environmental degradation has been undertaken via various energy-saving and environmental protection policies in China. The main practices
Delegate, you are not audible. I believe you are still facing some internet connectivity issues. I request you to please send in your speech to either of the deputy chairs. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
All right, it's okay. All right, moving on. So what's the time? It's 4:30 delegates. So now we are done with the Group D. We will now be moving on to Group E. Okay. Those who are wishing to speak in Group E, please raise your hands. Now, people who have spoken already, please don't. Before that, I saw a few hands were up already. So do you have points of orders or something?
Yes.
Yes, Delegate.
I want to speak the Group D.
No, Delegate Group D speeches are now over. So,
Okay.
please.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, I have point of order.
Yes, Delegate, please go ahead.
The delegate of China one mentioned in his speech that China is the leading producer of electricity and uses renewable source of energy. But that's completely wrong. China uses coal. 65% of the energy comes from coal, and coal is a non-renewable source of energy.
All right, Delegate, that point is in order. Can you please send the source of this to any of the deck chairs?
Sure. Thank you.
Also, Delegate, before we continue, I asked a few of you to switch on your videos. Please don't decline that. Please do the needful. Okay, moving on to Group E. I will now be recognizing speakers. So please raise your hands, those who wish to speak. People who have spoken already, please do not raise your hands because you will not be recognized. Okay. So delegates, once again, if I name you to lower your hand, you will be marked negatively. So please just do it yourself because you also know that you've spoken earlier. All right. So firstly, we have ILO 1. Then we'll be taking all right. The UNESCO one, I believe UNESCO one has already spoken. Okay, delegates, I see 2 UNESCO ones. Dikshita and Neha, which one of you is 2 and 1? Delegates, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so delegates of UNESCO, please figure that out. There are 2 of you who are named UNESCO 1, so please figure that out. Okay, so now UNESCO delegates, which one of you would like to speak? Because I saw one of the hands were up. Okay, none of you. All right. I suggest delegates who haven't spoken before to please raise their hands because it'll be good if you speak at least once. The delegate of France won. Please lower your hands now, not that I've recognized
No,
you.
ma'am, it's 2.
Sorry?
It's delegate 2 of the French Republic.
I see delegate. Okay, all right. No, haven't you spoken already? I'm sorry for the miscommunication. You've spoken already. Moving on, Australia 1. Delegate of France is not recognized. Delegate of France 2, that was. Who raised your hand? So just change that to Australia 1, please. UNICEF 1. Then we will have UNESCO 2. Delegates, I see some of you are putting your hands up despite having spoken again. Please lower your hands. Vietnam 2, you have spoken before. Please lower your hand. You will be negatively marked if I name you. All right. Bangladesh 1, you have spoken before, I believe. Please lower your hand. If I name you, you will be marked negatively. So please lower your hand. Okay. UNICEF 1, I have recognized you, so please lower your hand. Okay. After UNESCO 2, we'll be taking Nepal 2. Delegates, ASEAN 3, you have spoken before. Please lower your hand. You will be marked negatively. UNESCO 3. After Nepal 2, we'll be taking UNESCO 3. Please lower your hands. UNESCO 3, please lower your hand. All right, now we'll take France 1. That's it for now. We will recognize more speakers later. Okay, delegates, please lower your hands. UNICEF 1 and France 1. Okay, so we'll go to our first speaker.
Ishani, can I just go through the list with you once?
Yes, yes.
There's ILO 1, Australia 1, UNICEF 1, UNESCO 2, Nepal 2, and France 1 for the first set.
ILO 1, UNICEF 1, UNESCO 2, Nepal 2, UNESCO 3, and France 1. Yes.
What about Australia 1?
Australia, oh yes, I did. I'm so sorry. Yes.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. ILO 1, you now have the floor.
Yes, start.
Yes, delegate.
Prior permission from the head table, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As we know, today we have gathered here to discuss on a very important topic which has the ability to change the world we see today. Sustainable Development Goals. Over 70 million primary age children and much larger number of secondary school age children are not enrolled in school. Together with 11 other UN agencies, the ILO promotes the World Programme on Human Rights Education coordinated by UN High Commission for Human Rights. During this pandemic, the good health and well-being of people has been destroyed. As per surveys, worldwide, 1 out of 2 young people may be affected by anxiety or depression along with mental illness reported in the age group of 15 to 25. With 795 million people experiencing chronic hunger and some 2 billion suffering from hidden malnutrition, thereby making food insecurity the most pressing problem of our times. ILO promotes recent work along with agro-food value chain and investment in basic education, skill training that equips workers to improve productivity and start their own business. Hence, with all this into effect, the underprivileged are sure of getting their rights. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegate. We now have Australia 1. Australia 1, before we proceed with, I'm so sorry. Delegates, some of you are texting me saying certain delegates have spoken before or that our recognition is biased. Please don't do that because that is undiplomatic behavior and your marks will be cut heavily because of that. We already mentioned in the beginning that recognition is at the discretion of the chair, and we are recognizing according to a certain formula. Okay? So please don't do this. Those of you who have texted me, you will lose out on your marks. Thank you.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, tell me.
Good evening, everyone. This is Delegate from representing Commonwealth of Australia, and I'm going to talk about good wealth and well-being goal 3. The Australian government is committed to ensuring access to world-class health system built on the foundation of universal health coverage, support for hospital, a priority on preventing health and mental health, and investment in medical research. As a member of the WHO World Health Organization, Australia's
Delegate, you're not audible. Okay, so delegate, I believe there is some technical issue on your end. So you may send your speech to any of the deputy chairpersons and we will look into it. Moving on to our next speaker, we have UNICEF 1. Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, delegate, who is this?
Australia 1.
Yes, delegate. I believe you face internet issues.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's okay. You can send your speech, the text of it, to any of the deputy chairpersons and we will look into it. Don't worry. You will be marked. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, don't worry. All right. UNICEF 1.
Yes.
Ishani, just to confirm, we'll be doing Australia. Oh, we're skipping Australia 1, right? She will be sending her speech via. All right.
Ma'am, I am audible?
Yes, delegate.
Okay. The delegate of UNICEF 1 wishes a very good afternoon all, and I wishes to speak about Group E, which is Goal 6, clean water and sanitation. So, contaminated water and poor sanitization are among the leading cause of death in children under 6 with water. Sanitation and hygiene. And increased risk of
Okay, delegate, you are not audible. All right, delegate. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but no problem. Even you can send in your speech to any of the deputy chairpersons, or you can email it to us if it's too long. That's all right. We will now move on to our next speaker, who is UNESCO 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. UNESCO is an organization which works with government of various countries and private governments, small and big organizations to remove illiteracy, hunger, poverty, and economic inequality. In view of corona epidemic, the responsibility of an organization like UNESCO increases because the epidemic has caused great damage to the economic system. Therefore, the economic inequality already prevailing in various countries is even more. So it is responsibility of UNESCO to remove the hindrance in education of the children of advantaged sections due to the epidemic and to arrange special economic package for them with various governments. Due to the complete disruption of school, it is for many countries to invite children to school, so the help of global organizations should be given to continue the education of children. Thanks.
All right, delegate. Thank you so much. Okay. Um, Moving on to our next speaker, we have Nepal 2.
Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. On the 19th of December 2014, with the collaboration of the United Nations, the government of Nepal launched a national Zero Hunger Challenge, which was an initiative to eradicate hunger in Nepal by the year 2025. It was initiated to ensure that every man, woman, child, and other people would be able to enjoy the right to adequate food. The agendas that had to be reached from this challenge are as follows: ending hunger, food security being achieved, and improvement in nutrition. The Zero Hunger Challenge aims to end all forms of hunger and malnutrition by making sure that all people, especially children, have sufficient and nutritious food all year. This involves promoting agriculture that is sustainable. Small scale farmers should be supported and have access to land, technology, and markets. It requires the intervention of international corporations to make sure of investments in technology to improve productivity in agriculture sectors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, delegate. Since we have very minimal time left, we won't be taking any more POIs. Delegate of France 1, you are now up. Delegate of France. Delegate of France, last call. All right, I believe you're facing some internet issues, which is all right. You can send your speech to any of the deputers and we will look into it. Meanwhile, delegates, why are all the cameras switched off again? Please switch your cameras on, delegates. Okay. So France 1, we will...
Firstly, I am delegate 2 of...
You are delegate 2 of? Okay. Anyway, since France 1 seems to be facing some issues, we will move on. Delegate to France 1, if you can hear me, please send in your speech to any of the dep chairs and we will...
Yes, sure. Now, am I audible?
Yes, delegate, you are. This is France.
One second. Delegate 1 of Australia, you can also send your speech in by text. Just send it to any one of us that chairs and we look into it.
One more thing, delegates are only supposed to send your speeches if you've been recognized and have an internet problem. If you didn't get the chance to speak, you're not supposed to send your speech. Only if you were recognized and weren't able to give your speech are you supposed to send it in written to us.
Yes, delegates, please take note of that. Okay. Thank you, Duchess. Moving on, delegate to France 1, you were audible, so you may continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. France officially, French Republic is strongly supporting 2030 agenda for 17 sustainable development goals. In past, French government has made several policies for education like National Business and Education Council, the civic rewards, free training for job seekers, and many more. But due to this global health crisis, poor students are unable to study in this pandemic, and also due to poverty, they live in food insecurity and they don't have clean water sanitation. Due to this, which affects their health and also education. So, keeping all this in mind, France is making policies for clean water and sanitation
educating students about health education, ensuring food security to all, and ensuring that all boys and girls in France complete a full cycle of education. France is using this strategy. Let's innovate together to corporate social responsibility. And that's all from Delegate 2 of French Republic. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Those of you who are texting me asking me to recognize you, don't do that. We will recognize at our own discretion. Okay, so I believe we've exhausted the ones we recognized. Moving on to more recognitions. Delegates, once again, I'm repeating, if you have spoken before, don't raise your hands right now. We have to give chances to everybody. Okay. So, delegate of Indonesia to, then we have, is anybody from the delegation of Philippines present in the meeting? Anjali, could you confirm?
No, Shani, no Philippines delegate is in this meeting.
Philippines isn't here. Delegate of Egypt 1, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, do you wish to speak? I can't see your hand.
Yes, his hand is raised.
All right, then after Indonesia 2, we'll take Egypt 1. After which, is delegate of France 2 here? No. Okay.
Excuse me.
Delegate of Britain 1.
Yes, delegate.
I was delegate of French Republic 2, not 1.
Delegate, you named as 1. Please correct your name.
Sorry for that.
All right, since delegate of France 1 is not here, we'll move on. Delegate of India. Delegate of India 3, are you there? No. Okay. Delegate of Britain 1.
Yes.
You are recognized.
I'm delegate of Indonesia who is there.
Delegate of Indonesia 2 is there. Do you wish to speak, delegate?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Delegate of Indonesia 2, I've recognized you.
Yeah. Greetings to Executive Committee and all the delegates. To the delegate of Indonesia 2 will be.
Delegate. We're just recognizing right now. We have recognized you is what I'm saying. You will be speaking. So just, there is no confusion. First speaker will be Indonesia 2. Then we'll have Egypt 1. Then we'll have Britain 1. After which I am going to recognize now. Delegate of India 3 has been disconnected. All right. Can you ask her to try to join back? Otherwise, it's okay. Delegate of Vietnam 2, please don't send me random messages with ellipses. So that will be marked negatively. Please don't, delegates, please don't adhere to please adhere to the parliamentary formal procedures. All this will be marked negatively. All right. Also, delegate of UNICEF 1, since you were recognized and you had some internet issues, you can send in your speech to any of the deck chairs and we will look into that. Okay. Delegate of Sweden 3, are you here? And do you wish to speak? No, your hand's not up. Okay. Delegate of Germany. Which one is this? I'm sorry, I can't see on. Is this Germany 2? Okay, there are 2 Germany 2s in this meeting. So Ishmit and Kavita, please decide who is who. Delegation of Germany. There are 2 of you who've named yourselves as Germany 2. So please confirm. Ideally, I think that can you check that? Anjali, can you check that in the list?
What exactly do you need me to check?
Germany, the delegation of Germany, who is who? Which delegate is what number?
Just a second, we'll let you know what. Yeah, Germany 1 is Yashasvi, Germany 2 is Kavita, and Germany 3 is Ishmit.
All right, so Ishmit, that is delegate of Germany 3, you've named yourself as 2, but you are recognized, so you can put in Germany 3. Since your hand is up, I've recognized you. Okay, delegate of Uruguay 1, are you there in this meeting?
Yes.
Do you wish to speak? Yes, you do. All right. So delegate of Uruguay 1. This is 5 delegates, right? Okay, so we'll be taking more later. For now, we have these 5. Delegates, please lower your hands. Actually, don't. You can let them be. I'll recognize the rest of you.
Ishani, I've only got 4 names. Could you check which one I've missed? I have Indonesia, Egypt, and Germany and Uruguay.
UK 1. After Egypt is UK 1. You can just add it in the end. It's fine. All right. Okay, delegates, once again, I'm repeating. Those of you who are texting me saying, ma'am, can I please have a chance? No. If I don't recognize you, this is actually going to reduce your chances of speaking. And we are on group E. Those of you who are asking me which group we're on group E. All right, delegates, we will now take speeches. Delegate of Indonesia 2, you're up.
Greetings to Executive Committee and all the delegates. The delegate of Indonesia too will be speaking on 3 SDG goals. Indonesia government are aiming for food self-sufficiency by improving farm techniques, promoting climate smart agriculture, improving efficient use of inputs, and increasing the knowledge of farmers on good agriculture practices. As the first responders to community health and well-being, primary health care bears an enormous responsibility for solving health issues in parallel with maintaining and increasing health status of the community. In September, Indonesia Ministry of Research, Technology and Higher Education suspended the Jakarta State University rector Professor Dajli after a minister's sponsored review food evidence and academic misconduct and mismanagement at the university. UNG is one of the USD one of the country's most prominent teacher training colleges, and according to official records has more than 17,000 students. Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegate. Next delegate of Egypt 1.
Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. In order to make Egypt zero hunger country, we have implemented ration cards for the citizens of Egypt, through which citizens are provided rice, sugar, lentils, tea at subsidized rates. In my opinion, other ways that we can have zero hunger in Egypt is that we can establish cafeterias in every city, provide food at subsidized prices, and give free meals to students in schools from the government. Even though healthcare is provided free in charge to locals, many Egyptians avoid public hospitals due to the factors such as outdated equipment. In my opinion, I would like to set up modernized hospitals and conduct free classes. The quality of education remains a major challenge, preventing the children from developing to their full potential. In order to make Egypt provide quality education, Egypt has implemented 12 core skills for the people of Egypt. In Egypt, 18.4 million people are deprived of access to improved sanitation. In order to make Egypt provide clean water and sanitation, we have to implement clean water and filters to the citizens of Egypt.
All right, thank you so much, delegate. Moving on to the delegate of UK 1. Before that, I would like to once again request you all to please switch your videos on. Also, delegates, we've been receiving quite a few points of orders from you. I just want to clarify that points of orders are to find factual errors in the delegate speeches and not say that she should have talked about this also, but she didn't. That is not a point of order and will not be considered. So please, if you have any factual error, then only bring up a point of order, okay? Moving on to our next delegate, delegate of UK 1.
Am I audible?
Yes, delegate, you are.
No hunger. Across the UK, the steps have been taken for the sustainability of farming and food production and all consumers to improve overall food balance and to choose healthier diets. Health is one of the UK's primary assets The health and care system is playing its role for a healthier, fairer, and prosperous future through promoting health. Education. Education transforms lives. Each and every generation should have a better access to good education while ensuring with the scheme that is no one is left behind. Clean water and sanitation. Current trends indicate that UK is on track to meet its 2015 commitment to help over 60 millions of people gain access to water and sanitation. The steps taken by the UK government for achieving these SDG goals are a well and high quality of health and services, availability of high standards of the education, ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation, end of hunger, achieving food security, and promote sustainable agriculture.
All right, delegate. Thank you so much. Delegates who are asking me questions via chat, A, don't. And B, don't ask me questions about the marking scheme. We've already stated that we will not be able to reveal. Does the position paper have more marks? Delegate, we can't reveal that, but both of them are important. Please remember that. Everything that you do in committee has marks associated with it, be it your video being on or you not disrupting in the middle of speeches. So please maintain decorum and adhere to the procedures. All right. So now, delegates, we have Germany 3.
Good afternoon. Yeah. Germany got one of the best education in the world.
Delegate, you're not audible.
Delegate, you're not audible.
Why don't you go ahead with Uruguay, I think.
All right. So, delegate of Germany 3, since you're not audible, you can send in your speech to the deck chairs. Moving on to delegate of Uruguay 1.
Good evening. Uruguay has what's considered one of the world's best healthcare system. It has a hospital plan called Mutualista, which can be used in public healthcare systems. The health of the people depends on the conditions they live in. Exposure to air pollution can affect the health of the people. Ergo, use of low-cost air quality sensors, which will allow to monitor the environment in an affordable and accessible way. Public education in Uruguay is something that isn't considered by even low-income earning parents. The country is far behind America in reading and math scores. Therefore, serious measures need to be taken as government-funded programs for public schools to be provided with high qualified teachers and staff, high quality online facilities, and more efficient practical teaching. Education needs to be put at the top of the list of priorities since it is the most important factor for a stable future. The Food and Agricultural Organization of the UN encompasses a present fighting hunger in Uruguay. They need implemented policies to boost competitiveness in value chains, to boost land planning and resource management, to develop fisheries sector, to extend healthcare and food safety, and to extend cooperation among countries within the South. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. That was great. Okay, so we will now be recognizing a few more delegates. Delegates who are sending me messages, please don't. We have a list of people who need to speak. Okay, those who wish to speak, please raise your hands. Before that, I'm going to be asking the delegates whether they want to speak or not. Delegate of China number 3. Do you wish to speak? No response. All right. This is the last time we'll be recognizing delegates. So please, if you have to speak, you raise your hand now.
Hello, ma'am.
Who is this? I see this is delegate of China, but you haven't named yourself. Which you haven't numbered your. Okay, so which delegate are you?
That's delegate 3 of China.
All right. So delegate of China 3, you will be recognized. China 3. Anjali, please keep noting down. China 3. Okay, delegate of Sweden 3. I see you're in the meeting. Okay, but your hand is not raised. So do you wish to speak? All right, delegate of Sweden 3, you are not recognized since your hand is not up. Delegate of UNICEF 2, do you wish to speak? I can't see hands.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So after China 3, we will take UNICEF 2. Delegate of UNICEF 1, you have spoken already. Okay. Delegate of UNESCO 3, are you in the meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you wish to speak? Yes, you do. Okay, so after that, we'll have UNESCO 3. What's the time? Okay, delegate of RSA 3, I believe your hand was up. Okay, that's RSA 1. Sorry. So delegate of RSA 1, you will be recognized. After that, we will take, all right. Oh, also, before I continue with recognitions, delegate of UNICEF 1, you sent me your speech. Please don't send me your speech. Please send the deputy chairs the speeches. I'm just going to repeat that this is the last session, so please take care. Delegate of Thailand 2.
Yes.
Will be recognized. Delegate of ASEAN 3. After that, 2 more delegates I'll take. Delegate 2.
Delegate of Brazil 2, please mute yourself.
Delegates, please mute yourself.
Thank you.
All right, and delegate of Indonesia 3, I've recognized you. You can lower your hand. Sorry, Indonesia, UNESCO 3, I've recognized you. Please lower your hand. Okay, and then we'll have delegate of Indonesia 2. That's it. Is there anybody who hasn't spoken even once throughout committee session? Any delegate who hasn't spoken even once throughout the conference, please speak up. All right, Dep chairs, is there anybody who hasn't spoken even once and is present in the meeting?
Can you repeat the name of the people you just recognized?
UNICEF 2.
UNICEF 2, you haven't spoken even once. Dep chairs, can you confirm? Oh, UNICEF 2, I've recognized you. You will be speaking in this round.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah. Is there anybody else?
Delegate 3 of Germany.
Delegate 3 of Germany.
And Delegate 2 also.
All right, delegates 2 and 3 of
Delegate
Germany.
2 of Germany is not present in the meeting. Delegate 3 is, however.
All right, delegate 3 of Germany, do you not wish to speak?
Delegate 2 is present.
I'm sorry, 2. Delegate 2, do you not wish to speak? Last call. All right, taking no response, I will take that as a no. Okay,
Delegate 2 of IMF. Is Delegate 2 of IMF present?
Delegate of 2 IMF was excused. She had taken prior permission, so that's okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, so we will now be taking these speeches, after which we will not be taking any more speeches, delegates. Delegate of China 3, you are now recognized.
Good evening, everybody.
We had made huge strategy in reducing child mortality, immortality, improving maternal health, and fighting HIV, AIDS, malaria, and other diseases. Since 1990, there has been an over 50% decline in uh, parentable child death globally. New HIV as infection fell by 30% between 200 and 2006 have been saved from malaria. And 6 million children still died before their fifth birth every year. 16,000 children died each day from presentable diseases such as tuberculosis. Every day, hundreds of women die during pregnancy or the other childbirth related complications. These deaths can be avoided through prevention and treatment education, immunization, campaigning, and sexual and reproductive health care. China has committed that. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, delegate. Moving on to our next speaker, we have the delegate of China 3.
Just spoke, I think, China 3.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry.
No,
UNICEF
that's all right.
2. UNICEF 2.
Good evening, ma'am. Delegate UNICEF to good nutrition is the bedrock of child survival, health, and development. Well nourished children are better able to grow and learn, to participate in their communities, and to be re- re- resilient in the face of disease, disaster, and other emergencies. Worldwide, nearly half of all deaths in children under 5 are attributable to undernutrition. UNICEF work to lower the barriers to good nutrition with a focus on preventing all forms of malnutrition, including sustaining wasting and being override. According to the World Food Programme, 135 million suffer from the acute hunger, largely due to man-made conflict, climate change, and economic downturns. The COVID-19 pandemic could now double the numbers, putting an additional 130 million people at risk of suffering acute hunger by the end of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you so much, delegate. I believe this was delegate of UNICEF 2, right? Yes. Okay, delegate of UNESCO 3, you are now recognized.
Hello, ma'am. Good evening. Hello, ma'am. Good evening.
Yes, delegate, please go ahead.
UNESCO, also known as United Nations Educational, Scientific and Culture Organization, a specialist agency of UN. Its main aim to promote peace and security through international cooperation. It also works to promote scientific development and culture. The headquarters is at Paris, France. UNESCO was formed on 16 November 1945. UNESCO work on early childhood care and education. They raise answers among learn about themselves and their immediate environment. So Empany is led on nutrition vacation of the proper health healthy body as a healthy mind. So if a hunger and sickness improve, education will improve automatically by developing primary and secondary education, confidence, and believe that extreme property can be reduced. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, delegate. You have exhausted your time. We'll move on to our next delegate now, delegate of South Africa 1. Delegate of South Africa 1.
In conclusion, the delegation of South Africa acknowledges the integrated nature of the SDGs to facilitate targeting many goals at once. with help of communal pooling of resources. For example, the solution of installation of zero mass water, which was supposed to be in Group D, contributes towards industry, technology, and employment for its production. Contributes towards water and energy conservation as it does not require filtration, treatment, bottling, and transportation. It contributes towards sufficient and clean water and therefore climate action and therefore economic development. The solutions proposed by the delegation throughout the committee were done so by keeping in mind the conditions and capability of South Africa and need to be carried out in a complementary manner along with the coordination of the government and the public in order to achieve sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Moving on to the delegate of Thailand too.
Yes, ma'am.
Please continue.
Yes. Good evening. Delegate of Thailand 2 is going to speak on clean water and sanitation. Today, we all need clean water and good sanitation to keep ourselves healthy, especially these days. Today also, there are many places where there is no adequate amount of water. Like many countries, increasing population and economic growth and agriculture and industrial expansion is Thailand are the major causes of deterioration of water quality in various water sources. High loading of pollutants from human activities has contributed to degradation of water quality throughout the country. This, along with the poor sanitation and insufficient hygiene, contributes to the spread of serious diseases such as helminthes, diarrhea, dysentery, and typhoid. Thailand encourages all people to do not do water pollution and conserve water. By the year 2030, Thailand promises it will improve water quality and reduce pollution, eliminating dumping and minimizing release of hazardous chemicals and materials. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. This was the delegate of Thailand, right? Yes. Moving on to our next delegate, ASEAN 3.
Yes, ma'am. First of all, good evening. I will start with the Group E. By the past 3 years, our organization aimed to reduce hunger in our country and we banned malnutritional in some parts of our countries. Overall, we are trying to reduce hunger as soon as possible. As you know, the impact of COVID-19 is all over the world as well as in the ASEAN organization also. That's why our only aim to settle more hospital or hospitality facilities, more sanitization and making more sanitizers and masks for fighting to the COVID-19 and most important aim to make vaccine on COVID-19 that will our doctors trying to make vaccine as soon as possible and we are providing the essential needs such as nutrition, food, water, etc. Education is the most powerful and important development for all the countries of organization. According to the right to education tag in our all countries, the education facilities are proper maintained by our organization, and every boy or girl go to school whether it is poor or rich. We also develop the school facilities such as the steel benches, toilets, and cleaning facilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. We will now have our next speech from the delegate of Sweden 2. You now have the floor. Delegate of Sweden 2. Delegate of Sweden 2, last call.
Yes, delegate of Sweden 2.
Yes, delegate, please go ahead.
Starting from Swedish agriculture production. Swedish agriculture production is on large scale. Being a very fortunate country, it ranks 6th globally and has been declared virtually hunger-free. In the year 1977, Hunger Project program was introduced and founded in Sweden, which has reached 17.3 million people. It is one of the 5 countries with best health facilities. Sweden ranks 1 in health consciousness and around 82.1 is life expectancy. Sweden contributes financial as well as political support to many health organizations like UNICEF, WEF, UNAIDS, etc. In the current pandemic, it has also been working to fight disinformation and rumors against COVID-19 virus cooperation with EU. It has allocated a SEK of 1,167 billion to organizations all over the world. Sweden has an educational system which is ranked 5 among the best in the world, and it provides free education to the children of age group 6 to 19, and it is compulsory for the age group 6 to 15 to attend school. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. This was Sweden too, right? Okay. We will now move on to our last speech of the day. Delegate of Indonesia 2. Delegate of Indonesia 2. Last call for the delegate of Indonesia 2, after which you will not be given a chance to speak.
Ma'am, Indonesia 2 has already spoken.
Delegate, we recognized him. So
he spoke in the first.
Yes, delegate, we are aware. We had recognized him. So does he not want to speak? Does he want to abstain from the speech?
Ishani, I think, Chair, I think he already spoke in the speech.
All right. Okay. It's okay. So with that, we have come to the conclusion of the conference. Delegates who are sending me messages, please don't. We will not recognize anybody else. We are done for the day. Delegate of Indonesia too, if you're audible, if I'm audible to you, you can send in your speech if you would like, since you were recognized. Okay. But yes, that is it. I think all of you have been given a chance to speak, right? Okay.
Yes.
So that is wonderful. Anjali, you can stop sharing now. All right, delegates, I request you to please switch on your cameras. I've been asking you constantly. There are 65 people with their cameras off. All right, delegates. You switched your cameras on. Good. All right, this is great. All right, delegates. So we have now come to the end of our conference for the day. While the marks and the points are being calculated, we will now have our chairperson Adre to come up and give a slight feedback for the conference. Delegates, before we do this, please remember that this feedback is not directed towards one delegate particularly, but rather as a whole, because everybody can improve and learn. So please, we don't mean any harm, all right? So Advay, can you please come up and share your thoughts?
Excuse me.
Yes, delegate.
You said you sent the certificate and our rewards and what I got. You send on Gmail.
Delegates, we will be announcing the awards a little while later after they're tabulated, and the certificates will be emailed to your schools, who will then forward it to you. All right, so you can stay in touch with your teachers for the certificates.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, delegate.
So we will be getting the results today, right?
Yes, delegate. We will have our results declared today itself, although a little while later, because our team needs a little time to calculate. All right. So with that, I believe. Okay, I see a few hands up. Is there anything you'd like to say, delegate of Argentina and UAE too?
Actually, before that, I would like to suggest that if the committee members themselves if the delegates want to say something to us, or if you guys have feedback, so that will also be appreciated.
Yes, and delegates, please feel okay. So now our formal session has ended, so you don't need to use parliamentary language. You can be normal. However, please maintain decorum and don't speak until you're recognized. Okay. So don't speak out of turn, but you can use casual language. Okay, delegate of Thailand too. Go ahead.
I'm feeling very happy because I got a chance to speak with all, and I just understand how we can represent our country in different ways, different goals. So, and I really thank Coloquio and Executive Board for conducting such a very nice activity.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
delegate.
delegate.
Delegate of UAE too.
Yes, it was a great time with all the executive board teachers, and we had a lot of fun. And we got to know a lot of information about the world, and a lot of fun came to us. And the day got very nice, and it was very nice to in this competition. And I would like to thank GyanRashmi Training for this competition, and thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Advait, can you recognize the delegates now, please?
All right. So, delegate of ASEAN 3.
It is going to be very lucky for us to be a part of Coloquio Global Summit, and new things were learned by us, that how parliamentary really works. Uh, New points, new knowledge is been captured by our minds. So feeling very happy for that. Thank you, and keep making such summits for us. Thank you.
Delegate. Delegate of UAE 1.
I say thank you for GyanRashmi Training to arrange such a Coloquio Global Summit, and this is a very nice, and we are studied much more about the world, and said that in last to arrange this type of summits, and thank you.
Thank you, delegate.
Thank you, delegate.
Delegate of Canada. Delegate of Canada 1.
It is 1 or 2 or 3.
1. Delegate of Canada 1.
Okay, I'm very thankful for giving this opportunity to address this assembly, and we have very good times today. Sunday was very full of happy with talking nicely with parliamentary language, how to use parliamentary language, and by researching countries' profit benefits and the and advantages. So we were very excited for doing this all. Besides studies, this was a very good journey with GyanRashmi, and we are very thankful for calling so much.
Thank you, delegate.
Thank you so much, delegate.
Anjali, could you take over for a second, please? I have to.
Yeah, sure. Delegate of Japan 1.
First time I ever attended like this sort of conference or a model global summit. And apart from prizes and certificates, not only me, I think each and every delegate got to learn something new and useful. And therefore, I thank all the chairs and the founders of Coloquio, and also my teachers who selected me for this thing.
Thank you, delegate. ILO 3.
First of all, thanking you, thanking the whole committee for holding such a great program or event, or I can say competition. Because while starting from, let me start from the starting, let me talk about the whole journey from the rehearsal session, position papers to till today. It was a great means because it was everything was new. To be honest, while we came to know about this competition, Coloquio G Summit, we like literally checking on Google the each meaning of Coloquio. We'll find the meaning of Coloquio. then global, then summit. No, we knew about global, then summit. What are these? Then what are SDGs? Completely new. So thank you so much for making this uh, half month or full month very informative for us. Thank you.
We hope you learned a lot, delegates. Thank you so much, ILO 3. ILO 1.
Yeah, the journey of from global summit to SDGs and then this summit today, it was wonderful. Like from the starting, we like Krishna said, we were literally confused of each and everything. Like mentioned in the guide, event guide, we were searching each and every word. What is the meaning of it? But after the training session and all, the picture was a little clear, so what we have to go for it, and it was literally a good and very good journey. Like we it was very informative, like we didn't knew anything about the SDGs. It we were able to see the back picture of the government and everything that we won't able to see like nowadays.
That's great. I hope you all have learned enough, and I hope you use this in further summits and MU and conferences that you take part in, delegates. Thailand, Bhakti.
Yes, as all delegates said, yes, it was a very good day spent. We teach something new, and personally, I like the talking method of you members. How do you talk? How do you recognize? How your team bonding? It is very good. I thought it personally. So yes, it was a very good day spent with you. So I want to say the thank you to the Coloquio Global Summit and Rashi Training Center. Thank you so much for
Thank
this
you so
good.
much, delegate. Shweta.
Yes, first of all, I would like to thank you all for providing us a golden opportunity to on and providing us a platform to study something new and know about our world some in better manner. And we were studying something new and out of book from last few days, and it was very interesting. So as a future citizens we of the country, we learn a lot things, and that was very good. Thank you.
We're really grateful that this happened, delegate. Then we add Samiksha.
Yes, so as usual, everyone says that everyone enjoyed a lot. Actually, these SDGs, which are 17 goals, before we were totally unknown. Means when you said SDG, then first question was there, "Oh, what is SDG?" But getting these, we learned a lot about that. We only know that our country, India, what do or what initiatives are taken for developing the country. But in these, we also learn that other country also do such a kind of struggle to build up their government, and they also do the same initiative, same solutions for us. So means we learned a lot from these. Thanks a lot for giving such an opportunity, really, from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you so much, Samiksha, for those kind words. Sanya.
Yes, ma'am. First, I want to thank the team of Coloquio G Summit. Ma'am, we enjoyed it a lot and we gained so much of knowledge from it. It's a very great opportunity and platform for us to gain a knowledge. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, delegate. Akash, RSA3.
Hello, Executive Board. I just wanted to say it's been a very different experience, as all the other delegates said, and we really got a very different outlook on the SGDs. We just learned really basic. The only thing we learned at school was the definition of sustainable development, but we never thought we would go this deep into it. Also, I believe that I've learned more about South Africa in the past 2 weeks, more than I ever thought I would. But yeah, we're really grateful. We really admire the patience of the executive board and all the efforts and the whole way of managing this huge event. And we are really grateful for the experience. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. Arab League, Yash.
Thank you, Chair. It was a pleasure to be the part of this summit. It was informative and a great experience indeed. I would like to thank the Chair and Executive Board. I observed one thing that there was a common question that what steps government can take to implement steps, plans or action or whatever, etc. My answer now is that government should promote such interactive sessions and summits among the young population of the country, like the Coloquio Global Summit. And at last, I would like to thank all of us for this great experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ananya?
Yeah, it was a really different experience because honestly, I did not know much about Cambodia, and I thought we couldn't find out much when we got the topic Cambodia because we are like, I don't think Cambodia has done much. Because during even research, we actually gave up in between saying that what the country has done nothing. So it's easier to give solutions, but then when it was easier to do research later because you know we saw other delegates, and by the way the training session was done, we understood how to research, and it was actually really fun.
Thank you so much. Um, Delegate one second. I can't read your name. The one with the palm trees in the background.
Me on.
Okay. Yeah.
Uh, it
Go
was
ahead.
it was very fun with enjoying all the speeches and the group work and the teamwork with the Colloquial Summit team and the discipline taught by you by like asking and responding in the proper way, as well as and first time I have learned about World Bank. I used to just hear about it, then going for a research in it and about the sustainable development goals were really amazing. I like to thank all the Colloquial Summit team and the executive members. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. We have Abdullah from World Bank.
Yeah, so thank you everyone, first of all, for giving me the opportunity to give feedback. Secondly, the event was managed. It was organized in a great way, even during such tough times. For you as well, very difficult because such online platforms. Then another thing was, which was really good in this, that the main motive of this the whole meeting was to come up with creative solutions, and I feel like that was the main thing because if suppose a teacher gives it for a project, we don't go ahead and make solutions for the future. We rather just take up what all has been done and then present it in a way. But this has really taught us how to, if in future we become a leader, as we will, then we know how to take proper decisions in a very constructive manner without disrupting the peace in the world. So thank you very much for giving us such an opportunity to express our feelings and our thoughts on these topics.
Thank you so much, Delegate, for those kind words. Sujal, Bangladesh.
Yes, thanks for Coloquio to giving such opportunity. First, I am confused to what to do, but after my teammates and I search all about the five groups and making of position paper is very interesting. Thanks to Coloquio team, and I enjoyed and learned very new and interesting in Coloquio.
Delegates will take the last few before Ms. Sharma comes for her concluding remarks. We have Debangshi.
Yes, so basically, personally, I like research works a lot. So, researching about a particular place or particular thing. So, when my teacher told me there's a project like this, you have to do research work and you have to find out about. They'll give you a portfolio. I was like really interested about the project, and once I was into the project, we were given the portfolios, and I got the European Union, and it was a really really interesting topic. We got to know many things about
European Union, how the government works, and the teamwork also was really good. And talking about the conference today, it was really it was managed in a really really good way, like the choosing people like turn by turn talking without any chaos. We had the whole program gone, so it was a really really good experience.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Now we have Yashasvi, Germany.
Morning. This was a great experience for us because when before that we know that we don't know about just Germany. Like my topic is Germany, we think that it was a boring nation. But after the research and the history recognition, we have studied more many things about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. We have Parinita.
Just a second, delegates. I'm so sorry to interrupt. I'm putting a link in the chat section. It's a link to a form. It would be really helpful if you all could just fill it up, please. You can continue. Yeah.
Yeah, Parinita.
Yeah, so like I had no idea that we would like have so much of interesting like topics and stuff. Like now how I enjoyed the meeting, and now and then I like the formal language what we use here, and it was quite informative. We didn't know Cambodia was like that, and then it was quite we got to know many more things, and it was a nice experience. That is what I wanted to tell.
We're really glad that you enjoyed, Delegate. Now we have Pranjal, Brazil.
Yes, first of all, I will like to tell thank you to all of you that it was a really very good and different experience. And as many people told that we learned apart from the studies that about the different countries and the different organization. So I'm really very thankful to Colloquio Summit and the honest and to be honest, really we don't know the meaning of SDG and that Colloquio. Then we found it on the Google. So at the end, I would like to thank you to all, and it was a really very different and good experience. Thank you.
That's great, Delegate. Thank you so much. Now we have Sneha, Sweden.
Hello. Actually, you all inspired us. At a very young age, all chairs have conducted this brain enrichment activity, which is fabulous. Thank you once again for offering nice experience, which helped us develop public speaking skills and learn about SGDs. After so many months, I got to participate in such an interactive inter-school program, which was wonderful.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Now we
All
have.
right. Just a second, Anjali. Delegates, I request you to please switch your cameras on. We have Ms Rashmi Sharma in with us. I'll just let her come in. Please switch your cameras on, delegates. Ma'am is, ma'am is joining us shortly, so I really request you all to please switch your cameras on. All right, so I'm just gonna.
Shani, do you want to take a photograph?
Yes, we can do that. Mrs. Rashmi Sharma, I believe you're in with us. Ma'am. But I believe there's some technical issues. Um, yeah, so ma'am's here with us. Good evening, ma'am. We're so glad to have you with us.
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening,
Good
ma'am.
evening, ma'am. Good
Good
evening, ma'am.
evening, good evening to
Good evening,
everyone.
ma'am.
Good
Good
evening,
evening,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Good evening,
Good
ma'am.
evening,
Good evening,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Good evening,
Good
ma'am.
evening,
Good
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yeah, nice to see you all so enthusiastically participating here the whole day. Thank you.
We are
If I,
glad to see you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I continue with your work. Yeah.
we were just taking feedback. We have, I think, two more delegates left, so we will take those. And after which, I would request you to please say a few words, ma'am. So, Delegate Italian Republic to Hoshi, I believe.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Actually, you guys were supportive in every step we took. Like if we had some doubt, we emailed it, and you like just responded very fastly, which I felt it was very nice. And you maintained discipline in every part of the session. Actually, if the teachers would be there, also we would not maintain such a discipline. I feel because in our school that happens, and you guys were such amazing in maintaining disciplines too. And we got to know many things by this conference, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here, and thank you for like having this event in the this time that in the corona time, and it is very difficult in the digital platform, I feel. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate.
Yes, Anjali, you may continue. We will recognize the two more, India and Cambodia, after which we will listen to Ms Rashmi Sharma. All right, so Cambodia, you can go.
Yeah, so speaking about this particular summit, it helped us a lot. After all this lockdown and all, there were no activities. Conducting this activity made us open to everyone, and there are a lot more activities coming, like MUN in December. Like most of them are taking part. So this actually helped us a lot in learning what and how things will function, and I appreciate for the participation of every student and chairpersons and deputy chairpersons also. And I thank everyone who helped in conducting the summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate.
Thank you so much, Delegate. And the last feedback we'll be taking, I recognize somebody. India, Delegate of India, to Shreya.
Thank the Coloquio Global Summit to organize such a beautiful program. In this program, a very good opportunity for us to speak. We have learned a lot from a Coloquio Global Summit. We have searched on all the SDGs, and we were excited to know more about these SDGs. We get an idea to speak in these organized meetings. So really thank you to Global Summit team.
Thank you so much, Delegate.
Thank you so much, Delegate. So we really appreciate your positive feedback. I will just repeat once again, those of you who have not filled in the feedback form, since I've only received 15 responses and there are more than 100 participants here. Please do fill in the form. It is quite important to us. I will send it again if you would like. Everyone. Here. I've sent it again. Please do fill it in, delegates. It'll mean a lot to us. Now we will, okay, please lower your hands, everybody. Okay. We will now, ma'am, I please request you to say a few words. It will mean a lot. Ms Rashmi Sharma, ma'am, I request you to please say a few words. It will mean a lot.
Thank you so much for providing me this opportunity here today. And I'm really so glad to be here with you and looking at the efforts you are doing, you have done. So, all the honorable principals, teachers, and most importantly, the most beloved students, and of course, the wonderful team of Colloquio. It has been an amazing day and a wonderful experience to host the first Coloquio Model Global Summit today. What a display it was from each one of you of the passion, energy, team spirit, and above all, a zeal to learn from this new experience of the virtual summit. And I would like to congratulate the amazing team Colloquio for completely owning from the very concept to the planning and to the flawless execution of this brilliant virtual summit. That this team Colloquio itself made of just a small team of students from the leading schools of India speaks volumes about the passion, commitment, and focus and leadership skills of these children. But even the most meticulously planned conference is not successful if it does not have a rich participation and discussions in it. And today we saw all of you showcasing the finest display of teamwork, engaging discussions, and a very informative and rich presentation of topic throughout the day. So I therefore congratulate all the participating students here for your wonderful work and thank all the school principals and teachers for supporting and guiding their students in this great way. The global goals, they represent a huge shift in the thinking about sustainable development, and they are also known as sustainable development goals. These challenges are universal in nature and they need action from all of us across the world. When Team Coloquio first approached GyanRashmi to discuss the possibility of being their hosting partner for this initiative, the significance and sincerity of their effort immediately impressed me. And as a pan India organization since 2011, GyanRashmi has a rich cross country associations with over 600 schools across India, where we are engaged in various programs like we have teachers training, leadership development, curriculum development, and a host of school development activities that you could find about on our website. We have trained over 12,000 teachers over the past 9 years, conducted hundreds of workshops and training across our school. So, during the course of my extensive working with these schools across the country, it has always impressed me to see even the schools which are in remote area and in small cities of this country. They have some of the bright, inquiring minded students and very capable and passionate visionary principals and teachers. All they need is a platform and some encouragement guidance to showcase their potential. The Coloquio Model Global Summit on United Nations Sustainable Development Global Goals was such a concept that immediately appealed to me, just as the kind of event these bright children of your schools need. The Coloquio team, led by Ishani Purohit, was clear about their vision and passionate about excellence right from the first meeting I had, and I was instantly taken up by their energy and focus. They had a powerful vision and needed a platform to take their idea forward and share the message across the target schools across India and abroad. So Gyan Rashmi had just the kind of network and platform these children needed to execute their vision. It was a perfect match, therefore. And GyanRashmi is proud to be the hosting partner of this amazing event. The teamwork, organizational skills, thorough planning, articulation of this team colloquium is outstanding. I'm sure all of you who interacted with them reviewed their communications, documentations, pre meeting workshops, and finally, the event today would be equally impressed by the highest degree of professionalism and spirit of excellence demonstrated by the team colloquium. Correct? So I can confidently say the quality of event experience delivered by this young team can compete favorably with some of the corporate level events. And for all of you students who have participated in this event, I'm sure you would have come out more aware about not only the global challenges captured in the United Nations global goals, but also learned about the systems and the workings of the nation and international organizations on global forums. You would have learned some of the most critical skills for life, the importance of hard work, preparation and research, critical thinking skills, communication and articulation skills, and above all, the absolute importance of teamwork and collaborative working. These are the leadership skills required in the 21st century. So, dear students, I am sure you would have benefited from this experience and learned about global goals. And I would strongly advise you to continue your interest in whichever of these goals appeal to you. Stay engaged in it. Continue to learn more about it and keep yourself aware to apply the skills and knowledge you have learned from today's event in all aspects of your future life. I am confident all of you will emerge as an engaged, aware, and responsible global citizen who will have all the right attitude and skills to be leaders in this 21st century. I thank you once again to all the principals, HODs, and teachers for your support and making this event successful. Thank you to all the parents of the students who I know, have supported behind the scene and provide all the guidance and encouragement. And last but not the least, a big thank you to Ishani Purohit and her team Coloquio. And I'm confident all of you will continue to demonstrate your high energy, excellence driven leadership skills to all the future endeavors you will undertake in life. And now I know each of one of you is waiting eagerly for the award distribution ceremony. So I will not take much of your time, though I believe that everyone here present participated in this event is a winner. But still, I would go with the ceremony and hand over to Ishani. Thank you all. Wishing you a great evening ahead. Thank you so much. Over to Ishani.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much,
ma'am.
ma'am. Those were
Thank you,
wonderful. So we need, before we get into our award distribution, we see that there are a few teachers in this meeting. And if any of the teachers and guests would like to say anything, please go ahead, ma'am, sir. We would greatly appreciate it.
In fact, even we as students would get feedback considering that it is our students, 11th graders, who have conducted this event. So it would be great if you could share some words with us.
Yes, teachers, please.
Namaste, myself Pushpa.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Namaste, ma'am.
Namaste. So, 1 minute. Excuse me, sorry.
No, ma'am. No problem, ma'am.
Okay. Namaste. Namaste, ma'am. Namaste, children. I'm representing Kautilya Vidyalaya. Our students are already there. So, I was watching from morning. It was really a delightful one. So, I think as ma'am said just now, it was each one were the winners maybe if they have taken one, the objective that you have created there. It's a great opportunity for our children also and for even teachers too. Thank you so much for the organizers and I congratulate each participant here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That means a lot. Thank you so much. All right. So I will now request, okay, I will repeat once again. Those of you who have not filled in the form, please do so. That, it would mean a lot to us. Thank you. And so now I would like to call upon the Coloquio team to say a few words. Let's start with our logistics head, Anjali.
Okay, I'm not very good with public speaking, but I can give it a try. I mean, it was the first time I was hosting such an event, and I have to say, my audience was absolutely perfect. Um, I can't tell that it's a first event for so many of you because you all managed to speak with such confidence and seemed very well researched in all your speeches. So kudos to all of you for that. And I hope that this event helped you understand which field you're proficient in, be it research, be it writing position papers, be it public speaking, be it finding points of information or points of order. And I hope this was a pioneer in your future experiences of taking up model United Nations conferences, because these simulations are what take out the best in you. And we need we need such platforms to help us become more aware of what's happening in our world. And I think this is the most interactive and fun way of achieving this. And I hope you guys definitely liked this event and will take on more MUNs and diplomatic conferences in the future. And if you that's all, I guess. Ishani, you can continue. Thank you guys for such a great event.
Yes, thank you so much, Anjali. I would just like to say that, as Anjali already mentioned, you guys were absolutely perfect. And I was looking at the responses right now, those of which we have received yet. And I think if I give you the actual statistics, 94% of the people over here have not participated in such an event earlier. So great job, everybody. Those of you who have participated, you were also wonderful. It was seriously great. And if I'm being honest, when our team actually sat down to decide and figure out how we will go about the whole planning, before, in fact, this is before we approached Mrs. Rashmi Sharma with the platform and everything. We were actually wondering, how will it be, and whether what should we do, how can we make it easier. But you all were fantastic. And I mean, I know that it's natural, like your tendency, everybody's tendency to wait for the awards and all that, but I genuinely, when I say this, I mean it, that all of you were fantastic and you are all winners in this conference. Because I think the most important lessons that you should take away with from this conference is the bigger implications of the life skills that you have learned in this conference. So critical thinking abilities, whenever you're asked a POI, how do you think on your feet to answer that? Things like collaboration, how will you work with other delegates to achieve something? Things like of course public speaking skills, how will you communicate, get your idea forward, and make sure that the other one listening to you is actually paying attention. And you all did a fabulous job. I mean, I must congratulate you all. I think moreover, our main goal was to teach you, like, impart a little of more life skills. Rather, since even we're students, and as Anjali mentioned, none of us have ever organized such an event before. We have participated in few, but we've never organized. And I think that the credit goes to all you participants who made it so easy, and all the principals and teachers who guided them and helped them throughout. Ma'am, sir, I am so grateful. We are all so grateful to your association and your constant support and guidance throughout our journey. And I really, really hope that all of you, since you all are fantastic uh, debaters and speakers, I really hope you all continue with such events. And even we hope that we're able to organize and do more of similar events for all of you, so that we get to interact with you a little more. We got a few responses saying that the event was too short. But I mean, we're sorry, but we had to keep it just one day because you know I believe a lot of your exams are starting in a few, or they were going on. Like, I remember during the training session there were a few delegations who had to leave because of exams. So we really hope we could keep you longer, we could extend it into a 2-day 3-day conference. The timings would also be shorter then, but since that was not possible due to time constraints and otherwise other things, We had to wrap it up in one day, although this one day was amazing. I mean, I'm out of words. I really don't know what to say. You guys were so wonderful. Everybody, in fact, those of you, I mean, wow, genuinely wow. So yeah, thank you so much, participants, for being so inquisitive and so engaged in the entire conference. You all did a great job. I'm just going to reiterate that point. You all did a great job. Thank you.
Hopefully, we have an event like this next year as well. Fingers crossed for that.
All right. So there's a bit of technical issue that we are facing on our end in the tabulation of marks. So it will take a little more time. I'm so sorry. I really apologize on behalf of my team for this delay. I'm getting a lot of queries asking when the result will come out. Delegates, please give us a little bit more time. I'm so sorry. Not more than 10-15 minutes maximum. So yes, not won't be a problem. All right. So if any delegate wants to say anything, you all are welcome to say anything. If any criticism you have, any constructive feedbacks, anything for the EB, please go ahead and raise your hands and we will recognize you. Delegate of Thailand 3, Arya, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Firstly, thank you, Coloquio Summit. We got a opportunity to learn something new and interesting. Although I want to say something that there must be more chances to delegate to speak whenever we are speaking speeches. But it was very nice and innovative. We learned very nicely, and the team members cooperate with us very nicely, and we enjoyed. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
We'll take
Delegate.
note
We
of
keep
that.
that in mind. Due to the time constraints, we apologize, but we will definitely try to work on that for next time. Krishna, you are now recognized. ILO 3.
Again, actually, I missed one point before, and I would like to thank Rashmi ma'am to give them the stage where they like they were so informative. Means like they made us understand things which were not known even like were very far from us. We didn't have any idea about SDGs, and I have a special respect for all the committee members because I personally used to send them emails with loads of questions, and they used to reply in such a polite manner. They were like big cousins for us. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Delegate.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Who else is hand? Saina.
I'm very thankful to the Rashmi ma'am to conduct like this program, and all the chairperson who are very honorable and respected. We most of all have studied the how to speak English and the pronunciations and the parliamentary language, which is very important in like this events. And some of them have learned the language of their portfolio. Like Canada, I have learned some words in French. So it was a very beautiful journey with all of you, and we will miss you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, delegates, before we continue, I see Miss Manpreet Kaur, ma'am. Please acknowledge her presence. It's wonderful to have you with us. Could you please say a few words, switch on your video?
Yeah, hi, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah, it was really wonderful. You guys have taken the initiatives, and many students have participated from like India almost. So it was really wonderful initiative, and please do in the future also till the time this corona is there. So please do these things, huh? And it was really a wonderful evening with you guys.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That means a lot. Thank you for sending in your teams and guiding them all throughout the way. Thank you so much for your efforts. All right, moving on. We have Somebody raised their hand right now. Delegates, is there anybody who wishes to speak? Yes, Abhishek, Bangladesh too. Please switch on your video.
Yes,
If that's possible, I request you to please switch on your video.
yes, ma'am. We really don't know about the problems which our countries facing in the world that we know, and a source of getting information. The Colloquio Summit was, and it was very, it was very, it was very. Um, it was very, it was very special summit, and I don't I was not know ever that how to send email, and this time I firstly send email, and I also don't know about SDGs goals. I knew it firstly now only. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. That means a lot. Delegate of Australia 3, I can't see your name, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Firstly, I would like to thank the Coloquio Global Summit and GyanRashmi Training for giving us this opportunity to speak. I would also like to thank the Executive Board and for being with us and helping us throughout the session. This was a very informative day. We learned so much about different countries, and I think that all delegates were very glad to
Thank you so much. That means a lot. Delegate 1 of please go ahead.
Thankful for this wonderful sun to know the world, also us to learn something new. It increases our confidence and also teaches us how to present ourselves in front of someone. It's very beautiful platform. Thank you.
All right, Delegate, I believe you're facing some technical issues. Meanwhile, delegates, please acknowledge the presence of Ms. Shija Menon. I am so sorry if I mishandled the pronunciation. Ma'am, it would be lovely if you could just come up and say a few words.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Ma'am, Miss Shija, I'm so sorry, Miss Shija. All right, I believe ma'am is facing some technical difficulties. Also, delegates, Dr. Suresh Nair is here with us. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. It means a lot. It would be lovely if you could please say a few words.
Very good evening. I think I can, you can hear me, no?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
First of all, I'm saying sorry to all of you. I was there in the beginning in the morning from 9 o'clock to somewhat 10:30 to 11. Later on, I had to leave because I had a session from 11 to 1:30, 2 o'clock. And then from 5 o'clock onwards, I was having the session, and just now that got over. Now I'm having one more session at 9 o'clock. Though in between, I just wanted to check whether it has been over or not. First of all, it is because from 9 to 10:30 I was there. So from the experience of what after that, what has been gone, I don't know anything, any idea. I don't know where my people are standing also, but still without knowing anything, the experience which our students must have gained from this global summit would be something great, because this is the first time our students are attending this type of a program. And I hope the people, the administrative side, you and all chairperson and all are from the schools only, students only. I hope, I am not sure.
Yes,
Yes,
We're all
we were 11th graders. We were all 11th graders.
Very good, very good. You people have done from see the first 1 hour session, 1.5 hour sessions I have observed. It was very nicely done. I think you must have practiced a lot, or whatever it is, whether practiced or not. If it is not practiced, that means it is already inherited in you. But you have shown a very good performance, and all the students who have participated in this summit must have definitely gained a very good knowledge about what a summit is, and about particularly about different SDGs, and how the UN summit take place, global summit take place, etc. So definitely, and of course, madam's name I forgot. I had talked to her also personally. Taking the initiative of conducting this type of a summit to all the students all over India. We are very much thankful to you, ma'am. In case if anything of this sort of seminar or summit, anything comes, please do let us know, so that our students will be ready to participate. Thank you all, and all the best to all the students who have participated in this and who have conducted in this summit also. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm Rashmi Sharma. I'm here.
Rashmi Sharma. Sorry, ma'am.
Yeah. I know, because I know this was a small interaction. So I just am here. So I would like thank you so much for joining, and joining in the morning as well. And it's a wonderful to have words from you of encouragement, because it's not only encouraging for the the students who have organized, but all the participants and your school students, they will feel motivated, and that they got an opportunity, and they all of them actually, many of them, they participated for the first time, and they have done really a wonderful job. You might have noticed it.
Good. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And particularly, you have selected a very good people to present it.
They have selected me.
Definitely. Very good, very good. I know, because see, being a principal, I can understand. I mean, you were also principal before, so I can definitely understand. You have selected the very, I mean, what I say, that diamonds.
Yes, yeah, they were very keen.
Yes, yes.
I was impressed by just GyanRashmi Trainings. You know that we provide training programs to schools and all. So they approached us for providing a platform, and kind of promoting things, and so it was wonderful that we could do it. We can encourage these people, their ideas, their energy was fantastic. They were so thoroughly prepared, dedicated towards their. Actually, it was a first meeting which actually hooked me. Okay, I must do it. And since my work I do work in small cities, there's remote areas, schools also. So I know there's no dearth of talent in our country. The principals, teachers, students, everyone, they just need some encouragement, a platform. That was my deep, down desire that has been fulfilled through these students now.
Yeah,
Thank
madam,
you so much.
I just want to ask you a little. I'm sorry, because I was not there. It was my mistake that I was not there, but I was so much engaged with other work.
No, I can understand.
I mean, is there any? I mean, selection or since it was a competition, anything results and all has been already been announced, or we will be announcing later? I just want
No,
to.
sir, we will be announcing them in some
Later.
time. There
Okay,
is
okay,
just
no
a
problem.
technical glitch in the announcement bit, so we're trying to resolve that right now.
Hope our students have presented well.
Definitely, sir. Definitely.
Okay.
That is what I was telling everybody. All the participants of the conference have done extremely well. I mean, it is
Good.
fantastic to see their performances. They were so enthusiastic. It was wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I believe Ms Sheja Menon would like to speak. I'm so sorry, ma'am, we couldn't take you earlier. I see your hand up.
Yeah. Good evening to all of you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Today's session was indeed, we can say, enlightening for all of us, not just for students, but also for teachers. We learned many things, especially when the children were involved in research work. So these are some of the things I think they will learn only through this such sessions, because these sessions go beyond textbooks. So just by rote memorizing things from books or within the classroom limits, these are something which goes beyond, and it will be a enriching experience for all the students lifelong. They will remember this, they will cherish this sessions for lifelong, and it will definitely help them to contribute in their own development of their own personality, especially in public speaking. That is one area where most of the students lag, and I think such sessions will go a long way in teaching them how to speak in public, especially with use of correct language, the way you all taught them parliamentarian language. So these were some things, something which they will really, it will aid them in their teaching and learning process, rather I would say that way. So thank you very much for organizing such a wonderful session, and each and every SGD goals, they had to go through it, they had to do enough research work. So that's why they were able to understand, they were constantly searching the meaning of each and every word. So that way also it will enrich their vocabulary, the general knowledge. So almost all the skills are covered in this particular session. So thanks a lot, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That means a lot to all of us here. And we couldn't have done it without all of your faculty's support, principals, teachers, all of you. Thank you so much. Um, okay, so now since we will take around 10 more minutes. Okay, delegates, I'm receiving a lot of messages asking when the results will be declared. If you could just give us 10-15 more minutes. I'm so sorry for the delay. I understand that everybody is very excited. I would be too. But I apologize for this. So we can have like a 15-minute break like we do usually. So you all can switch your cameras off and mute yourselves if you'd like. And at 6:30 Indian time, please be back. And then you can have the awards. Again, I'm repeating, those of you who have not filled out the feedback form, please do, because we've only received around 55 responses and there were more delegates in the committee. If you want, I can send it again on the chat section. Please, please, please send it in.
Again, we're really sorry for the delay, but since there are about 100 plus delegates, it becomes a little tough for us to tabulate. So please bear with us. Just give us another 10 to 15 minutes. And then it'll be only a 5 to 7 minute process where you all can celebrate as much as you want and get back to your daily tasks. Thank you so much. You can go now. We'll call you back in another 10-15 minutes. Thank you.
Delegates, I'm repeating, please don't leave the meeting because that will be very cumbersome for all of us. Please stay in the meeting. You can keep your mics and cameras off. Delegate of Australia, I see your hand up. Is there anything you'd like to bring up?
Am I audible?
Yes, delegate.
Sorry, I was disconnected. So I would like to thank the Coloquio Global Summit and GyanRashmi Training for giving us this opportunity. And I would also like to thank the Executive Board for helping us and being through us with the whole session. It has been a very informative day for all of us. So again, I would like to thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, delegate. That means a lot. We will now break off and we will return by 6:30. You can now switch off your cameras.
It's time to declare result. No one is host or co-host present here.
There are 5 minutes, so
Does anybody knows when will the hosts and co-host come?
Actually, 6:30 it should have been started. No, it's
yes,
not started yet.
it's 6:40.
It's been 6:40. It's been 6:40. I think they are busy with results and
Just to be a little patient. I request you. You have been doing it wonderfully since morning, and you can understand some because they have to complete the process to declare the result. Sometimes things take a little more time, especially when they are online. Some network issues come up, some you can understand. You all are young people,
Yes.
yeah. So that is the only thing that's taking time. I just spoke to them once again, so that I wanted to like.
Okay, ma'am. No
Uh,
problem. Okay,
thank you.
ma'am. So,
I'm here. Don't
okay,
worry.
ma'am.
I am continuously here. I will not leave without declaration.
Ma'am, how much
Our
time is
hearts
there
are
to?
beating, ma'am.
Yeah, please.
Ma'am, from where are you? What
I
is
am
this?
from Delhi. I'm a former principal, and I now conduct, as I was telling in my earlier also, training programs for teachers with CBSE, and there are many more other programs which we do for development, student development, teacher development, school
Excuse me,
program.
ma'am.
Yes.
How much time is there to declare result?
Uh, they told you to that it will take 10-15 minutes. But since there is some counting, it's some online thing they have uh, involved into finding it out, and the participants were, of course, there was a large number of participants. No? So you can see that will take the more the participants, the longer it will take to calculate all the things. So just I'm here. Yeah, I can understand that it's quite late now for you. You might be tired as well. But just for a few minutes, I have sent the message to be here. So,
Ma'am, you are in touch with them, no?
yeah, I'm in touch with them. This is my company, GyanRashmi Training. We provide training programs to school teachers, students, and many other things. Uh, so, because they asked me to be the partner to provide a platform to conduct
Ma'am,
this
this
program. And
this
I will
organization.
really appreciate like whatever you have learned that you can also share with other students. One moment, I think there's a message.
Ma'am, this hello, ma'am. Is this training session work from Delhi
Few
or
minutes,
Dehradun,
yes,
ma'am?
I'm from Delhi NCR. A few more minutes it will take, and I will really appreciate like whatever you have learned, you can share it with other students. Like you can in your own school with other students, you can organize some this kind of summit so that you can whatever you have received can share with other people. It will help you in two ways. One, your learning will get more powerful, imbibed into you, and then you will be sharing, making other people to learn whatever you have received. And second thing, the sustainable goals. If may I ask, like if anybody would like to share what goal had most appealed them, for which they would like to like find an opportunity to work on that goal. Did you find anything that appealed you most out of the all of the goals which were discussed?
Ma'am, the most appeal goal was life on land, ma'am, because we all people live on land, and we only destroy our surroundment or environment by putting plastic and by dumping plastic all the way down, and
Yes,
stop the rainwater harvesting and all from the groundwater, ma'am. So I
yes, yes.
think that this was the most significant and the most important goal from the sustainable development goal.
Yes, so thank you so much for sharing. And yes, you are the future people who will be taking it forward. So since like right now, if you take a pledge that you are not going to do any such thing, so that and then you will be a leader of tomorrow, which will be making policies and all that. So yes, Anybody else would like to share?
Ma'am, all these goals are important because out of thousands of goals, they chose the only 17, which means they're the most important ones.
Yeah, almost. But for one area where you can actually take some action in your locality or somewhere, which you can work on. You find it like you have some
Water and sanitation is one of the major.
water and sanitation you would like to work on.
Ma'am, I think poverty should be reduced and unemployment. That is the one of the most factor.
Yeah, and you know what helps to removing the poverty? Do you know what? Have any idea that how
Getting
poverty is
educated.
removed?
By increasing job opportunities in
How the
several
job?
sectors.
Yes, how the job opportunities increase?
We can provide like construction of buildings,
Provide
roads,
education.
and education
Yes,
is the most
ma'am,
important field.
education.
Yeah, so then more and more people start business, become entrepreneur. Huh? When they start their own entrepreneurs ventures, then they create job opportunities rather than job seeker. You can become a job creator. The whole future you can just in a few years you can transform the whole economy by Bill Gates. He said when he started his venture, and he is the biggest philanthropist of the world. Bill and Linda Gates
Yes, ma'am.
Foundation, they work across on the medical everything. They are the biggest provider of funds for all kind of social work and helping people. So
And even the CEO of OYO.
yeah, that they are, because wealth creation is to help people. Like when he already had become a billionaire. Bill Gates, somebody asked, when will you start donating money? You are earning and earning. Bill Gates said, I am creating enough wealth so that I can help enough, fund enough. So after that, when he became much a more a richer person, then we everybody knows now that how much he has open-heartedly donates and helps other people, African countries. And today for this coronavirus vaccine, he has no he has donated the maximum. He is the maximum contributor, provider to the funds who are required for the vaccine. And he also had already planned for this which country how much he is going vaccines he is going to buy through his organization, charity organization, and how they are going to help people for the poor countries. So this
Ma'am,
is kind
here
of
all
vision.
the goals are interdependent on each other. Means one
Yes,
goal is
yeah,
depend on each other.
yeah. So
Ma'am,
you
and
choose
the
one thing.
And ma'am, we
CEO
can
of
also
Apple.
then we can also means help poor people. Means someone is quite talented, but he don't have a platform, and we can provide them platform to that. That also increases no
Yes,
poverty.
yes. So that is what, when you grow up, you try to think, become entrepreneur. You can keep in mind one goal that, okay, I am going to be this type of person who is not going to add or contribute to negatively towards this. I will take one goal and I will work for it. Though they might be interlinked, interconnected, dependent, everything, because everything in this world is interconnected and interdependent. But the way one step is always take us forward, even if it is a very small step by one person only. So all of you students, if you take, yeah, we will work towards it in our life. For one thing, any one thing which you feel like somebody shared, I will take care of water and sanitation. I will. You can talk to people. You can see, become aware where somebody is wasting water or something. So you can use yourself, stop wasting water, use it in a proper way. And then like throwing out plastic things and all, garbage, take teach other people, make some poster and stick somewhere so that it can be shown to other people. When the schools will open, you will go again. And as I told, that you can talk about these goals, sustainable goals, to other students of here who have not participated into the lower class. When you reach higher class, you can teach them to the lower class students. So they will grow up with this knowledge. Anybody else would like to share something about the goal day?
Ma'am, as I look, the Ishani ma'am, she is a very young, and all the members are also they are looking of only 11th and 12th standard only. So they are means trying their self, or is there any teacher's guidance is there?
They have done on their own. Yes, they had participated earlier in such like mock United Nations summits and other international level. So they just thought of sharing their knowledge with other students who till now did not have any opportunity to attend or to be participate in such kind of summit or some event.
Excuse me,
Yes.
ma'am, when will the awards be declared? Because it is too late for us, and
Yes, ma'am. It's 20 minutes more than they told to
Yeah,
stop.
I have just now messaged them once again. Wait for few more minutes. They will be back with the results. Okay.
ma'am,
So
can you please tell the exact time, because we will have
I,
Yes,
study
ma'am.
I'll
tomorrow is our
okay.
exam.
Okay. I'll let me ask them.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
is the
Tomorrow is
exact
our
time?
exam.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay.
Tomorrow we are having exam.
Okay. I understand. I understand. So yes, while I'm sending them a message or some asking them the exact thing, I would just like to hear from you how you are going to take it forward then, because uh, like any whatever you have learned today, your goal, what appeals you. Anyone other person who would like to share something?
Good evening, ma'am.
Yeah. Good evening.
Ma'am, I think each and every goal is very important as the
Uh,
other. But
uh,
education, goal number 4, education, is the very basic goal.
uh,
If we promote education, all the other goals will definitely on its own get promoted. So I think that investment in education is must.
yeah, that's good. So how can you contribute to this area? Like you can, how can you encourage somebody who is not going to school, or help that person to get educated, child especially?
Ma'am, for getting people educated, first we ourselves have to get educated first. If we
Yes.
know what are the pros and cons of the world, we can let others know that. We can convince other people very easily. And if we got success in that, so that's what the thing is.
Okay. Anybody else?
Ma'am,
I would like to tell about that cleaning and sanitization. Pandemic is spreaded all over world, and during this situation, means recent situation, cleanness and sanitization is must in our life. And as we all know that many patients are also increasing because they are not taking that seriously, sanitization and cleaning. So uh, I would like to tell only that the sanitization, cleaning is must in our life, because not only in this pandemic but also after this also, because we can touch here there, and the germs carry through our hand, our body. And not only that, COVID-19, other infections, flus can also affect to us if we do not care about sanitization and cleaning.
Hmm.
So only I would like to tell this. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Wonderful. And anybody else?
ma'am,
Yes,
if you
ma'am.
ask about, miss, can I
Okay.
speak? Ma'am, can
Uh,
I speak?
One moment. I think I just have to check. Is Ishani is there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I'm here.
okay. So thank you so much. Yeah, they are waiting for you.
So sorry for the delay, delegates. I apologize on behalf of my team. Once again, for the last time, I'd request all of you to please switch on your cameras before we go ahead with the announcement of the awards. There are around 45 people with their cameras off, so please switch your cameras on. And if any of your team members had left by chance, please ask them to join in. All right. Cameras on, please, delegates. Okay, so I know that all of you have been waiting very eagerly for the awards. So I'm going to start. Firstly, I will be taking the delegation awards, which is for the entire team. Okay. We will be going from the best to the absolute best. So now before I say this, the awards given in ME1 conferences and global summits are not first position, second position.
Ma'am, your voice is breaking.
No, ma'am, it's clear.
No, it's clear.
All right. Okay.
Absolutely clear.
The awards given in ME1 conferences and global summits like ours are not first position, second position, third position. They have particular names. So I will be going from bottom to top. All right. Although they have a hierarchy, they have levels, just like 1, 2, 3, but they're not called first prize, second prize, third prize. All right. So another learning experience for you all. So to begin with the verbal mention goes to the delegation of Canada. You can all
congratulations.
Then moving on, honorable mention 2 goes to the delegation of Nepal.
Congratulations.
Well done, everybody. Honorable mention 1 goes to the delegation of Indonesia.
Congratulations.
After that, high commendation 2 goes to the delegation of Japan. Well done, everybody.
I would request if you can highlight any one of the members.
There are 3 of them, so I'm not able to find them.
But okay, no problem.
Ma'am, I have a problem. I can't on my video because it is showing that host is disabled to on my video.
All right. Okay, so I'd reached what level? I'm so sorry. I'd announced Indonesia, and after that, I had announced.
You have to announce Japan.
All right. So high commendation 2, as I said, goes to Japan. After which, high commendation 1 goes to the delegation of Uruguay.
Congratulations.
After that, the most outstanding delegation, which is position 2 delegates, goes to the delegation of ILO, that is International Labour Organization. Well done, everybody. And the first prize, which is the best delegation award, goes to the delegation of South Africa. Congratulations, everybody.
Congratulations. Many congratulations.
I'm really sorry, delegates. The verbal mention, there was a little glitch. It's not Canada, I apologize. It is World Bank who won the verbal mention. So well done, everybody. You did great. Okay, so these were the awards for the delegations. All 3 participants will be receiving the certificates. In like a few days. We will email all the certificates to the principals and teachers so that they can forward them out to the students. So if anybody would like to say anything?
No, ma'am, just declare.
All right.
Ma'am.
Yes, Saina, I see your hand up.
Yes, ma'am. My video is not on because you have disabled me.
What? Okay, I'm sorry, but I'll look into that. That's okay. Um, all right, moving on. We will take the next.
Ishani, Atva is done. He will be joining now. We can announce the best delegates as well.
All right.
Again, guys, before we announce the best delegates, you all should know that you all are winners, and if we could, we'd give best delegates to everyone in this committee for doing such an absolutely amazing job. So yeah, don't be disheartened. There are always going to be more opportunities, and for so many of you being first timers, you've done a great job. So fingers crossed. Let's hope the best one.
Honestly, it's been like one of the best committees I've ever seen. So like this has been pretty successful.
Is Advai here? Yeah, you can start.
Okay, so the best delegate award goes to RSA 3.
Congratulations.
The most outstanding delegate goes to RSA 1.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
High commendation 1 goes to ILO 3.
Congratulations.
Then high commendation 2 goes to Uruguay 1.
Congratulations.
Honorable mention 1 goes to honorable mention 1 goes to ILO 1.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Honorable mention 2 goes to World Bank 2.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Isn't in the meeting. Oh, okay.
Verbal mention goes to World Bank 3.
Congratulations.
And finally, but definitely not the least, the award for the best position paper goes to Uruguay 1.
Congratulations.
Also, delegates, I had not announced the best position paper award for the delegation. This goes to the South Africa, the delegation of South Africa, best position paper award.
Congratulations.
So well done, everybody. It was absolutely fantastic to share and be active over this conference. And teachers, thank you so much. Delegates, thank you so much. Principals, Ms Rashmi Sharma, thank you so much. Wouldn't have been possible without you. And my teammates, thank you so much. This was great.
You're welcome.
And yeah, you may all leave now if you wish, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you guys for participating.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
This was fun.
Bye, man.
Thank you, chairs.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you,
Thank
chairs.
you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Rashmi ma'am, would request you to provide the whole results in the by mail.
We shall do that for you, sir. No problem. We'll do it by tomorrow.
The certificates will be provided by the certificates will be sent to the individual delegates by tomorrow.
No. Certificate you can send it later, no problem. But on the whole results.
All right.
A list will be sent to you. Yeah.